Chapter 2909. Master Duan. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who was waiting outside the blissful sex estate, was unaware of what was happening in the blissful sex estate. Only when Duan Ling Tian walked out of the mist and appeared in his line of sight did his pair of eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well ripple with circles of ripples. Elder Tai. After a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to Tai Tai He's side. After greeting Tai Tai He looked at Huaner, who was still immersed in comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he looked at Tai Tai He and said, "Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the general region." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly. The general region? Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Master Duan, although the general region is adjacent to the cross region, it's on the other side. Why are you going there? The general region was in the other direction, which was completely opposite to the direction they had taken to return to the desolate region. I'm going to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth from Tai Tai He. For a moment, the light in his eyes that had not completely dimmed suddenly lit up again. It was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not intend to bring Murong Bing to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian had thought about many things along the way. There was no doubt that Murong Bing was his woman. For this reason, he hoped Murong Bing would be able to live a peaceful life. If Murong Bing left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands to the central area with him, she would definitely encounter some unknown dangers. Moreover, Murong Bing had spent most of her life in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was used to living in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. All in all, he felt it was a good idea for Murong Bing to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. When he had the ability to rescue his wife, Ker, Li Fei, and his family from the world of divine remains, he would return to the border of the southern heaven territory to take Murong Bing away. 1,000 years later, I will come and take her away. That is, if I'm still alive at that time. Now what I need to do is to give her an environment where she can grow up safely and live a good life. On the way to the compassionate celestial traveler sex estate in the general region, Duan Ling Tian thought about many things. In the end, he felt he could not selfishly bring Murong Bing along. After all, if he continued on this path, his future was uncertain, and his life and death were unknown. It would not be easy for him to grow strong enough to rescue Ker, Li Fei, and the others from the world of divine remains within 1,000 years. He would have to go through a cruel and dangerous process. He did not want Murong Bing to go through this process with him. The general region was next to the cross region. Therefore, it was much faster to travel from the cross region to the general region compared to traveling from the wasteland to the cross region. Nevertheless, with Tai Tai He's speed, it would still take him a few months to reach the cross region. Master Duan. After leaving the blissful sex estate, Tai Tai He could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Ling Tian, "When you entered the blissful sex estate, did you really kill the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect?" In Tai Tai He's opinion, the blissful sect was one of the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength was second only to the profound heaven celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said indifferently, "Apart from Ji Fan, I've killed everyone from the blissful sect who participated in the meeting to kill me, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect." Duan Ling Tian spoke very calmly as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. It was as though he was casually talking about something that was related to him but was not worth mentioning at all. Gasp. Although Tai Tai He was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Another high-ranking official from the blissful sect tried to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others, but I killed him as well. Tai Tai He gasped as Duan Ling Tian continued to say nonchalantly, "That's right. He tried to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others?" Tai Tai He was taken aback when he regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect?" After Tai Tai He regained his senses, it was not difficult for him to guess who Duan Ling Tian was referring to. Now that Li An, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was dead, there were only 2 9 palaces celestial dukes left in the blissful sect. One of them was Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the Blissful Sect. He was Li An's direct disciple and a 9 Palaces celestial duke. The other person was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. He was a 10 Direction celestial duke and the strongest person in the Blissful Sect. That's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ha! Tai he scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He's just a 10 Direction celestial duke. How dare he stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He's courting death. A 10 Direction celestial duke? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai he's words. Elder Tai, you're wrong. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others. What? Tai he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He asked in disbelief, Master Duan, based on your words, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, has broken through and become a celestial king today? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master Duan, does this mean Li Ping is a 1 basic celestial king? Tai he looked at Duan Lingtian with his mouth agape. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. At this time, Tai he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. This was because the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him was just too great. It seems like Master Duan is not an ordinary celestial king. Since he's able to kill Li Ping who has broken through and become a celestial king, he must be at least a 2-form celestial king. Tai he thought to himself as he led Duan Lingtian and Huaner on their journey. At the same time, he could not help but feel sorry for the Blissful Sect. Even if the Blissful Sect survives, I'm afraid it'll be removed from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Once news of Li Ping becoming a celestial king and becoming a celestial king spreads, even the quasi-celestial kings of the Blissful Sect who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't dare to support the Blissful Sect anymore. After all, they're worried Master Duan will attack them for supporting the Blissful Sect. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it won't be difficult for him to kill them. Tai he was certain of this. He was certain the Blissful Sect was doomed this time. The reason why the Blissful Sect ended up like this is because they offended someone they shouldn't have. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Tai he thought of this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian again as his heart trembled. Elder Tai. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Tai he and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is in the Cross region as well, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he finished speaking. A cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. He recalled how Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, was killed by Wuxia, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At that time, Wuxia had used Shan's death as an excuse to kill Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. As a result, the Tai Celestial Sect lost an 8 trigram celestial duke. It would be fine if Yu Xian was dead. However, Yu Xian was still alive. It was obvious the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had plotted to kill Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Yes. In fact, Tai he had hoped Duan Lingtian would avenge Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, who was killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, he did not know how to bring it up. After all, Duan Lingtian was only a revered elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. He was not obligated to avenge the Tai Celestial Sect. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian mention the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he knew what Duan Lingtian was up to. In that case, let's make a trip to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, his expression that was slightly tense was no longer as tense as before. I'd like to ask Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, how did he manage to escape from the old ancestor's hands? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai he had guessed Duan Lingtian would go to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and Huaner to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. He had been to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate with his master many years ago, so he was familiar with the place. Master Duan, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is right in front of us. Chapter 29:10. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had a strong foundation. Most importantly, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the strongest sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions did not even have a 9 palaces celestial duke, let alone a 10 directions celestial duke. Although some of the top sects had a 9 palaces celestial duke, they did not have a 10 directions celestial duke. For example, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, and the Blissful Sect were famous sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, there was only one 10 directions celestial duke among these top sections. Even so, their strength was only second to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the 6 southeastern regions. There were 3 10 directions celestial dukes in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to these 3 10 directions celestial dukes, their status in the 6 southeastern regions and even in the borderlands had been established. Naturally, this was only the strength of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Nobody knew if a sect had a quasi-celestial king in seclusion in the borderlands or not. After all, these powerhouses would only show up when the sect was in danger of being annihilated. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai Celestial Sect had a quasi-celestial king. There was no lack of similar examples in the history of other regions in the borderlands. Because of this, even in the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, although there were many weaker top sects, no powerful top sect dared to rashly touch those weaker top sections. This was because those top sects only had weaker members in the current generation. They also had a glorious past and had given birth to many immortal kings. Nobody could be certain that none of the celestial kings who left the top sects were quasi-celestial kings who remained in seclusion in the borderlands. However, in the 6 southeastern regions, even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not dare to easily annihilate the weaker top sects for fear of the quasi-celestial kings behind them. Although the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions dared to challenge them. Although the sect leaders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the Blissful Sect and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were on par with each other, the sect leaders of the Blissful Sect and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect were usually inferior to the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, as long as the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not intend to annihilate the other top sects, they would not easily make a move even if they had quasi-celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is right ahead? Duan Ling Tian knew they had arrived at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect when Tai Tai He came to a halt. Upon hearing Tai Tai He's words, Duan Ling Tian turned to look ahead. In front of them was a boundless forest. It was a verdant forest. Above this verdant forest, at a height of 10,000 meters, there was a cloud of mist that was clearly different from the other clouds. If Duan Ling Tian did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, with his current strength, he would not have noticed it. However, with just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell there was something different about the cloud. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Estate is located 10,000 meters above the forest. There are many celestial beasts in the forest that don't have intelligence and don't know how to fly. For this reason, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex disciples usually train here. Tai Tai He glanced at the cloud that Duan Ling Tian felt was slightly different. Then, he shifted his gaze to the forest in front of him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's go and meet Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who managed to escape from the old ancestor. I'd like to hear from him about how he managed to escape from the old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gently shrouded Huan and Tai Tai He. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already 10,000 meters above the ground. They had even passed through the fog formed by multiple formations. The fog was the first layer of defense in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Estate. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to break through the formation if they were not from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, with his strength that was comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king, he was able to pass through the protective formation easily. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Estate is much stronger than the Tai Celestial Sex Estate. After passing through the fog and entering the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex Estate, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice. A few days ago, Huan Er had stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. She did not continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Tai he smiled wryly. He was already used to Huan Er's carefree attitude. After all, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. He was taken aback. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate was made of beautiful floating islands. Each of the floating islands had a different shape and structure. The only thing these floating islands had in common was that they were all exquisitely decorated. Even if one looked at them from afar, they were visually stunning and made one feel comfortable. Elder Tai, since we've come from afar, we're guests. I'm here as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Tai he who was standing next to him and said, "Therefore, you should greet your friends from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect." Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. However, when Duan Lingtian spoke with a smile on his face, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive and that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, had been framed and killed by the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he was furious. Although he was not close to He Shan, the Tai Celestial Sect was still the Tai Celestial Sect's estate. After all, He Shan was the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, and he had a good relationship with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. Therefore, if he had the ability to intervene, he would not stand idly by. All right. Tai he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to say this. Therefore, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he immediately spoke. His voice that contained his majestic celestial origin energy swept out and shrouded the entire Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. I, Tai he, the Supreme Elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, am here to visit the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect with Master Duan, the Chief Celestial Alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. These were Tai he's words. Tai he's words caused an uproar in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. After all, anyone could tell that Tai he had barged into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate uninvited. If Tai he was a 7-star Celestial Duke, let alone a 7-star Celestial Duke, even a 10-direction Celestial Duke would not be able to hear his voice so clearly. This was because the formation outside the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate was soundproof. Only Celestial Kings and above would be able to transmit their voices to the entire Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate. Tai he, the Supreme Elder of the Tai Celestial Sect? The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial Sect, who had recently become a 7-star Celestial Duke? Based on his words, it seems like he didn't inform the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect beforehand? Did he barge into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect uninvited? Humph. He's just a 7-star Celestial Duke. How dare he? He seems to have come with Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian gave him the confidence to do so? Humph. Even the former #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, can only wait outside. Even if Duan Lingtian has replaced Sun Chao as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, he still doesn't have the right to barge into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Tai he's voice resounded in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate, many disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect felt that Duan Lingtian and Tai he were being rude. Tai he? Duan Lingtian is here as well? Why are they here? Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, raised an eyebrow when he heard Tai he's voice. Duan Lingtian and Tai he had barged into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect uninvited. Moreover, based on Tai he's tone, it seemed like they were here to look for trouble. Although Bai Wuji knew Tai he and Duan Lingtian were here to look for trouble, he did not plan to personally meet them. After all, he was a prominent figure in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Let's go. Let's meet Tai he from the Tai Celestial Sect. I'd like to see where he got the confidence to barge into the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. A mere 7-star Celestial Duke dares to act so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of an 8-trigram Celestial Duke like he did earlier. Does he really think he can do as he pleases just because he has a brat by his side who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Today, I'd like to see how he will give us an explanation for his rash actions today. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, did not plan to meet Duan Lingtian and he personally. Chapter 29:11. There were many beautiful floating islands in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's encampment. They looked like holy and ethereal islands. At the highest point of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate, there were 3 small islands. Each of the 3 islands only had a courtyard and a house. The houses looked simple, but they were filled with flowers and plants. He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, and Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, have come to visit the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. When Hi's voice resounded in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate, the 3 people who lived on the 3 small islands stopped what they were doing when they heard Hi's voice. One of the people who was drinking tea at a stone table in the courtyard stopped what he was doing when he heard Hi's voice. He? The guardian of the Tai Celestial sect who became a 7-star celestial duke a few years ago? The person who was drinking tea was an old man dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like an immortal. At that moment, the old man had a calm expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Clearly, he did not take Taiha seriously at all. In the courtyard of another small island nearby, a middle-aged man was originally lying on the lawn of the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard Taiha's voice, he stood up and sat on the lawn, muttering to himself, "Brother Taiha." He muttered to himself, "A mere 7-star celestial duke dares to act so presumptuously in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. He's seeking death." After muttering to himself, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived. It was to the extent that even the blue robes on his body began to flutter at this moment. It was as though a cold wind was blowing at him. In the courtyard of the last small island, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe who was watering the flowers paused for a moment when he heard Hi's voice. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. If someone saw this middle-aged man dressed in a green robe and the middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, they would definitely notice that the 2 of them looked identical. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. Other than the difference in their temperaments, there was nothing different about them. In the outer region of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate, as soon as he finished speaking, he, Duan Lingtian, and Huan were surrounded by a group of patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at he with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although he's cultivation base was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the powerful high-ranking officials in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, however, with he's cultivation base, he was a deterrent to the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. A 7-star immortal monarch was sufficient to sweep through all of them without the slightest effort. If they were not worried about being questioned by the patrolling elders, they would not have dared to surround he and his 2 companions before the powerful high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect arrived. This was because there was a huge risk involved. As long as Taiha attacked them, there was almost no chance of them surviving. He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland, seems like he came with ill intentions. I hope he won't attack us because of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's strength. The patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect thought to themselves. At the same time that this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts were also a little uneasy and incomparably perturbed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a while, the sound of wind whistling could be heard as a group of people flew over from all directions in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. The patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at he in a different light. As it turned out, when they looked at he, their eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. When they looked at Taiha again, their gazes were filled with pity and schadenfreude. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Qi is here as well. He's also an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Huang, Elder Qiu, and Elder Chen are all 7-star celestial dukes. This time, I'm afraid Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, is in trouble. Not only in the profound heaven celestial sect, but in any other sect, it's taboo to trespass on a sect's estate. When the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect saw the group of high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect, they were relieved that Tai Tai He and his two companions were in trouble. The high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect were led by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in a long green robe and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Elder Hong. Moreover, according to the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect, he was an 8-trigram celestial duke. The middle-aged man was wearing a long, light gray robe and had a jade-like complexion. However, when he arrived at this area, he stopped in a timely manner. When he looked at Tai Taiha, his eyes were filled with ice-cold light. He was none other than the other 8-trigram celestial duke mentioned by the patrolling disciples from the profound heaven celestial sect, Elder Qi. Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, you'll have to give the profound heaven celestial sect an explanation for barging into our sect's estate. Elder Hong said coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He with a dark expression. That's right. Elder Qi looked at Tai Tai He coldly and said, Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, you should know that trespassing on a sect's estate is taboo, right? I'm sure the Tai celestial sect doesn't allow outsiders to barge into their sect's estate, right? Elder Qi stared at Tai Tai He. As he spoke, his gaze became increasingly cold. Tai Tai He, if you can't give the profound heaven celestial sect an explanation for what happened today, you can forget about leaving. That's right. If you can't give us an explanation, Elder Hong and Elder Qi won't even have to make a move. We're more than enough to make you stay in the profound heaven celestial sect forever. Tai Tai He, you'll have to pay for your impulsiveness. After Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the strongest among the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect, the other high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect also glared at Tai Tai He. Their words were not polite at all. It was to the extent that most of the people's words revealed bursts of cold killing intent. Tai Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect. Based on their words, it seemed like they thought he was the one who trespassed into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. However, Tai Tai He did not respond to the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect. Instead, he moved to stand behind Duanling Tian, as though he was the leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The elders of the profound heaven celestial sect were stunned by Tai Tai He's actions. At this moment, Duanling Tian took a step forward and glanced at the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect indifferently before he said nonchalantly, he said calmly, the one who trespassed into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate isn't Elder Tai, it's me. I'm here today to listen to Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Tell me how he managed to escape when he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, tried to kill him. When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, many high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect scoffed. You? Trespassing into the profound heaven celestial sect's estate? Do you think you're strong enough to do that? That's right. Although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, right? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial like you won't be able to break through the formations in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Do you think we're stupid? The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duanling Tian as though he was an idiot. Everyone, haven't you heard about the news from the blissful sect? Although Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect is talented in alchemy and the celestial path, he fabricated his identity and background. I've heard about this before. Humph. How trustworthy can a person who fabricated his identity be? He's nothing but a liar. When one of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect mentioned that Duanling Tian had fabricated his identity and background, many of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect scoffed at Duanling Tian and looked at Duanling Tian with disdain. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave. Duanling Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was indifferent, drowning out the voices of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect. If none of you leave after 3 breaths, call Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, over here. I'll kill one of you. 3 breaths after I kill that person, If no one leaves this place, go and call Bai Yu Xian over. I will kill another person. And so on and so forth. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as though he was talking about something insignificant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finally regained their senses and burst out laughing. Chapter 29:12. He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How dare he say that? He must have lost his mind. How dare an overarching heavenly supreme celestial threaten to kill us if we don't cooperate with him? I'd like to see. Who among us will he kill after 3 breaths of time, and who will he be able to kill? Now that 1 breath has passed, there are only 2 breaths left. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect burst into laughter. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was being ridiculous. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Although Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the leaders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain as well. He's Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland? The person whose name spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference? Yes, that's him. After the alchemy conference, he's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's said that he's not even 100 years old, and he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's undeniable that he's able to achieve such a feat in alchemy within the age of 100. It's also undeniable that he's able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100. However, I really don't understand how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him has the guts to say such words. How dare he ask the elders to cooperate with him? Moreover, if the elders don't cooperate after the span of 3 breaths, he'll kill one of the elders? Is he crazy? In the past, the blissful sect hasn't spread the news about him. Fortunately, the elders have to be wary of the major clans in the central area. Now that they've confirmed he's not from a major clan in the central area, there's no need for them to be wary of him anymore. He's digging his own grave by acting like this. Could it be that he still doesn't know that the blissful sect has investigated him thoroughly? He definitely doesn't know about it. If he knew, why would he be so arrogant? The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect laughed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was spouting nonsense. More people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. 3 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's voice rang out once again. His voice was not loud, but once it rang out, it seemed to possess some sort of magical power that instantly suppressed the noise in the area. 3 breaths of time is up. I want to see which one of us you want to kill. An elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said, "My strength is only average among the elders of the blissful sect. I'm only a 6 combination celestial duke. Why don't you try and kill me?" A hint of mockery could be seen on the elder's face when he finished speaking. Many elders and disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. A bunch of idiots. He glanced at the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and shook his head when he saw the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were unmoved by Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. He felt sorry for the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. I was just thinking about who to kill first. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Before the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect could react, Duan Lingtian's words left their mouths. Ugh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who claimed to be a 6 combination celestial duke suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was so red that it seemed as though blood was about to drip out of it. His facial features were contorted as though he was in excruciating pain. This is... what's going on? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Even the elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, who were disdainful of Duanling Tian earlier, had a grave expression on their faces. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air and everyone was shocked by the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elder's strange actions and his face that was as red as blood. At the same time, they saw the elder from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The elder from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect who had insulted Duanling Tian earlier suddenly exploded into a rain of blood, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Swoosh! The storage ring fell from the sky for a moment. Then it was pulled by an invisible force and flew to a certain place. Duanling Tian raised his hand and put it away. Swoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect finally regained their senses when they saw Duanling Tian taking the spatial ring of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elder. Their expressions changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. The two 8-trigram Celestial Dukes, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, glanced at Duanling Tian fearfully before they began to scan their surroundings. It was as though they were trying to find a hidden powerhouse in the surroundings. Although the elder from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect who had been killed was only a 6-combination Celestial Duke, both of them could easily kill him. However, they knew they were not capable of killing the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elder in such a bizarre manner. I'm afraid only a powerhouse like the sect leader would be able to kill a 6-combination Celestial Duke with such a bizarre method, right? Elder Hong looked at Elder Qi and asked through voice transmission. At the same time, he looked at Elder Qi with a fearful gaze. I agree. Only a 9 palaces Celestial Duke or stronger would be able to kill a 6-combination Celestial Duke with such a bizarre method. Even we didn't notice it since we weren't on guard. Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In Elder Qi's opinion, with his and Elder Hong's strength, they would be able to detect a 9 palaces Celestial Duke if they were on guard. After all, they were 8-trigram Celestial Dukes. However, based on their previous state, it was only natural that they would not be able to detect a 9 palaces Celestial Duke's attack. For this reason, they speculated that the person hiding in the dark might be stronger than a 9 palaces Celestial Duke or a 9 palaces Celestial Duke. What's going on? He's dead? Elder Peng is a 6-combination Celestial Duke, right? A 6-combination Celestial Duke died just like that? Is Duanling Tian the culprit? The expressions of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's patrolling disciples changed drastically. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, they were no longer filled with disdain and mockery. Instead, they were filled with shock and confusion. However, when some of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's elders followed Elder Hong and Elder Qi's gazes, they could guess what the elders were thinking. It seems like there's a hidden powerhouse behind this. Isn't it said that Duanling Tian's identity as a disciple of a powerful clan in the central area is fake? The blissful sect went to great lengths to investigate this matter. That's right. How do you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only were the patrolling disciples confused, but even the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect were confused as well. Very good. Another 3 breaths have passed. Duanling Tian did not expect no one would call by Yu Xian, the young master of the profound Heaven Celestial Sect, out even after he had killed a 6-combination Celestial Duke. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Initially, the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not take Duanling Tian's threat seriously. However, after Duanling Tian said 3 breaths had passed, the death of the 6-combination Celestial Duke shocked the people from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect. They began to take Duanling Tian's threat seriously. During the next 3 breaths, the elders from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect were not afraid of Duanling Tian. It was just that they did not have time to react. However, when they heard Duanling Tian's voice again, their expressions changed again. At this moment, Duanling Tian's voice sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Humph! Duanling Tian scoffed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man, Elder Hong, who was the leader of the high-ranking officials from the Blissful Sect. Based on the reactions of the people from the Blissful Sect, Duanling Tian and the others from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect were suspicious. These people thought the death of the 6-combination Celestial Duke from the profound Heaven Celestial Sect was caused by a hidden powerhouse. For this reason, Duanling Tian decided to show these people his true strength. An 8-trigram Celestial Duke? Duanling Tian appeared out of thin air in front of Elder Hong. Elder Hong only regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. His expression changed again, and his eyes widened in shock and fear. How fast? Chapter 29:13. An 8-trigram Celestial Duke? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he appeared in front of the 8-trigram Celestial Duke of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The expressions of Elder Hong and Elder Qi from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian's expression. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without any warning, a dazzling purple light shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body and transformed into purple ribbons in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Hong could even react, the ribbons had already bound his limbs. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect only regained their senses after Elder Hong was bound by the purple ribbons. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Ling Tian binding Elder Hong. No matter how hard Elder Hong struggled, he could not break free from Duan Ling Tian's energy. Instantly, their pupils constricted. How's this possible? Heavens! Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just saw Duan Ling Tian, a Tai Celestial Sect alchemist who's not even 100 years old, binding Elder Hong. Moreover, based on Elder Hong's current state, it seems like he's still unable to break free from Duan Ling Tian's restraints. Isn't he an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? How can a mere overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial be so strong? Are you kidding me? This is too inconceivable. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were shocked by this scene. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who had just regained their senses, were stunned as well. Similarly, they were shocked by the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Were you the one who made the move? When Elder Qi, who was standing beside Elder Hong, looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with dread and terror. He knew the person who killed the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's 6-combination Celestial Duke was not a powerhouse hiding in the dark. It was the purple-clad young man standing before him, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he also realized that Duan Ling Tian was not just a 9-palaces Celestial Duke. A 9-palaces Celestial Duke did not have the ability to force Elder Hong, who was on par with him, into such a predicament. Only a 10-direction Celestial Duke or a 10-direction Celestial Duke was capable of restraining Elder Hong so easily. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian was not an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial but a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Naturally, he only dared to guess that Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction Celestial Duke. He did not dare to guess that Duan Ling Tian was a Celestial King. The fact that a person who was not even 100 years old was able to become a 10-direction Celestial Duke was enough to shock him. An immortal king expert who wasn't even 100 years old? He didn't even dare to think about it. What do you think? Faced with Elder Qi's question, Duan Ling Tian turned his head slightly and glanced at him indifferently. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand at Elder Hong from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who was tied up by him. Although Duan Ling Tian's action seemed casual, Elder Hong's eyes widened in anger. No! Elder Hong's shrill cry rang in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's ears as soon as it rang in the air. It was as though there was magic in his voice. At the same time, the people present on the scene saw Duan Ling Tian's attack. As Duan Ling Tian waved his right hand, a purple energy that resembled flame surged out and annihilated Elder Hong in just a blink of an eye. When the purple energy dissipated, only a spatial ring was left in Elder Hong's original spot. Then, Duan Ling Tian casually put it away. After Duan Ling Tian put Elder Hong's spatial ring away, he glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. If no one summons the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in 3 breaths, I'll kill another person. Elder Qi and the others were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Horror dawned on them. Master Duan. Elder Qi immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is currently facing the wall in the Profound Heaven Cliff. The sect leader has ordered him to face the wall in the Profound Heaven Cliff for 10 years as punishment for Xianxia's death. Face the wall? 10 years? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Elder Qi's words. Then he sneered and said, Sect leader Bai Wuji of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is really good at keeping up appearances. What's the difference between facing the wall for 10 years and not being punished at all? Also now, 3 breaths of time have passed. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at Elder Qi with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Qi's expression changed drastically. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to kill Elder Qi, a voice rang in the air. Stop! Stop! A few angry voices rang in the air. Following that, 3 figures streaked across the sky like 3 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Moreover, they appeared in front of Elder Qi, who was about to kill Duan Lingtian. Greetings, old ancestors. When the 3 of them appeared, Elder Qi, who was initially terrified by Duan Lingtian, felt as though he had just ascended to heaven from hell. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did not forget to salute the 3 people who had just arrived. Among the 3 people who had just arrived, there was an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like a celestial being. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. Based on their appearances, it was not difficult to tell they were twins. Greetings, old ancestors. Greetings, old ancestors. After Elder Qi bowed, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at the old man and the 2 middle-aged men. Based on their words, they revealed their identities. They were none other than the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were the 3 Ten-Direction Celestial Dukes of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to them, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was widely acknowledged as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Swoosh! Just as the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect arrived, the sound of whistling wind rang from afar. Following that, a figure that could be considered familiar to Duan Lingtian appeared in a timely manner. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian recognized Bai Wuji before the newcomer arrived. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Wuji was the one who had killed Xianxia, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles. After a few moments, Bai Wuji appeared behind the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and bowed respectfully. The old ancestor was the white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. As for the twins, they were his junior uncles. Sect leader. At the same time, Elder Qi, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, were attracted by Elder Hong's cry. Now that they had arrived, they learned about the ins and outs of the matter from Elder Qi and the others. At this moment, Bai Wuji and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Based on Elder Qi's words, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he was at least a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Master Duan. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, I'm deeply sorry for killing your old ancestor Xianxia. At that time, I really thought he had killed my son, Bai Yuxian. When I found out my son wasn't killed by your old ancestor, I felt extremely guilty. Therefore, I personally sent someone to compensate your sect. However, I was rejected by your sect leader. I'm aware of that as well. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect owes your sect. How about this? If you have any requests, as long as it's within our means, we'll agree to it. It was clear Bai Wuji was willing to compromise when he spoke. Although he did not believe Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill a 10-direction Celestial Duke. However, everyone in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, Bai Wuji had no choice but to believe Duan Lingtian's words. A 10-direction Celestial Duke. He's a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Request. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Bai Wuji's words. You're so straightforward, sect leader Bai. Wouldn't everything have been fine if you had said this earlier? Well, I do have a request. Moreover, it's only a small request for you and the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said. I'd like to hear the details. Although Duan Lingtian's words were simple, Bai Wuji had a bad feeling about this. My request is, hand over Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yu Xian is your son, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to hand him over, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Wuji meaningfully. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Wuji's expression changed drastically. A hint of hesitation could be seen in his eyes. Humph. Chapter 29:14. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, knew that Duan Lingtian was a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. Even if the profound heaven celestial sect had 3 10-direction celestial dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, how could a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old not have a powerful background? How could such a person exist among sectless cultivators? Bai Wuji was deeply skeptical. For this reason, he knew the profound heaven celestial sect might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if they were able to kill Duan Lingtian, they would have to consider the consequences. Under such circumstances, he hoped the matter could be resolved peacefully. For this reason, he had asked Duan Lingtian to make a request. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to hand over his son. This put him in a difficult position. On one hand, his son was his only son. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to his son. On the other hand, if he did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request, there would be no turning back. For this reason, he was in a difficult position. Humph. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was at a loss for words when one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, one of the twin brothers, scoffed. Master Duan, my junior nephew is giving you face by allowing you to make a request. However, you shouldn't cross the line. The green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. He could vaguely guess what Bai Wuji was worried about. Cross the line. Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. What are you laughing at? The green-robed middle-aged man's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian laughing. His grave expression seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. Do I need to report to you what I'm laughing at? Faced with the green-robed middle-aged man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and asked indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the green-robed middle-aged man was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as if they could burn everything. Since he had become a 10-direction celestial duke and the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he had never been treated like this before. Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian's voice continued. It was precisely Duan Lingtian's next sentence that completely infuriated the green-robed middle-aged man, causing him to suddenly roar. Today I, Zhou Ming, would like to see just how much weight you, a brat who isn't even 100 years old, have to actually dare to speak to me like this. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame. His celestial origin energy turned purplish-red. Clearly, he had cast the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. It was the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had won from the profound heaven celestial sect. Brat, try to take my sword. Following the green-robed middle-aged man's roar, the purple torrent of energy on his body suddenly gathered together and finally turned into a sword, a completely purple sword. As soon as the green-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the sword suddenly shot out and left a huge visible sword mark in the void with a swoosh. This sword scar was so big that it gave people a visual shock. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the gigantic purple sword left a gigantic sword mark in the air, it suddenly scattered and transformed into tens of thousands of purple sword rays that shot toward Duan Lingtian. However, when they were still a distance away from Duan Lingtian, the tens of thousands of sword rays merged into one again and merged into a sword. However, this time, the sword was no longer as huge as the first one. Its size was even smaller than the smallest sword ray among the tens of thousands of sword rays earlier. However, its entire body was blackish-purple in color. Furthermore, its entire body was glowing with purple light. Swoosh! As soon as the sword took form, its speed increased tremendously. It was much faster than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Only the other two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could clearly see the green-clad middle-aged man's attack. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Elder Qi, the 8-trigram celestial duke, could only vaguely see the purple sword ray flash before his eyes. Good. Very good. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhou Ming, one of the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, would make the first move. His eyes turned cold as he sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Faced with Zhou Ming's ferocious attack, a purple light burst out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though a ball of purple flames was burning on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded in purple flames, suddenly moved. At this moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, could no longer see Duan Lingtian's figure. It was as though Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air. Before the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could even react to Duan Lingtian's disappearance. How's this possible? Is this Duan Lingtian's technique? In their eyes, the black-purple sword ray that was charging toward Duan Lingtian seemed to have been caught by an invisible hand and stopped in mid-air. Immediately, the space where the black-purple sword light stopped trembled. Water-like ripples spread out. Then, waves of terrifying aura extended out. Following that, they saw the black-purple sword ray flying toward Zhou Ming. After the black-purple sword beam paused, it strangely changed directions and rushed toward Zhou Ming. It's Duan Lingtian. How can he be so fast? He actually caught Brother Ming's attack with his bare hands. When the black-purple sword ray changed directions, the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were shocked. At the same time that the black-purple sword light changed direction, a figure clearly appeared beside the sword light. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have vanished into thin air earlier. Duan Lingtian grabbed the black-purple sword ray with one hand. No matter how hard the black-purple sword ray struggled, it could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. At this moment, the black-purple sword ray was like a dragon that could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian held the black-violet sword ray in his hand as his figure flashed and charged towards Zhou Ming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength had weakened compared to when he was in the blissful sect, his strength was still comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king. He had easily blocked Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was a 10-direction celestial duke, without using a king-grade celestial weapon. Not only did he block it, but he also held Zhou Ming's attack in his hands, preventing it from exploding or dissipating. The strength of a celestial king far surpasses the strength of a celestial duke. Moreover, my celestial origin energy is comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king's celestial origin energy. How can a mere 10-direction celestial duke compare to me? Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Ming's attack was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's attack. Zhou Ming's attack was like a mosquito bite to Duan Lingtian. It could not be moved at all. The strength of an 8-trigram celestial king was enough to easily crush a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is only so. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zhou Ming. He smirked coldly and left these words behind. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed the blackish-purple sword ray that Zhou Ming condensed with his right hand before grabbing it. The black-purple sword ray was instantly crushed into pieces. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's right hand that was clenched tightly because he had shattered the black-violet sword ray formed a fist and swung it towards Zhou Ming. At the same time, on Duan Lingtian's right fist, apart from the purple energy that was raging and skyrocketing, there was also a layer of golden light that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that a golden light had appeared on Zhou Ming's body. At some point, golden silhouettes had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. They were the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. At this moment, the golden silhouettes on Duan Lingtian's right fist transformed into the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. It's the blissful sex duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the other two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect as soon as they saw Duanling Tian's fist. Master Duan, please show mercy. One of the two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, the blue-clad middle-aged man, cried out anxiously with a horrified expression on his face. Alas, it was too late. Bang! Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect and a 10-direction celestial duke, did not even have the time to defend himself before he was reduced to a cloud of blood that fell to the ground. After Zhou Ming died, his spatial ring was also in Duanling Tian's hand. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound Heaven Celestial sect is nothing much. Meanwhile, the others who heard Duanling Tian's words finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at the scene before them. Although they did not see what had happened clearly due to Duanling Tian's speed, they could vaguely guess what had happened. Heavens! Don't tell me Ancestor Zhou Ming was killed by Duanling Tian? No. No way! The high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect and the patrolling disciples could not help but feel their hearts trembling in fear. Brother Ming! Chapter 29:15. When the blue-clad middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though he could not wait to tear Duanling Tian into pieces and burn his bones into ashes to avenge his twin brother. However, as soon as the cold gleam appeared in his eyes, he forcefully suppressed it. He even shifted his gaze away from Duanling Tian. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the blood mist falling from the sky. In this lifetime, he and his twin brother, Zhou Ming, depended on each other for survival. It could be said that the person closest to him was his twin brother, Zhou Ming. Now, Zhou Ming was dead. Moreover, Zhou Ming was killed right in front of him. He was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear the person who killed his twin brother Zhou Ming into 1,000 pieces and burn their bones to ashes. However, as soon as he thought of the terrifying strength of his opponent, a wave of fear involuntarily arose in his heart, and he could only forcefully suppress the monstrous hatred in his heart. Zhou Ming! The expression of the other old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, the white-haired old man, changed drastically when he saw Zhou Ming's death. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and horror. Duanling Tian had killed a 10-direction celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, the 10-direction celestial duke did not even have a chance to defend himself. Even if the 10-direction celestial duke had attacked him, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Junior Uncle Ming. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, finally regained his senses after the two old ancestors of the profound Heaven Celestial sect cried out in anguish. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper who could take the lives of everyone in the profound Heaven Celestial sect. In his eyes, Duanling Tian was no different from the Grim Reaper. His junior Uncle Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, was killed by Duanling Tian before he could even retaliate. One could only imagine how terrifying Duanling Tian was. Even a quasi-immortal king wouldn't have the ability to kill martial Uncle Ming so easily, right? This Duanling Tian. Could it be an immortal king expert? Thinking of this, Bai Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear on his face grew even stronger. Dead. Patriarch Zhou Ming is dead? This Duanling Tian actually has the ability to kill Patriarch Zhou Ming. Old Ancestor Zhou Ming was a 10-direction celestial duke, but he managed to kill Old Ancestor Zhou Ming in such a short time. Even a quasi-immortal king is unable to accomplish this, right? Could it be that he's an immortal king expert? Although the high-ranking officials of the profound Heaven Celestial sect and the patrolling disciples of the profound Heaven Celestial sect did not manage to see what had happened, they were shocked. However, based on the current atmosphere, they could guess that Duanling Tian had killed the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. It was precisely because of this that they were all shocked. To them, this was too inconceivable. A young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, a 10-direction celestial duke, in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Sect leader Bai. Can you bring your son here now? After killing Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, Duanling Tian, asked Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound Heaven Celestial sect. Bai Wuji's expression darkened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, he cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, I'll bring my unfilial son here now so that you can do whatever you want with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the profound heaven cliff in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. His only son, Bai Yuxian, was currently reflecting on his actions in the profound heaven cliff. Master Duan, I'll bring Bai Yuxian here now. After Bai Wuji left, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect said to Duan Lingtian before he followed Bai Wuji. Duan Lingtian did not stop the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, he knew the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect wanted to follow Bai Wuji because he was worried Bai Wuji would let Bai Yuxian go or escape with him. If that happened, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect would definitely be turned upside down. Swoosh! After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Lingtian returned to Huaner's side in just a flash. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and leaned against him with a calm expression on her face. It was as though she was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Even Tai Tai He, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he watched the scene unfold before him. After all, he had seen how Duan Lingtian killed Lian, a 9 palaces celestial duke from the blissful sect. Moreover, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had broken through and become a celestial king, but was killed by Duan Lingtian. Tai Tai He had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even a celestial king had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect. What was a mere 10 directions celestial duke to him? Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner stood in the distance while the high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect remained silent. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would target them if they made a sound. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was akin to the Grim Reaper in the eyes of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. While they were waiting for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, to arrive, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect were extremely anxious. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Wuji's voice from afar. Master Duan, I've brought Bai Yuxian here. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect and a young man with a confused expression on his face had returned as well. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect had returned with him. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. After a few moments, Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Bai Yuxian was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he had been caught by his father all of a sudden. From the beginning to the end, his father had not told him what had happened. Therefore, he did not know anything. He was confused when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard his father's words earlier. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the master Duan his father had mentioned. Young master, we meet again. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuxian and smiled faintly when Bai Wuji let go of Bai Yuxian's hand and allowed him to hover in the air. You. Why are you here? Now, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, no matter how stupid Bai Yuxian was, he could tell that something was wrong. Master Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Bai Yuxian, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, took the initiative to explain how Bai Yuxian had framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Master Duan, although I didn't know about this, I'm also at fault for covering up for him. Bai Wuji looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, therefore, after you kill my unfilial son, you can kill me as well. I only hope that after you kill me and my unfilial son, you'll spare the profound heaven celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Wuji's words were filled with sincerity and sincerity. Sect leader. Upon hearing Bai Wuji's words, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect reprimanded Bai Yuxian. It's all Bai Yuxian's fault. It has nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't know about his scheme beforehand. That's right, sect leader. Bai Yuxian should pay with his life. You don't have to bear the consequences for him. Sect leader. Bai Wuji smiled bitterly when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect. As the saying goes, if the son doesn't teach him well, it's the father's fault. Master Duan, I hope you can forgive me for my actions and not implicate the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, swoosh! Bai Wuji's figure shot up into the sky without any warning. After a few moments, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as blood mist fell from the sky. A spatial ring could be seen falling from the sky. It was the spatial ring that Bai Wuji had worn when he was alive. Master Duan. At the same time, a person flew toward Duan Lingtian from afar. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "What Duan Lingtian said is true. Everything the sect leader said just now is the truth. I'm willing to use my name to testify for him. He Shan's death is all on by Yu Xian." Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person who had just arrived. It was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of He Pei Yuan. Junior granduncle, save me. Although Bai Yu Xian did not know what had happened and why his father had committed suicide, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cried for help from the blue-clad young man standing nearby. The blue-clad young man was the twin brother of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Chapter 29:16. Save you. Zhou Wan, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who was standing in the distance and mourning the death of his twin brother, Zhou Ming, looked at Bai Yu Xian coldly when he heard Bai Yu Xian's cry for help. "You little bastard, I've treated you well in the past, but I didn't expect you to bring such a disaster to the sect. Now, not only did you kill your junior granduncle Zhou Ming, but you even killed your father. How dare you ask me to save you?" At the end of his sentence, Zhou Wan glared at Bai Yu Xian, his eyes burning with rage. If rage could hurt, Bai Yu Xian would have been burned to death many times over. "If I had known that a little bastard like you would bring such a calamity to the sect, I would have killed you long ago to prevent future troubles." When Zhou Wan spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "My pitiful little brother Ming. He was actually implicated to death by a little bastard like you." Bai Yu Xian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. "What? Junior granduncle Ming is dead?" Bai Yu Xian was completely dumbfounded. Humph. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who had followed Bai Wuji to bring Bai Yu Xian to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Bai Yu Xian and scoffed. "Isn't it because of you, little bastard? If you didn't scheme to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, would Master Duan have come looking for you? If Master Duan didn't come looking for you, would Zhou Ming have died? Would your father have died? In my opinion, you're the one who deserves to die the most." The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who was usually mild-mannered, had a furious expression on his face. Master Duan?" Bai Yu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's words. How's it possible? How is it possible that he's so strong? Didn't the people from the Blissful Sect investigate him thoroughly? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuxuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. He knew Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with when he saw his father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, commit suicide. However, he did not expect one of the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Zhou Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, would die because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, based on the current situation, it seems that the other two old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter of Zhou Ming's death because of Duan Lingtian at all. When he heard the words of the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Although he could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, he did not think it was because of Duan Lingtian's background. Moreover, the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. It did not cross his mind that the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, and Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. It was rare for a prominent celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even better than some Duke-grade celestial alchemists. For this reason, Bai Yuxian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect. Where's the powerhouse by his side? He's able to make Junior Granduncle Wen and Junior Granduncle Ming so wary after killing Junior Granduncle Ming. I'm afraid he's not just a quasi-celestial king. The person by Duan Lingtian's side is most likely a celestial king. Bai Yuxian's heart skipped a beat as he began to scan his surroundings. It was as though he was trying to locate the celestial king next to Duan Lingtian. Alas, he was destined to come up empty-handed. In the end, his gaze landed on Tai Tai He, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, he thought Tai Tai He was the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. However, after a few moments, he felt Tai Tai He looked familiar. I remember now. He's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E celestial sect. I've seen him once. If that's the case, he's not the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. The celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side is indeed hiding in the dark. With this thought in mind, Bai Yuxian continued to look around. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian had such a powerful background and Duan Lingtian had such a powerful protector by his side. Humph. Stop looking around. After a while, Zhou Wen glanced at Bai Yuxian coldly and said, Master Duan doesn't have any other powerhouses by his side. Your senior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan because of you, you little bastard. He was afraid Master Duan would vent his anger on the profound heaven celestial sect for killing Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, and even annihilated the profound heaven celestial sect. Zhou Wen could guess Bai Yuxian's thoughts when he saw Bai Yuxian looking around. What? Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from a complicated expression on his face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He's capable of killing Junior Granduncle Ming? Moreover, my father committed suicide because he was worried Duan Lingtian would destroy the profound heaven celestial sect? How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful? Bai Yuxian found it hard to believe. If there's an afterlife, remember this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly looking at Bai Yuxian, suddenly opened his mouth as his eyes gleamed coldly. He slowly said, There's always someone stronger. Sometimes, a small mistake can cost you your life. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, a purple palm print shot out from his hand. Like a small mountain, it pierced through the sky and headed straight for Bai Yuxian. Bang! It was only when everyone heard the loud explosion that they saw the space where Bai Yuxian was standing rippling as a bloody mist fell from the sky. Bai Yuxian's spatial ring slowly fell to the ground. What happened today is purely because I can't stand Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. If the profound heaven celestial sect decides to hold the Tai E celestial sect accountable for this, or do something to them. After killing Bai Yuxian, Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the people from the profound heaven celestial sect who were present on the scene before he slowly said, You're right. I don't mind coming back to the profound heaven celestial sect to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Although Duan Lingtian's words were spoken calmly, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect shuddered when they heard them. Don't worry, Master Duan. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect said as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words, As long as I'm in the profound heaven celestial sect, I won't allow the profound heaven celestial sect to do anything to the Tai E celestial sect. Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, can promise you that as well. Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, also expressed his promise to Duan Lingtian. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his twin brother, he knew he had to be careful. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew he would never be able to avenge his twin brother. Under such circumstances, he could only bury his hatred for Duan Lingtian in the depths of his heart. Unless one day, he was strong enough to avenge his twin brother. Otherwise, he would never bring up the grudge between him and Duan Lingtian again. It's not just you. If the future generations of the profound heaven celestial sect dare to make things difficult for the Tai E celestial sect, I won't let the profound heaven celestial sect off the hook. Duan Lingtian said, causing the people from the profound heaven celestial sect to tremble in fear. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sight of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. It was as though he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, who were 10 Directions celestial dukes, did not see any trace of Duan Lingtian's departure at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect said, "Elder Qi, from today onward, you'll be in charge of the sect's affairs. After Zhou Wan and I have a discussion, we'll decide on a new sect leader." The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at the middle-aged man standing at the front of the group of high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect and said in a deep voice, "I hope that the sect will remain stable for a long time. During this time, I hope that the sect can continue to be stable. You should understand what I mean. If you perform well, you might be the next sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect." When the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect finished speaking, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. "Yes, old ancestor." Elder Qi was one of the 8 trigram celestial dukes, who led the high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect before the 3 old ancestors and the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived. The other 8 trigram celestial duke had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he was alive, he was glad that the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect had arrived in time. One of them had even blocked the saber for him. When he heard the words of one of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, he was overjoyed. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Chapter 29:17. Elder Qi from the profound heaven celestial sect was from the same generation as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect who had committed suicide. They had even competed for the position of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect with Bai Wuji. However, since he was inferior to Bai Wuji in every aspect, he had no chance of becoming the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. This had become his obsession for almost half of his life. He did not expect he would one day have the opportunity to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, he was even more grateful to Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, for coming to the profound heaven celestial sect in such a domineering manner. Although Duan Lingtian had done it unintentionally, it had given him a chance. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only gone to the profound heaven celestial sect to seek justice for Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Now that Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, had died, Xian should be able to rest in peace. Master Duan, on behalf of the Tai celestial sect, I thank you on behalf of the old ancestor for avenging him. After Duan Lingtian left the profound heaven celestial sect's estate with his celestial origin energy, he immediately bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a member of the Tai celestial sect, he was only a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. For a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect, avenging the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was not his duty. For this reason, he was truly grateful to Duan Lingtian for his actions earlier. "Elder Tai, you're too kind. I'm still a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. It's my duty to avenge the old ancestor. There's no need for you to thank me," Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. "Moreover, the profound heaven celestial sect's actions are truly despicable." Before he could reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, "Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region." The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be his last stop. After this stop, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions and even the entire borderlands to head to the central area. That place would be his brand new stage. "Yes, Alchemist Duan." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he hurriedly accepted the order. He was even more humble than when he was in front of the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Tai's heart was filled with respect for the Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had avenged Xian, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, he had even more respect for Duan Lingtian. He continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Huaner along the way. Tai he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had only asked him to bring them along because he did not want to expend too much of his celestial origin energy. After all, the celestial origin energy in his body was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king since it came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not waste his celestial origin energy so easily. At this moment, Tai he thought Duan Ling Tian wanted to continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. That was why Duan Ling Tian asked him to bring him along. Now that I've expended a lot of my celestial origin energy, I'm comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king before I went to the profound heaven celestial sect. However, now, I'm only comparable to a 6 combination celestial king at most. I'll have to conserve as much of my celestial origin energy as possible when we arrive at the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy will be reduced to its original state before we even reach the central area. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as Tai he led him away from the cross region to the general region. After all, Tai he was only a 7-star celestial duke. It would take some time for him to bring Duan Ling Tian and Huan to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, apart from chatting with Huan occasionally, Duan Ling Tian spent most of his time cultivating. Naturally, his cultivation did not increase his current strength. He could only increase his strength before he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. While Tai he was leading Duan Ling Tian and Huan toward the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the general region. Meanwhile, the blissful sect was in chaos. The blissful sect's disciples, who had only noticed the commotion but had no idea what was going on, eventually learned about what had happened from the surviving disciples who were present at the scene. Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, came to the blissful sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping? Old ancestor Li Ping. Didn't he break through and become a celestial king? This is a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did break through and become a celestial king. However, Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is much stronger than old ancestor Li Ping. He easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Oh my god! Isn't this too unbelievable? Didn't Duan Ling Tian say he's not even 100 years old? This is the most terrifying thing about Duan Ling Tian. Most of the high-ranking officials in the blissful sect have been killed by Duan Ling Tian. There are only a few high-ranking officials left in the outside world. I'm afraid the blissful sect will be eliminated from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Putting aside the fact that the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who are lucky enough to survive in the outside world, we still have quasi-celestial kings whose ancestors are living in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think they'll dare to come out and lead the blissful sect? That's right. The blissful sect's situation is different from the Tai celestial sect's situation. In the past, although the Tai celestial sect was on the verge of being annihilated, they were able to save the sect due to the strength of their quasi-celestial kings. Due to this reason, the Tai celestial sect had stood up and revived the sect. On the other hand, old ancestor Li Ping who had broken through and become a celestial king is dead. Even if we have quasi-celestial kings who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, would they dare to come out? Of course not. Isn't that obvious? As soon as old ancestor Li Ping became a celestial king, he was already stronger than the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect. Now that old ancestor Li Ping is dead, there's a chance the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect will be killed by Duan Ling Tian. The blissful sect is doomed this time. Everyone, let's think about what to do next. I plan to leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate in seclusion. After my hair grows out, I'll join another top sect. With my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to join another top sect. Why do you have to wait until your hair grows out? If you don't wait until your hair grows out, won't it be as good as telling others that you're a disciple of the blissful sect? After today, news of Duan Ling Tian annihilating the blissful sect will spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. At that time, who would dare to recruit a disciple of the blissful sect? You're right. It seems like I'll have to grow out my hair from today onward. At this moment, the blissful sect was in a state of disunity. Most of the disciples were looking for a way out. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, stood in the air above the blissful sect's estate as he looked at the disciples who were leaving. I've completed part of the mission Master Duan gave me. From today onward, the blissful sect will cease to exist. Next, I'll spread the news of Master Duan's actions in the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan muttered to himself before he disappeared from the blissful sect's estate. After that, he left the blissful sect's estate as well. Before Duan Lingtian left the cross region, news of what had happened to the blissful sect after he arrived at the blissful sect's estate had spread like wildfire. The news shocked everyone. In the region surrounding the blissful sect, the people there regarded the blissful sect as a sacred existence that they could only look at from afar. But now they found out, the blissful sect had been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated? This must be a joke, right? Heavens! Is this true? The blissful sect is one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, second only to the profound heaven celestial sect. How could it be annihilated? The most ridiculous thing is that the blissful sect was annihilated by Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? The Duan Lingtian who became famous during the alchemy conference, and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Yes, it's him. I thought he's not even 100 years old? How could he annihilate the blissful sect when he's not even 100 years old? The most ridiculous thing is that one of the old ancestors of the blissful sect had successfully broken through and became a basic celestial king, but he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. A person who's not even 100 years old is capable of killing a celestial king. As the news spread, more and more people began to doubt the veracity of the blissful sect's news. Many people decided to go to the blissful sect's estate to investigate the matter. In the end, they were led to the blissful sect's estate by some powerful sectless cultivators. As expected, the blissful sect's estate was empty. Most importantly, the blissful sect's estate was empty. The primitive celestial crystal lode in the blissful sect's estate was emptied as though it had been plundered. At this moment, everyone was convinced. Chapter 29:18. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the cross region and entered the general region with Tai Tai He. Master Duan, this is the general region. However, since I've never been to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, I don't know its exact location. After entering the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Therefore, I plan to look for a big city or a powerful force to inquire about it. We'll continue our journey after we find out where the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate is." Elder Tai, I'll leave these matters to you. Duan Lingtian nodded with an emotionless expression. After entering the general region, Duan Lingtian discovered he could no longer remain calm. I wonder if I'll be able to see her after I go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not plan to see Murong Bing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Unless Murong Bing came out of her own accord, he would not force her. After all, he did not plan to bring Murong Bing with him to the central area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Brother Lingtian, Huaner called out. Although Duan Lingtian did not show any abnormalities, she had been with Duan Lingtian for quite some time now. Therefore, she was very familiar with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Lingtian's emotions were slightly unstable. His aura was also slightly unstable. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and gently squeezed his palm as though she was trying to calm Duan Lingtian's agitated aura. "Huaner, I'm fine." Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huaner's hand affectionately. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. "Don't worry." While Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated by Duan Lingtian had spread in most of the cross region. In the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Zhou Ming, Bai Wuji, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and killed Bai Yuxuan, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Yuxuan, a dark cloud loomed over the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the 7th elder who had a chance to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone else was feeling gloomy. After all, the deaths of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were a great blow to the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, after that incident, the profound heaven celestial sect's estate was devoid of laughter. Today, the profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar again after a piece of news came from the outside. The profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, killed Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, and annihilated the blissful sect? Is this true? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king? Many people seem to have confirmed this news. Up until now, no one has any evidence to prove it's false. Heavens! If this is true, doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian is strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king? The entire profound heaven celestial sect was shaken by the news that the blissful sect had been annihilated. It was as though an earthquake had taken place. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian showed mercy to the profound heaven celestial sect? That seems to be the case. Since he's strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king, it shouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter with Bai Yuxuan. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect and recalled what Duan Ling Tian had done to the profound heaven celestial sect. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Even so, he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian? As expected, Duan Ling Tian isn't an ordinary celestial king. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked when they heard the news from the outside world. In fact, they had already guessed Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary celestial king when Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Ling Tian. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was only a one basic celestial king, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of his movements. However, they could not catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. What did this mean? This meant Duan Ling Tian was stronger than a one basic celestial king. The news from the blissful sect confirmed their suspicions. At the same time, they were relieved that Duan Ling Tian did not kill the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even the blissful sect that had a one basic celestial king was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. It would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to destroy the profound heaven celestial sect if he wanted to. At this moment, the two surviving old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect broke out in cold sweat from the fright of their lives. Pass down my order. From today onward, no one in the profound heaven celestial sect is to provoke the people from the Tai celestial sect. Even if they encounter the people from the Tai celestial sect, they have to be respectful. The two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were fearful of Duan Ling Tian's strength, so they quickly passed down the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect felt that it was only right. After all, they were deeply shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Even if the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect did not pass down the order, they would not dare to offend anyone from the Tai celestial sect in the future. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. The only thing Duan Ling Tian knew was that news of him annihilating the blissful sect would soon spread in the cross region. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the cross region who don't know that I've annihilated the blissful sect, right? If the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect are still in seclusion in the cross region, they should have heard about it as well, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as Tai Tai. He brought him to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, things were as Duan Ling Tian had expected. About half a month ago, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who were in seclusion in the cross region had heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. That brat Li Ping. He's already a celestial king, but he was still killed. Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is actually so strong? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Who is he? How did he become so strong at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. They could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge their fallen disciples. However, when they learned that even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Ling Tian, they immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge on Duan Ling Tian. In fact, they did not even dare to come out to revive the blissful sect. After all, they were worried they would be killed by Duan Ling Tian if they came out to revive the blissful sect. It would be easy for Duan Ling Tian, who could kill a one basic celestial king, to kill them. The three quasi-celestial kings were once one basic celestial kings. Naturally, They knew the difference in strength between them and a one basic celestial king. Even if the three quasi-celestial kings joined forces, they would not be able to last more than 100 moves against a one basic celestial king. Senior uncle, are we just going to let this go? We're so weak that we're willing to stay in the borderlands to protect the sect. How can we do nothing but watch the sect being annihilated? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. One of the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect, a middle-aged man, said to the other old man. You can't accept it, but how can I accept it? I know Li Ping is your favorite direct disciple, and you want to avenge him. However, even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Do you think you're a match for him? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps, it's time for us to leave the borderlands. Back then, we didn't leave the borderlands to head to the central area because we're so weak. We're willing to stay and protect the sect. The last old man sighed and said, because of this, our cultivation bases have regressed from 1 basic celestial kings to 10 direction celestial dukes. Unless we can obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases at all. Now that the sect is gone, it's meaningless for us to stay in the borderlands. Let's head to the central area. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases. The quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect had clearly thought of a backup plan. In the end, the 3 quasi-celestial dukes reached a consensus and left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. At this moment, they regretted staying in the borderlands. After all, Duan Lingtian's appearance had ruined their reason for staying in the borderlands. They hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew there was nothing they could do to avenge Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. The 3 reclusive celestial kings from the blissful sect had left the borderlands for fear of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. In the future, he would encounter the 3 quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect in the central area. Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Outside the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Tai, he said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the area shrouded in clouds. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously and asked. Chapter 29:19. Although Tai he knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he did not know how deep the conflict was. For this reason, he asked Duan Lingtian. Although Tai he did not attend the alchemy conference with Duan Lingtian, he had learned from Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not intend to seek revenge from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, Tai he did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go in. Upon hearing Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were in a vast area filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. It was as though they were in a fairyland. Within this vast region stood numerous towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were like numerous giants standing there, emitting an oppressive aura. I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10 directions celestial duke, Wang Qiu Kuang. Tai he was about to greet the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when he heard Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice. Tai he was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would come here to challenge him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to challenge Wang Qiu Kuang, the 10 directions celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's motive. Murong Bing's master was Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Dan Feng was famous for being ruthless. The reason why Wang Dan Feng was said to be vicious and merciless was not only because of Wang Dan Feng's fierce reputation outside, but also because Wang Danfeng had once personally executed her own personal disciple. And all of this was because her personal disciple had a man outside. This was because she wanted her direct disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, her direct disciple had lost the opportunity to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect because she had a man. It seems like Master Duan and Murong Bing have slept together. Murong Bing has lost her chance to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Master Duan is worried that Murong Bing will follow in her senior sister's footsteps, so he decided to come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to threaten Wang Danfeng. If he defeats Wang Danfeng's father, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Wang Qiuquang, he'll be able to intimidate Wang Danfeng and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the blink of an eye, Tai Taiha had guessed many things. Brother Ling Tian. A hint of envy could be seen in Huaner's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian announcing that he was Murong Bing's man. She was, naturally, envious of Murong Bing. Huan had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian was trying to distance himself from her, it could only be considered as a one-sided love. She was very disappointed about this. How wonderful would it be if I could have a place in his heart like Sister Murong Bing? Huaner sighed inwardly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect due to his rich celestial origin energy. I, Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man, have come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When Duan Lingtian's words resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, silence fell upon the sect's estate. The high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the ordinary disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Did you hear that voice? I'm not dreaming, right? You're not dreaming. I heard it as well. It's a man who claims to be Senior Sister Murong Bing. Most importantly, he's challenging the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Supreme Guardian is the second Guardian's father. He's also the only man in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Isn't he seeking death by challenging the Supreme Guardian? I'm curious. When did Senior Sister Murong Bing have a man? She's going to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's not allowed to have sex. I don't know. Let's go and see what's going on. Who's he? Could it be that he's a lunatic? I think it's more likely that he's crazy. With Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, it's normal for a man to go crazy over her. Most of the disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate were convinced that Duan Lingtian was a man who had gone crazy over Murong Bing's beauty after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man who had gone crazy and dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, they had forgotten something very important. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man, how could he have barged into the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate? How could he have made such a bold statement under the watchful eyes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples? At this moment, many of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples had already risen into the air and were flying toward the source of the voice. A hint of sympathy could be seen in their eyes as they made their way to the source of the voice. They pitied the man who had overestimated himself. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the man being killed by the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wait a minute. That person said his name is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the genius celestial alchemist who rose to prominence after the alchemy conference? Now that you mention it, I remember it as well. Duan Lingtian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the Wasteland. He's also a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's said that although Master Duan is only a prominent celestial alchemist, in terms of alchemy skills, even the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect is inferior to him. It seems like he's really a lunatic. Not only did he think Senior Sister Murong Bing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the Wasteland. His actions can be considered as a blasphemy against Senior Sister Bing and the Supreme Guardian. He'll definitely die today. More and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect thought the voice belonged to a lunatic. At the same time, more and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew toward the source of the voice. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even the female disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were no exception. In fact, as women, they were more inclined to join in the fun than men. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? This lunatic is delusional enough to think Junior Sister Murong Bing is his woman? Ridiculous! How arrogant! Moreover, he probably thinks he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. How dare he blaspheme the Supreme Guardian? He must be tired of living. Many elders from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect flew up into the air with furious expressions on their faces. Duan Ling Tian? This does sound like the voice of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland, right? The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, found the voice familiar. Indeed, it was Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's attitude toward Murong Bing during the alchemy conference, they could tell the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing was unusual. This alchemist Duan dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian? Is he crazy? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The few prominent celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left their residences as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Duan Ling Tian? Why is he here? Does he have a death wish? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had also heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. After the alchemy conference, she had learned about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing from Nangong Xiao. At that time, just like Nangong Xiao, she felt the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be able to climb up the social ladder after learning that Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing was destined to become a legend in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After the alchemy conference ended, Lin Ru and Nangong Xiao even went to persuade Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, after they returned. When Wang Danfeng learned about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duan Ling Tian, she was, naturally, furious. She wanted to kill Murong Bing. However, after learning about Duan Ling Tian's background in the central area, she decided not to kill Murong Bing for the time being since she was wary of Murong Bing. However, some time ago, there was news from the Cross region that the Blissful sect had investigated Duan Ling Tian's background. Duan Ling Tian did not have a background in the central area. He was just an ordinary person who had just ascended. When Wang Danfeng heard the news, she wanted to kill Murong Bing again. However, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, stopped her. Nangong Xiao's words were, "What if the Blissful sect made a mistake?" In the end, Wang Danfeng still imprisoned Murong Bing. At the same time, she waited for news from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's intelligence network. Chapter 29-20. Duan Ling Tian? When Duan Ling Tian's voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, heard Duan Ling Tian's voice as well. For a moment, her pupils constricted and her face darkened. Although she and her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, did not believe the news about the Blissful sect finding out about Duan Ling Tian's background was true, she did not believe it. However, in her heart, she began to believe that piece of news a little more. After all, there was no smoke without fire. It was precisely because of this that she hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. She hated Duan Ling Tian for lying to her. After returning to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after the alchemy conference ended, she had told Wang Danfeng about the relationship between her niece, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Ling Tian. This had caused a lot of trouble for her. If Duan Ling Tian had not lied, she would have had time to think about how to deal with Wang Danfeng even if she found out about this matter sooner or later. However, now that her niece had been imprisoned, She was waiting for Wang Danfeng to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After confirming that Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background, her niece would most likely be in trouble. He dares to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Nangong Xiao could tell the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian, whom she had met during the alchemy conference. However, she found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian would challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. She was one of the strongest people in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. However, Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 100 years old, possessed a high talent in alchemy, and was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, dared to challenge the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, even Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, thought Duan Lingtian must be out of his mind. Swoosh! Nangong Xiao's eyes flashed as her robes fluttered. In just a blink of an eye, she had disappeared from her cultivation palace. She had disappeared. Duan Lingtian? A woman who was instructing a young girl in the courtyard of the sect's mansion was standing in the courtyard. A beautiful woman who was instructing a young girl who was practicing swordsmanship who was instructing her when she heard the voice. Voices a voice when she Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian? Huh. Sect. Lingis he? He. Sex is he? The girl in green beside the beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the voice coming from afar. Her face was filled with shock. Liu Luo, is that really the voice of Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? The beautiful woman asked coldly as she looked at the green-clad young girl with a piercing gaze. The green-clad young girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw the beautiful woman's piercing gaze. She hastily replied, "Master, that's his voice." The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom Duan Lingtian had met in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was also Liu Luo and Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was also the daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the only 10-direction celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Good, very good. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. After obtaining Liu Luo's confirmation, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. Then, she disappeared from Liu Luo's sight. Master, wait for me. Although Liu Luo could not see the beautiful woman, she knew her master had gone to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. She quickly flew toward the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. Third senior sister must have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, even if she hears his voice, she won't be able to leave that place. As Liu Luo made her way to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from, a beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is he here? Moreover, he even said he wants to challenge Grandmaster? At the foot of a steep mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, there was a dilapidated courtyard. A woman who was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard suddenly rose to her feet. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of worry. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil covering her face. If one were to remove the veil, one could only imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face would be. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This was the place where Murong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had imprisoned her. There were layers upon layers of formations around it, making it impossible for Murong Bing to escape. Could it be that he really has the background of a great family in the central area? The blissful sect didn't find out anything about him? However, if he brought someone here, why did he say that he wanted to challenge Grandmaster? At this moment, Murong Bing's heart was filled with confusion. She was certain that the voice belonged to that man. It was also because of this that she couldn't understand why that man would say those words. As far as she knew, although the man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as weak as an ant in front of a 10-direction celestial duke. In the depths of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, there was a steep mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was the tallest mountain in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. It was the best place to cultivate in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, since it was the closest to the primitive celestial crystal vein that was under the sect's control. This was where Wang Qiu Kuang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, cultivated. Originally, Wang Qiu Kuang was sitting cross-legged in the air in a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the sound coming from outside, and he opened his eyes abruptly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. "Challenge me." Wang Qiu Kuang was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He, Wang Qiu Kuang, was not someone who could be easily challenged. Duan Lingtian? He had never heard of this name before. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions or even the borderlands. Soon after, Wang Qiu Kuang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian's words and treated them as a joke that was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Duan Lingtian's voice spread through the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it did not take long for a group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to surround Duan Lingtian and his companions. In the beginning, it was the patrolling disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After a while, a group of high-ranking officials from the compassionate celestial traveler sect arrived one after another. As time passed, more and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came to join in the fun. He's that lunatic? Many people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived. Is he really Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland? One of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples cried out in surprise. She looked at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian for a moment before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Many people were looking at the disciple from the compassionate celestial traveler sect in confusion when she looked at Huan again and said, "That's right." She continued to say, "I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the wasteland, has a peerless beauty by his side. This is my first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Even the most beautiful woman in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, senior sister Murong Bing, pales in comparison to her. Based on her presence, it's clear that the purple-clad young man next to her is Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland. What a perfect woman. Such a woman. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second one in this world, right? It seems like the purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian from the wasteland's Tai celestial sect." Initially, they thought it was a madman impersonating Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Duan Lingtian, they were more or less certain of Duan Lingtian's identity. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, Duan Lingtian? It's really him. When the high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes. "You are Duan Lingtian." Just as the high-ranking officials and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were about to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity, a furious voice rang from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air before the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 29-21. There were 3 9 palaces celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was the first of the 3 9 palaces celestial dukes to appear. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Dan Feng when they saw her. Moreover, after the group of people came back to their senses, they greeted Wang Dan Feng respectfully. "Guardian Dan Feng." "Guardian Dan Feng." Although Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was not as strong as Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, compared to Lin Ru, they were much more nervous in front of Wang Danfeng. This was because Wang Danfeng's temper was worse than Lin Ru's. Moreover, Wang Danfeng's father was the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. He was an irreplaceable pillar of the sect. Even the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was respectful, and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the supreme guardian. Guardian Danfeng? Duan Lingtian had noticed the beautiful woman as soon as she appeared. Based on the way the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect addressed her, he could guess her identity. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was also Murong Bing's master. Duan Lingtian's purpose in coming to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was to intimidate Wang Danfeng so she would not dare to act rashly against Murong Bing. Wang Danfeng was a graceful and beautiful woman. She was dressed elegantly. It was obvious she was a person who cared about dressing up. Moreover, Wang Danfeng looked like she was in her 30s at most. Although she was more mature than ordinary young women, she had a unique charm. However, when Wang Danfeng appeared, she looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It seems that she already knows what happened between me and Murong Bing. Sensing Wang Danfeng's cold gaze, Duan Lingtian's complexion slightly changed. At the same time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Since she knows about my relationship with Murong Bing, there's no way she'll let Murong Bing off so easily. Perhaps, she's afraid of the major clans in the central area backing me up. However, the Blissful sect has long found out about me. Moreover, the Blissful sect is closer to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect than the Tai Celestial sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect must have received news that the Blissful sect has found out about me. Under such circumstances, Murong Bing, she... At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to think about it. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. His divine sense extended, and the first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's existence, because Wang Danfeng was really too dazzling. Her cultivation base as a 9 palaces celestial duke made her stand out among the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. As Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness, he discovered 2 other 9 palaces celestial dukes flying toward him one after another. He was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. He had seen them at the last alchemy conference. They were Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Lin Ru. However, since Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was currently at the level of a 6-combo celestial king, Wang Danfeng, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Ru were unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness. The entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. A 10-direction celestial duke? It seems like he's the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Danfeng's father, Wang Qiuquang. Duan Lingtian, who had shrouded the entire Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect with his divine consciousness, quickly discovered Wang Qiuquang's presence. At the same time, Wang Qiuquang was unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness as well. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally discovered Murong Bing's presence. After confirming that Murong Bing was fine, he withdrew his divine consciousness. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. You're Duan Lingtian? Wang Danfeng had always been looking coldly at Duan Lingtian, and only when she saw the lingering fear on Duan Lingtian's face did she question in a cold voice. Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's purpose was to intimidate Wang Danfeng, she was still Murong Bing's master. Therefore, he still knew how to act courteously. Wang Danfeng's cold expression did not ease at all when she saw Duan Lingtian bowing to her. However, her eyes flashed. If it was said that she was still angry when she confirmed Duan Lingtian's arrival in the beginning, however, now that she saw Duan Lingtian, she calmed down a little. At the same time, he could not help but scan the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any powerhouses who had followed Duanling Tian and were hiding by his side. Greetings, Guardian Dan Feng. I'm Tai Tai He from the Tai Celestial sect. At this moment, Tai Tai He, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, followed suit and bowed to Wang Dan Feng. Guardian Dan Feng, there's no need for you to look. Only the three of us have come to visit your sect. There's no fourth person. Duanling Tian said indifferently. He could see through Wang Danfeng's thoughts. Apart from that, it's just as the blissful sect found out, I have no background. I'm only an ascender from a mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven. Duanling Tian continued to say. After he finished speaking, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Danfeng meaningfully before he added, I'm sure you've heard about the blissful sect's investigation of my background, right? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, how dare you deceive me? A familiar voice rang in the air. Duanling Tian turned around and saw Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was standing next to Nangong Xiao like a shadow. Sect leader Nangong, Guardian Lin Ru. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a smile on his face. Although he did not have much contact with Lin Ru, he did not have any enmity with her. Although Nangong Xiao had sent people to hunt him down, Nangong Xiao's protection of Murong Bing had left him with a good impression of Nangong Xiao. Sect leader Nangong fabricated the identity of a major clan in the central area because he was forced to do so. Duanling Tian sighed when he saw Nangong Xiao glaring at him. I hope you can understand. You deceived me, and you want me to understand you? The fury in Nangong Xiao's eyes soared. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder. Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about our matters later? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed when he saw the furious Nangong Xiao. He said bluntly, I came here to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It won't be too late to talk about our matters after I challenge Wang Qiuquang. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he instinctively looked at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiuquang was Wang Danfeng's biological father. You want to challenge my father? Wang Danfeng sneered as she looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully. If you don't come from a major clan in the central area, don't even think about leaving the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect alive. As soon as Wang Danfeng finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged from her body again. The expressions of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples changed drastically. They instinctively retreated to put some distance between them and Wang Danfeng. It seems like Guardian Dan Feng doesn't believe I'm strong enough to challenge your father. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. When he spoke again, his tone suddenly changed. His tone changed as he said, in that case, I'll show you if I'm strong enough to challenge your father. At the instant Duanling Tian finished speaking, his originally calm eyes focused abruptly. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! Thunderous explosions rang in the air around Duanling Tian as purple energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body. As soon as the purple energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body, it transformed into thousands of purple beams. Swoosh! 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 Before the 3-9 Palace's celestial dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could react, Duanling Tian's purple energy had transformed into thousands of purple beams that shot toward Wang Danfeng again. When Wang Danfeng regained her senses and tried to block Duanling Tian's attack, she discovered the purple beams had no intention of attacking her. Instead, around her body, they converged and formed a cage made entirely of purple light, trapping her inside. Swoosh! Although Duanling Tian did not attack her, Wang Danfeng's expression could not help but change when she saw Duanling Tian cast such a technique in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically when they saw Wang Danfeng's expression. I'm afraid only a 10-direction celestial duke or stronger would be able to cast such a technique right under our noses, right? Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru glanced at each other, and Lin Ru's slightly trembling voice sounded in their ears. Nangong Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Ru's words. The elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were stunned when they saw Wang Danfeng trapped in a purple cage. Withdraw. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian slowly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 29-22. The light from the purple cage shone brightly before it shrunk again. It shrouded Wang Danfeng and trapped her. Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to resist the purple cage, but it was futile. The purple energy was like an endless torrential river that slammed into her body. Every time her celestial origin energy rose, it would be mercilessly destroyed. At this moment, Wang Danfeng had a feeling of being a fish on a chopping block. At the same time, there was only a deep sense of helplessness in the depths of her heart. Purple Qi from the east. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed again when they saw Wang Danfeng was being restrained. They recognized the technique Duan Lingtian had cast. It was the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, they could tell Duan Lingtian had completely comprehended and mastered the Eastern Purple Qi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Eastern Purple Qi as though it was his own arm. Duan Lingtian, let go of my junior sister. Although Nangong Xiao was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and techniques, she still made a move when she saw Wang Danfeng being restrained by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! His figure was like the wind as he tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Although Lin Ru did not say anything, she followed closely behind Nangong Xiao. She was prepared to join forces with Nangong Xiao to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it was in the past, they would not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all regardless of alchemy Dao. In the past, they would never have imagined that they would join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. He was at least a 10-direction celestial duke or even stronger. When Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had just moved, Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. However, Duan Lingtian did not look at them. His gaze was still fixed on Wang Danfeng, who was still struggling bitterly. If not for the fact that this woman was Murong Bing's teacher and Murong Bing had deep feelings for her, he would have killed her long ago to prevent any future troubles. Although Duan Lingtian had a 10-direction celestial duke as his backer, he was still a 10-direction celestial duke. However, now that he could even kill a 1-basic celestial king, why would he be afraid of a mere 10-direction celestial duke? Akala. As Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru rapidly approached, Duan Lingtian still did not shift his gaze. However, with a thought, a surge of energy rose from his body once again. A few moments later, the silhouette of a golden Buddha that was shrouded in purple qi appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him firmly in the middle. Boom! Rumble! No matter how hard Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru attacked, the golden Buddha shadow that rose from Duan Lingtian's body did not show any signs of dissipating. When the two women's attacks landed on the golden Buddha shadow, it felt like they were merely scratching an itch. They were not a threat to him at all. 9 Suns Lotus Seat. World-cleansing horsetail whisk. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying defense. Then, they took out their king-grade celestial weapons with a solemn expression on their faces. A lotus seat appeared in Nangong Xiao's hand. There were 9 boys standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus seat. There were 5 boys below the lotus seat, 3 boys above the 5 boys, and 1 boy above the 3 boys. This was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. It was the strongest of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! With a solemn expression on her face, Nangong Xiao channeled her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. The 9 Suns Lotus Seat shone brightly as 2 clones appeared. Apart from the main body that remained in Nangong Xiao's hand, one of the clones appeared beneath Nangong Xiao's feet. At the same time, it expanded and supported Nangong Xiao. The other doppelganger turned into a huge shadow and enveloped Nangong Xiao like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the horsetail whisk in Lin Ru's hand was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing had found this horsetail whisk in the little world that they had entered together. It was one of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk had been lost for many years until Murong Bing found it a few years ago. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's other sect guarding celestial weapon was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, Wang Danfeng's father, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The sect leader even took out the Nine Suns lotus seat? Is Duan Lingtian's defense really that terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before the sect leader used her king-grade celestial weapon, she and Guardian Lin Ru were still unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defense even after joining forces. How can his defense not be terrifying? Now that Guardian Lin Ru has taken out her world-cleansing horsetail whisk, 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes and 2 king-grade celestial weapons should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's defense is breached, there's no doubt about his strength. At the very least, he's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian's strength was simply too shocking. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. However, she did not even have the strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Lingtian and was careless, it was also because of Duan Lingtian's strength that he was capable of doing this. Now that the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had joined forces and even took out 2 of the sect guarding celestial weapons, the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect watched intently. Most of them were certain the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate celestial traveler sect would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense with their king-grade celestial weapons. However, their confidence in the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes was shaken. That's also a king-grade celestial weapon? It's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to have such an aura. The people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect could clearly see a celestial weapon appearing in the purple-clad young man's hand as soon as Nangong and Lin Ru took out their king-grade celestial weapons. That immortal artifact was an umbrella. There were strange patterns drawn on the umbrella's body. There were also strange patterns engraved on the umbrella's handle. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand, it opened and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that was propped up by the purple-clothed young man. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand, it was shrouded in a layer of golden light. A faint purple energy could be seen on the umbrella's surface as well. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the umbrella shone with a dazzling light that resonated with the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy before it seemed to merge with the umbrella. At the same time, Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks with their king-grade celestial weapons arrived as well. Nangong held the 9 Children Lotus seat in her hand. The 9 Children Lotus seat trembled, and the 9 boys on it seemed to have come to life as they opened their eyes one after another. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus seat and charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. During this process, the bodies of the 9 boys continued to expand as though they were being blown by the wind. When the 9 boys came into contact with the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding up an umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body, their bodies shone brightly as though they were members of a suicide squad. Almost at the same time, they self-destructed. Boom! Rumble! The 9 boys self-destructed at the same time. The sound of self-destruction mixed together and seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It even caused the space at the point of explosion to tremble. Waves of shocking air waves swept out in all directions. As for the golden Buddha shadow holding the umbrella, it also trembled and swayed when the 9 children self-destructed at the same time. It gave off a feeling that it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella was on the verge of collapsing due to the self-destruction of the 9 boys, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again. Lin Ru had made her move after Nangong's performance. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk seemed to have come to life in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the void trembled as a gust of wind whistled out toward Duan Lingtian. The gust of wind whistled through the air like a ferocious beast from ancient times. It opened its bloody mouth and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The golden Buddha silhouette that was shaken by the 9 boys' self-destruction trembled again when it was hit by the gust of wind. Is Duan Lingtian's defense going to be breached? The group of elders and disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body. Their hearts trembled slightly as a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what happened next disappointed them. The golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Lingtian's body continued to sway. When it regained its footing, it was as still as a mountain. Since Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had taken care of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples on the scene, none of them were affected by the shockwave of her and Lin Ru's attack. This is not enough to breach his defense? His king-grade celestial weapon isn't simple. Moreover, it seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now, I'm certain he's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. The elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to fend off Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shone with purple, golden, and profound rays. It seemed to be able to ward off all the wind and rain in the world. He's finally here? While the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the sky in the distance. Chapter 29-23. At the very least, no one, including the 3 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, noticed the newcomer when Duan Lingtian discovered him. Although this person's speed was fast, he could not escape Duan Lingtian's eyes. Swoosh! A moment later, as though a gust of wind had blown past, a tall and sturdy figure appeared beside Wang Danfeng out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, were the first to regain their senses. They were not surprised by the newcomer's appearance. After all, they had used 2 of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons to attack Duan Lingtian. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Although the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had more or less heard about the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, this was their first time seeing him in person. At that moment, all of their gazes were focused on the Supreme Protector. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. The eyes of the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lit up when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian, but they were still unable to break through his defenses. This had caused their hearts to sink. However, Wang Qiuquang's arrival gave them hope. Father. When Wang Danfeng, who was imprisoned by Duan Lingtian, saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she was only a daughter in front of Wang Qiuquang. When a daughter was wronged, it was fine if her father was not around. She could not help but vent her emotions when she saw her father. Fenger. Seeing the tears in Wang Danfeng's eyes, Wang Qiuquang's expression turned ugly. He raised his hand, and surges of immortal origin energy swept forth like a flood and enveloped Wang Danfeng's body. Wherever Wang Qiuquang's celestial elemental energy passed through, the purple qi on Wang Danfeng's body was also annihilated. It was as if it had never existed. As for Wang Danfeng, she also regained her freedom. The eyes of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect brightened when they saw Wang Qiuquang had broken free from Wang Danfeng's restraints. After all, the binding that the 9 Palaces immortal monarchs were unable to do anything to was undone by Wang Qiuquang. This meant that Wang Qiuquang's strength far surpassed that of the 9 Palaces immortal monarchs. Furthermore, Wang Qiuquang's ability to undo the restraints that Duan Lingtian had placed on Wang Danfeng made many people subconsciously feel that Wang Qiuquang was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. However, they did not know that when Wang Qiuquang appeared, Duan Lingtian had already removed the power that was binding Wang Danfeng. Otherwise, even if Wang Qiuquang made a move, it would be impossible to remove the restraints on Wang Danfeng. Who are you? Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a piercing gaze. His tone was cold and condescending, as though he was a superior who was questioning a subordinate. Although Duan Lingtian had introduced himself, Wang Qiuquang had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he did not associate the purple-clad young man with the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. In his opinion, It was impossible for the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to possess such strength. Before Wang Qiuquang arrived, he had already sensed the commotion. With his divine consciousness, he had witnessed how Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses even after they had joined forces with their king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qiuquang had also sensed Duan Lingtian's defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to question Duan Lingtian like this. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not use his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to block Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's king-grade celestial weapons, based on this, Wang Qiuquang was certain Duan Lingtian was at least a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. In front of a quasi-celestial king or a celestial king, Wang Qiuquang, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone question Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had taken out the umbrella earlier because he did not want to waste his celestial origin energy. As for the umbrella, it was a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that he had obtained from the little world where he had obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, Duan Lingtian had also obtained a few king-grade celestial weapons. One of the king-grade celestial weapons was the umbrella that he had taken out earlier. "You're questioning me?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's question. Then, a powerful energy surged out of his body and shot toward Wang Qiuquang. It was none other than his celestial origin energy. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept out and pressed down on Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy and divine consciousness that were comparable to a 6-combo celestial king surged out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness pressed down on Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's terrifying aura. In the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious celestial origin energy, Wang Qiuquang's celestial origin energy was completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Qiuquang was sent flying. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood as if it was free. Wang Qiuquang only managed to regain his footing after he was sent flying for several hundred meters. Even Li Ping, a one-basic celestial king from the blissful sect, was killed by me. How dare a mere 10-direction celestial duke question me? After injuring Wang Qiuquang, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy back into his body in just a blink of an eye. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy, he sneered disdainfully at Wang Qiuquang who was standing a few hundred meters away. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Wang Danfeng was standing next to Wang Qiuquang earlier. Although Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were not directed at her, she could still sense the terrifying aura from the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Although the aura was not directed at her, it was stifling to the point of suffocation. The aura had surpassed the level of a celestial duke. Even the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy of a quasi-celestial king would not be able to emit such a terrifying aura. He held back earlier? In Wang Danfeng's heart, such a thought suddenly popped up without any warning. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, fear crept into her heart. It took a long time for her to calm down. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Moreover, he was killed by you even after he had broken through? In the distance, Wang Qiuquang, who was injured by Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to think about how terrifying Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed drastically. I, Duan Lingtian, am not one to lie. It won't be long before news of this matter reaches my ears. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. While Duan Lingtian was speaking, Wang Qiuquang recalled the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that Duan Lingtian had used on him earlier. After a while, he began to believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Even a one-basic celestial king would not be able to injure Wang Qiuquang to such an extent with just his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Wang Qiuquang seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Why, you said you're Duan Lingtian? Currently, Wang Qiuquang was looking at Duanling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. Was Duanling Tian not the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? I'm Duanling Tian, Murong Bing's man. Today, I came to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, a 10-direction celestial duke. In response to Wang Qiuquang's question, Duanling Tian repeated what he had said when he first entered the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His voice was the same, and his words were the same as well. At this moment, Wang Qiuquang was certain the purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan. Although Wang Qiuquang was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength at such a young age, he had no time to be shocked. After all, based on Duanling Tian's words, it was clear Duanling Tian wanted to challenge him. If it was said that he did not take Duanling Tian seriously before this and felt Duanling Tian was not qualified to fight him at all, however, at this moment, he did not dare to fight Duanling Tian. What a joke! Duanling Tian was able to injure him to such an extent with just his celestial origin energy. Alchemist Duan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Qiuquang asked with a wry smile on his face as he looked at Duanling Tian. The reason he asked this was naturally because Duanling Tian did not challenge anyone else but him. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duanling Tian, and even the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stand behind her disciple Murong Bing. Duanling Tian, naturally, knew what Wang Qiuquang was thinking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Wang Danfeng. Duanling Tian looked at Wang Danfeng and continued speaking indifferently. Chapter 29-24. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duanling Tian, and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend Murong Bing. I'm here today to let you know that if anything happens to Murong Bing, I, Duanling Tian, will not only kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duanling Tian's voice was calm, but when the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect heard his words, they felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duanling Tian's domineering aura. If Duanling Tian had said these words before today, they would have scoffed. However, after witnessing Duanling Tian's strength and hearing his words, they felt that Duanling Tian was qualified to say such words. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, everyone from the compassionate celestial traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. At this moment, even Wang Qiuquang was looking at Wang Danfeng. Danfeng. Most of the elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not know why Duanling Tian had said those words. It was as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murong Bing. However, as Wang Danfeng's biological father, Wang Qiuquang knew about the relationship between Murong Bing and Duanling Tian. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. I know you're not willing to let Binger be with this man, and you hate Binger for failing to live up to your expectations. However, you've seen it for yourself. Bing-er's man is at least a celestial king, and he's not an ordinary celestial king. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy for him to annihilate the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Qiuquang's tone was filled with helplessness as he spoke through voice transmission. Father, I know. At this moment, Wang Danfeng's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect the man whom she wanted to kill to sully her disciple's purity was actually a celestial king. She knew she would not be able to do anything to her disciple from today onward. If she still wanted to do anything to her disciple, not only would the compassionate celestial traveler sect stop her, but her father as well. Binger, you found yourself a good man. Wang Danfeng gritted her teeth as she muttered to herself. The feeling of being forced into a corner was driving her crazy. Bing Duan Bing Duanling Tian said. Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian Tian, Duanling Tian, Duan sect, Duan Tian's a Duan Du Tian and heaven's a Duan Tian celestial sect an. When Murong Bing heard Duanling Tian's words, Duanling Tian disappeared from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate in just a blink of an eye. Even Wang Qiuquang, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, felt as though Duanling Tian and his two disciples had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, the others were shocked as well. What a fast speed. Even a one basic celestial king isn't as fast as him. Wang Qiuquang was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. At the same time, he made up his mind to keep an eye on his daughter and protect his grand disciple Murong Bing. He's so powerful? Third senior sister seems to have found herself a good man. But why didn't he bring third senior sister away? Liu Luo was among the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After Duan Lingtian and his two disciples left, an expression of disbelief and shock remained on her face for a long time. 1,000 years later? I don't even know if I'll still be alive after 1,000 years. When Murong Bing heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she thought Duan Lingtian had been forced to leave the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She could not help but smile bitterly. As for why Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission, she thought someone had informed him of her location. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission. Although she could also transmit her voice to Duan Lingtian's location, she was certain the people around Duan Lingtian would hear her. For this reason, she did not reply to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Murong Bing was certain Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background in the central area. Otherwise, why would he be forced to leave? She felt that once Duan Lingtian left, her master Wang Danfeng would no longer be as cautious as before. She would surely come over to kill her at the first possible moment to quell her anger. On the other side, Junior sister, are you going to release Bing or should I do it for you? Although Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted to release Murong Bing immediately, he could not help but sniff Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Danfeng was Murong Bing's master, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and the daughter of the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader, I'll let you do this for me. Wang Danfeng did not respond to Nangong Xiao. However, her father, Wang Qiuquang, responded to Nangong Xiao on her behalf. At the same time, he raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy before he brought Wang Danfeng away. Yes, Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Qiuquang's reply. She immediately made her way to the place where Murong Bing was being held captive by Wang Danfeng. Senior uncle, I'm going to bring third senior sister out as well. Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Nangong Xiao, who had just made her move, released a gentle energy and brought Liu Luo along. After Nangong Xiao brought Liu Luo away, Lin Ru left as well. At this moment, only the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect remained. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Based on what the sect leader said, senior sister Murong Bing has been imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng? What? What's going on? Also, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have said he's senior sister Murong Bing's man. Isn't senior sister Murong going to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? She can't find another man, right? She's imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng. Before that Duan Lingtian left, he even threatened Guardian Danfeng. It's as though he's worried Guardian Danfeng would harm senior sister Murong. Could it be? Although a few elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew what had happened, they did not dare to speak carelessly. However, even if they did not say anything, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could vaguely guess what had happened. Guardian Danfeng killed one of her disciples because she had an affair with another man. She had high hopes for that disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seems like senior sister Murong's situation is similar to her senior sister's situation. The situation is similar. However, the difference is senior sister Murong has found a powerful man. He's so powerful that Guardian Danfeng can't do anything about it. I really envy senior sister Murong for being able to find such a powerful man. That man is not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. I wonder how heaven-defying his future will be. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked that Murong Bing had found such a powerful man and a celestial king who was not even 100 years old. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if there's another celestial king in the Southern Heaven territory apart from Master Duan. I don't think so. Before Master Duan appeared, I've never heard of a celestial king who's not even 100 years old in the Southern Heaven territory. I don't think so as well. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Master Duan seemed to have said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area. Perhaps, Master Duan's background isn't in the Southern Heaven territory? He only said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area, but he didn't say that he doesn't have any other background. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect felt that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background that surpassed any force in the Southern Heaven territory. Also, Master Duan said that he's a transcender? Does this mean that Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse with his memories? If that's the case, everything makes sense. The stronger one is, the greater the risk of being reincarnated. For some people in the mundane realms, it's not too risky to be reincarnated. However, once one ascends to the Devata realms and becomes a celestial, it's extremely dangerous to be reincarnated. If Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator in his past life even if he doesn't have a powerful background. When the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect recalled Duan Ling Tian saying that he was a transcender, they began to speculate. Duan Ling Tian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much when he was not even 100 years old? As the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves, Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, brought Liu Luo to the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Nangong made her move, the formations in the place where Murong Bing was imprisoned were broken. Third senior sister. As soon as the formation was dispelled, Liu Luo rushed in and tightly hugged Murong Bing, who was still in a daze. Liu Luo, senior ant sect leader? Murong Bing glanced at the girl in green who was hugging her before her gaze landed on Nangong Xiao, who was descending from the sky not far away. Murong Bing's eyes and face were filled with confusion. She had thought her master would be the first to arrive after Duan Ling Tian left. Moreover, her master would most likely kill her. Chapter 29-25. Bing, you can leave this place now. Seeing Murong Bing's blank expression, Nangong Xiao smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with doting love. At the same time, she sighed in relief. Although Duan Ling Tian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was still pleased with his arrival and Duan Ling Tian's strength. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about her junior sister harming her niece. Her niece had found herself a good man. Leave this place. Murong Bing smiled bitterly. Is master going to punish me? Senior aunt, did she ask you and Liu Luo to pick me up so we can meet one last time? Although Murong Bing had already expected this outcome, she could not remain as calm as before when she was faced with it in real life. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine now. Your master won't punish you anymore. Nangong shook his head and smiled. Third senior sister, the man you found is too powerful. Even Grandmaster doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. At this time, Lulua left Murong Bing's embrace and raised her head to look at Murong Bing, her slightly immature face filled with excitement. Based on her words, it was as though she was the one who had acted recklessly in front of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and not Duan Ling Tian. Murong Bing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. It was only when Liu Luo told her what had happened that she finally understood what the man had done. He had easily imprisoned her master, Wang Danfeng, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Then, he managed to stop her senior aunt, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru, 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes who were stronger than her master, had joined forces and even used the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's sect-guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they were still unable to break through the man's defenses. He is an immortal king expert? Murong Bing's heart skipped a beat when she learned that even her grandmaster's father, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Qiuquang, was so intimidated that he did not dare to act recklessly. Although, when that man had just arrived and threatened to challenge her grandmaster, She knew that he had come. However, she had never thought that he really had the strength to defeat her grandmaster. After all, her grandmaster, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was the strongest person in the sect. He was a powerful 10 Directions celestial duke. In fact, when the man told her that he would come back to pick her up after 1,000 years, she thought that he had returned empty-handed. She had never thought that. Not only did that man subdue her master with a flip of his palm, but he also easily withstood the joint attack of her sect leader and guardian Lin Ru. Then when her grandmaster appeared, he was so scared that he did not dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he had even forced her extremely prideful master to compromise. This. Murong Bing was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, he came for you, but why didn't he take you away? Why didn't he see you leave? Liu Luo was confused. Bing, did he speak to you before he left? As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, Nangong, naturally, knew that it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to communicate with Murong Bing if he wanted to. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. Then she looked in the direction where the voice transmission came from and muttered to herself, "He told me that he would come back to pick me up after 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? To Liu Luo, 1,000 years was indeed a long time since she was not even 100 years old. 1,000 years. It seems like he has something to do in the coming days, so it's not convenient for him to bring you along. Nangong speculated. Yes. Murong Bing nodded. If it's not convenient for him to bring third senior sister along, why is it convenient for him to bring that woman along? Luluo was non-committal as she coldly snorted. Murong Bing remained silent. Bing, although I don't know what's the relationship between Master Duan and the white-clad woman, the way Master Duan looked at her was more like the way an elder brother would look at his younger sister. It wasn't the kind of love a man would give to a woman. Nangong said. Although she had not experienced love for most of her life, as the saying went, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Due to this reason, she could tell Duan Ling Tian did not have any feelings for the white-clad woman. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Murong Bing's eyes lit up. Nangong sighed inwardly when she saw the light in Murong Bing's eyes. There was one more thing she did not say. It was, although the way Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-clad woman did not seem to be filled with affection, the way the white-clad woman looked at Duan Ling Tian was as though she was looking at her lover. Since Master Duan has told you that he'll come for you after 1,000 years, it means he has his own considerations. 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye for celestials like us. Nangong continued. Therefore Bing, you should stay in the sect for the next 1,000 years and wait for Master Duan to come for you. After a while Nangong added, Bing, don't go and see your master for the next few days. I'm afraid she won't be happy to see you. I'll go with you in a few days. Nangong said. Thank you, Senior Uncle Sect Leader. Murong Bing knew that with her master's pride, she would be in a bad mood after being forced to lower her head. If she went to see her master now, although her master would not dare to touch her due to the man's strength, she would not be happy. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you take Sister Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? After Duan Ling Tian left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Huaner, who had remained silent in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian. It's easy for me to take her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she comes with me. Duan Ling Tian said truthfully, therefore, I think it's best for her to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come and take her away. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate and thought to himself, if I can return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years, I'll come and take you back. Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be strong enough to roam the Devata realms if he could return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years. Guardian Tai. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He and said with a glint in his eyes, now that the matter with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is over, I don't plan to return to the sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and 2 memory celestial talismans appeared in his hand. These 2 memory celestial talismans contain the blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. After a while, Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He with his celestial origin energy. Master Duan. Tai Tai He became anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should personally hand these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader. Moreover, don't you owe Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, a favor? Aren't you going to return the favor before leaving? In order to persuade Duan Ling Tian to stay, Tai Tai He even mentioned Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian returned to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he had promised Jianqiu Luo that he would return the favor. I haven't forgotten sect leader Jian's favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, Elder Tai, when you return to the sect, tell the sect leader to give one of the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect after he or someone else has completely mastered them. This way, I'll be able to return the favor to Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect. I'm sure the sect leader won't refuse this. If sect master refuses, I'll return the favor myself in the future. Moreover, please bid farewell to the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others on my behalf. Tell them that I'll visit them if I have the chance in the future. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he did not wait for Tai Tai He's reply before he left with Huan Er. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Tai Tai He could only smile wryly when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er vanishing into thin air. Master Duan left in such a hurry. Initially, Tai Tai He thought Duan Ling Tian would only consider leaving the borderlands for the central area after returning to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would leave the borderlands for the central area as soon as he left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Duan Ling Tian brought Huan Er and Huan Er to a forest in just a blink of an eye. Huan Er, I'll leave the rest of the journey to the central area. Currently, I have enough celestial origin energy for 2 or 3 more celestial kings. If I travel on my own, I'm afraid I won't have enough celestial origin energy for 2 more celestial kings before we reach the central area. There was no need for Duan Ling Tian to hide anything from Huan Er. Although he had tried to conserve his celestial origin energy during the journey to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, he had still expended a lot of it. Currently, his strength was only comparable to a 5-element celestial king. Brother Ling Tian, you should rest. Save your celestial origin energy for when you need it, Huan Er said. Chapter 29-26. Currently, I've completely comprehended and mastered the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the triple trait Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Violet Qi. The only technique that I can still use now is the assist-type heaven-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, to the current me these methods are already enough. What I have to do now is to raise my cultivation base. Although my celestial origin energy and soul are at the level of a celestial king due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it's still not my true strength. What I can rely on, and what I can rely on even more, is still my own strength. Duan Ling Tian's strength was still comparable to a 5-element celestial king due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. However, Duan Ling Tian was not blinded by this. Although he felt as though he was a celestial king every time he unleashed his strength, he knew he was still an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as the energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was depleted, his strength would return to its original state. Apart from that, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could not be used indefinitely. It could only be used 3 times. Duan Ling Tian had already used it once. In other words, he only had 2 uses left. It's also because my opponents are weaker than me when I'm using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy wouldn't have been depleted so slowly. Duan Ling Tian knew the reason his celestial origin energy was depleted so slowly was because he had yet to encounter opponents who were on par with him or slightly weaker than him. Even if he was evenly matched with his opponent, he would still be able to defeat and even kill him when his celestial origin energy was depleted. On the other hand, his opponents who were slightly weaker than him would be able to turn the tables and defeat him. After all, the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was constantly being depleted. The energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon will be depleted as time passes. Unless I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, the longer I fight, the faster my energy will be depleted. Apart from that, even if I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, my energy will be depleted as well. Duan Ling Tian knew the reason the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was depleted so slowly was because his opponents were not strong. The strongest opponent he faced was a one-basic celestial king, who had just become a celestial king. If I had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon earlier, I would have used up most of my strength even if I could kill a 9 palaces celestial king. Even if I'm facing an opponent who's weaker than a 9 palaces celestial king, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on it. I can't rely royal-grade celestial strength. In the end, it's still my own strength that's more important. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the rest of the journey. Since he had the king-grade celestial technique, the Tai profound method, and 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation speed was not slow at all even without the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan Er's divine crystal. Since they were outside, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to expose Huan Er's divine crystal. With his current divine consciousness, he would be able to predict the presence of a 5-element celestial king. However, who knew if he would encounter a 5-element celestial king? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to take the risk. Divine crystals were too precious. Let alone celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would covet divine crystals. After traveling for about half a month, Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a group of figures flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. A1 Basic Celestial Duke. 8 Peak Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness that was equivalent to a 5-element celestial king's divine consciousness was easily detected by the newcomers. What a beautiful woman! In just a blink of an eye, the 9 figures arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian, blocking their path. The short, middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group gasped when he saw Huan Er. After sucking in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashed with a greedy luster, like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious prey. Big brother, it seems like we're in luck today. Not only will we be able to rob them, but we'll also be able to rob them of their beauty. A young man among the group of 8 looked at Huan Er with a greedy expression on his face. Everyone had a love for beauty. Huan Er's beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was difficult for a normal man not to be attracted to her. The 9 of them were experienced in robbing passers-by in this area. Since the woman was leading the group, it meant she was stronger than the other man. Moreover, she was only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. 8 of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and one of them was a 1 basic celestial duke. Not to mention that the purple-clothed young man that the woman brought away might not necessarily be as strong as her. Even if he was stronger than her, they would not be afraid. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I can have sex with her, I'll have no regrets in life. I agree. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. We're in luck today. 6 of the other 7 looked at her with gleaming eyes. Their words were even more unbridled. It was as if they could already see Huan Er becoming their captive and letting them do whatever they wanted to her. Big brother. At this moment, one of the 9 men who had been silent all this while stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a plain robe. He looked at the 1 basic celestial duke and said, "Why don't we give up on this deal?" The middle-aged man said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged next to Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian was looking at them calmly. Although the middle-aged man had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Huan Er and Duan Ling Tian were. In the past, it wasn't like he hadn't met people who deliberately mystified them and deliberately scared them. But although those people looked calm on the surface, they didn't give him this kind of creepy feeling. Moreover, the white-clad woman in front of him was too beautiful, so beautiful that it took his breath away. How could a woman like her, who was able to arrive here without concealing her appearance, be ordinary? Or rather, would the people around her be ordinary? Give up. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the short middle-aged man who was a one basic celestial duke was taken aback. Second brother, are you going to watch such a beautiful woman slip away before your eyes? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. You might not be able to meet such a beautiful woman again in the future, the short middle-aged man said. The short middle-aged man spoke very politely to the second brother he spoke of. There was even a questioning tone in his voice. Second brother, you can't ruin our plans. Second brother, we know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're a cautious person. However, I don't think we'll be so unlucky this time. That's right. Second brother, don't forget that you've made mistakes before as well. Big brother, you can't listen to second brother. We have to do this deal. The other 7 men looked at the middle-aged man greedily as they spoke to the middle-aged man. At the same time, they did not forget to persuade the short middle-aged man, their eldest brother. Second brother, as you can see, we can't listen to you today. Hearing the words of the 7 people, the short middle-aged man looked at the second brother with a bitter smile on his face. However, there was no sign of compromise in his eyes, only the luster of a hungry wolf. It was clear he did not want to give up on this deal so easily. Forget it. At most, I'll die with all of you. The middle-aged man, the second brother, shook his head helplessly. His expression was grim as though he was ready to die. Second brother, don't be like this. If you don't want to do this deal, you can just leave. You don't have to act like we're a burden to you. The short middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased. That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to do this deal with us, you can leave now. That way, we'll have one less person to share the profits with. Another 3 men chimed in when they heard the short middle-aged man's words. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted and said, I'm not leaving. If you succeed in this deal, I won't share anything with you even if I misjudged you. A hint of anger could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Fine. Second brother, you said it yourself. As expected of second brother? Second brother, as your younger brother, I'll thank you in advance. Without second brother. After capturing this woman, it should be my turn to spend the night with her soon, right? Chapter 29-27. You're quite loyal. Duan Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the middle-aged man with a medium build who was addressed as second brother and second brother by the other 8 people. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. At the same time, Duan Tian's robe fluttered as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Then, he gently placed his hand on Huaner's shoulder. Brother Tian, why you're awake? Since Huaner's attention was focused on the other 8 people, she was unaware that Duan Tian had woken up from his cultivation. Yes. Duan Tian nodded with a smile on his face before he continued to say, It seems like I'll have to bring you along in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll run into some headless flies who don't know what's good for them. Duan Tian looked at Huaner affectionately as he spoke to her. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the other 9 people. What a calm gaze. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a medium build was unable to regain his senses for a long time because of Duan Tian's gaze. He had seen similar gazes in the past. However, he had only seen such a calm gaze without any guilty conscience a few times. Moreover, the previous few times, such a gaze had appeared in the eyes of those who had complete control of the situation in their hands. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. It seems like we've really kicked an iron plate this time, the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He wanted to persuade the other 8 people, but when he noticed that the 8 of them were looking at the white-clothed woman, he gave up on the idea. He knew his 8 companions had been blinded by their desire for Chen Jianhong. It would be useless even if he tried to persuade them. Forget it. If it wasn't for boss saving my life, I would have been dead by now. This time, I'll repay him with my life. Previously, the middle-aged man had thought he was lucky. However, when he saw Duan Tian's calm and fearless gaze, he no longer dared to think he was lucky. Flies. He called us flies? Is this brat seeking death? The other 8 people were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. When the short middle-aged man in the lead looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with rage. Killing intent surged out of his body as well. "Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The short middle-aged man suddenly let out an explosive shout before he flew out. His target was Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a torrent before it gathered in his hand and shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Humph. Although Duan Lingtian did not take the short middle-aged man's attack seriously, the other party's sudden attack still made him snort coldly in dissatisfaction. With just a thought, a golden light shone from Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him. Immobilization King. When the golden Buddha silhouette on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body solidified, the short middle-aged man and the other 8 people who were charging toward Duan Lingtian had a slight change of expression on their faces. The Immobilization King is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method. Moreover, it's an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. Based on his proficiency in using the Immobilization King, it seems like he has completely comprehended and mastered the celestial method. He can easily record this celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend and master. At this moment, other than the middle-aged man with a medium build, the other 8 people, including the short middle-aged man, had a hint of greed in their eyes. This was especially true for the short middle-aged man who was charging towards Duan Lingtian. He had even retracted most of his strength in a timely manner. "Big brother, please show mercy." Big brother, if you let him live, it's equivalent to obtaining an offensive, defensive, and triple trait Duke grade celestial method. When the short middle-aged man showed mercy, the other 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build, hurriedly cried out. Clearly, they were afraid the short middle-aged man would kill Duan Lingtian. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a triple trait Duke grade celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. Bang! 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 Although the short middle-aged man had intentionally shown mercy, his attack was not weak at all. His attack was as ferocious as a thunderbolt. However, such a ferocious attack was like a tickle to the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Lingtian's body. It did not leave any mark on it at all. The golden Buddha silhouette was as immovable as a mountain. It was like an impenetrable fortress that could not be shaken by ordinary people. As expected of the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, it's truly powerful. The short middle-aged man did not realize how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. He thought it was the celestial method Immobilization King method that allowed Duan Lingtian to withstand his attack. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. Faced with this situation, the short middle-aged man continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, even after increasing the intensity of his attacks, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, the short middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced at the purple-clothed young man, whom he had not taken seriously at all, only to see the purple-clothed young man looking at him with a faint smile. His indifferent gaze seemed to be indifferent to everything. What's going on? Big brother. He had used all his strength earlier, but he still couldn't shake the purple-clad young man's defense? Heavens! Isn't the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method too powerful? Is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method really powerful? I don't think so. Even if one of us has mastered the Immobilization King celestial method, I don't think we can withstand Big Brother's all-out attack so easily, right? Now, of the remaining 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build who didn't seem to be surprised by the scene in front of him, the expressions of the other 7 people changed. You've attacked me so many times. Now it's my turn, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the short middle-aged man indifferently as he said unhurriedly, "If you can survive my attack, I'll spare your life." Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the short middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Swoosh. As a purple sword ray flashed by like a meteor, the center of the short middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. The moment the purple sword ray appeared behind his head, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Rumble! The void where the short middle-aged man stood trembled a few times before a rain of blood fell from the sky. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and put the spatial ring away. To the others, Duan Ling Tian's attack was too fast. It was to the extent that they did not see it at all. All they heard was a loud noise. Then, the short middle-aged man turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Sigh. The middle-aged man with a medium build heaved a long sigh as though he had expected this outcome. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically when they saw this. The short middle-aged man was their leader. He was also the only celestial duke among the 9 of them. Even so, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he was killed by the purple-clad young man who had mastered the blissful sex duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. How could a basic celestial duke be killed in just a blink of an eye? Even if such a person had mastered the blissful sex duke-grade celestial method, he was definitely a 3-talent celestial duke. Just like second brother said, "We've met our match?" Just as the 7 of them looked at each other with pale faces, their expressions instantly froze. Subsequently, the 7 of them followed in the footsteps of the short middle-aged man and were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Even a basic celestial duke was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. There was no need to mention these 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "You, take their storage rings," Qin Wentian said. The middle-aged man with a medium build was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to kill him after killing his companions. However, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. "What? Do you want to die with them as well?" When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man was still in a daze, he glanced at him with interest and asked. After being reminded by Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man immediately reacted and put away the 7 spatial rings that almost fell to the ground after they died. My lord." After collecting the spatial rings, the middle-aged man was about to hand them over to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he was worried about what Duan Ling Tian would do to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the purple-clad young man had no intention of killing him. "Take them," Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's aura was that of a celestial king. It was completely different from before. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's aura pressed down on the middle-aged man's chest as though a huge hammer had landed on him. The middle-aged man's blood began to boil, and his consciousness began to blur. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28. The middle-aged man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's celestial king aura, he felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm that could capsize at any moment. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. It was only when Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in the air that the middle-aged man's originally blurry consciousness cleared up slightly. It was precisely by relying on this bit of clarity that the middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath, and then his thoughts became clear as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered from all directions and surged into his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy began to circulate in his body and form minor circulations. After about a dozen breaths, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast and majestic aura surged out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's aura had undergone a drastic change. As he stood there, the aura he emitted was similar to the short middle-aged man who had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. An ecstatic expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as soon as he opened his eyes. "Congratulations! You must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the middle-aged man fell to his knees and bowed before Duan Ling Tian. "From now on, I, Lu Guanglin, am yours to command." As long as my lord is willing to let me follow you, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to be your servant and be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Lu Guanglin had been a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for many years, but he had not been able to break through. It was not because his innate talent was bad, but because he did not have a Duke-grade cultivation method to cultivate. Unless one's innate talent was extraordinary, it was extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial Duke with a cultivation method below the Duke grade. For example, the short middle-aged man who had been killed by the purple-clad young man had stagnated at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for 1,000 years before he managed to break through. Even though Xianxia was far more talented than the other party, he would still need to spend at least 100 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. He didn't think that he would be so lucky as to receive the help of an expert several decades later, allowing him to complete his breakthrough to the high immortal realm in advance. I don't think even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke would be able to emit such a powerful aura. Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation was not high, he happened to see the world once by chance. He still remembered that it was during the alchemy conference held by the various top sects in the 6 southeastern regions almost 100 years ago. At that time, he was only there to join in the fun. However, he had coincidentally witnessed the battle between the blissful sect's old ancestor, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, Li Ping's aura at that time could not be compared to the aura that the purple-clothed young man had just displayed. Never betray you? Duanling Tian smiled when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. Don't you think you've betrayed your 9 companions? My lord, Lu Guanglin said solemnly, among my companions, I only owe my boss my life. The rest of my companions and I only work together to make use of each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved my life back then, I would have left earlier. I believe that with your benevolence, you wouldn't kill me, someone who didn't offend you or this young lady. Lu Guanglin looked at Duanling Tian intently as he spoke. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of wisdom in their eyes. There's no master-servant relationship between me and my boss. I, Lu Guanglin, swear that I'll never betray you. There's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms like in the mundane realms. However, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber ray flashed before he slashed it down on his left shoulder. It was much more difficult to regrow a severed arm in the Devata realms compared to the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal herbs that could regrow a severed arm because the body of a person in the mundane realms was only mortal. Once a person ascended to a Devata realm, they would undergo the baptism of the celestial ascension pool. After the baptism, their body would be transformed from a mortal to a celestial. Once a celestial's body was damaged, it would be useless no matter how many medicinal herbs one consumed in the mundane realms. Only by finding some rare medicinal herbs or pills in the Devata realms would one be able to regrow one's body. Swoosh! The saber ray shone brightly as it was about to cut off Lu Guanglin's left arm. Swoosh! 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 Just as the saber light was only a foot away from Lu Guanglin's left arm, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a vast and boundless power. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Guanglin's saber ray disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. I trust you. The person who made the move was none other than Duanling Tian. After experiencing 2 reincarnations, Duanling Tian believed he had a good eye for people. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was a man of his word. This Lu Guanglin in front of him was unwilling to leave earlier. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was still willing to share life and death with his 8 companions. This made him have a good impression of him. Moreover, since Lu Guanglin had never spoken to Huaner, Duanling Tian had no intention of killing him. Instead, when Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered Lu Guanglin was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke, he decided to recruit Lu Guanglin. The journey to the central area was long and arduous. With Huaner leading the way, their speed was slow. Moreover, they were often robbed by ignorant celestials. If it were a celestial duke leading the way, it would save them a lot of effort in the borderlands, let alone the central area. You'll stay by my side from now on. Duanling Tian said indifferently. My name is Duanling Tian. As for the person next to me, you can call her Miss Huan. She's my younger sister. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Miss Huan. I'm Lu Guanglin. However, Huan had no time to pay attention to Lu Guanglin at this moment. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's words to Lu Guanglin. Younger sister? So, he's only been treating me as a younger sister all this time? Although Huan knew Duan Lingtian was avoiding her and treated her like a younger sister, she still felt uneasy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. My lord, where are you and Miss Huan heading to? Lu Guanglin asked respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. We're leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area. Since you've decided to follow me, you'll lead the way. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, he thought Duan Lingtian had to cultivate or comprehend celestial methods or divine abilities since he was so strong, and yet he did not bring anyone along. Just like that, another person appeared in Duan Lingtian's group. My lord, you're a celestial king, right? Lu Guanglin asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. I am now. Duan Lingtian nodded. I am now. Lu Guanglin was confused. He did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Do you know about consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. Consumable royal-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly replied, My lord, I've heard of such celestial weapons. It's said that such celestial weapons are rarer than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, once you obtain the celestial weapons, you'll be able to gain a lot of power by consuming the celestial weapons. Moreover, there won't be any side effects when you use the celestial weapons. Lu Guanglin seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Sir, why did you suddenly bring this up at this time? Don't tell me you. Lu Guanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said calmly, My current strength comes from a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Before I helped you, although I've consumed a lot of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon, it's still comparable to a 5-element celestial king. However, after helping you break through and become a celestial duke, my strength is only comparable to a 4-phenomenon celestial king. I didn't bring Huan along because I didn't want to waste too much of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon. Now that I've asked you to bring us along, it's the same. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Guanglin and said, My true strength is slightly weaker than Huan I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm close to a breakthrough, I'll only be an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. Otherwise, he would have become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial a long time ago. I'll give you a chance to leave, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your promise. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin calmly when he finished speaking. Chapter 29-29. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he saw the determined expression on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged before he began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian had agreed to follow Lu Guanglin because he thought Lu Guanglin was a good person and smart. The reason Duan Lingtian revealed his background to Lu Guanglin was because he did not ask Lu Guanglin to follow him on a whim. Duan Lingtian really needed someone who could get things done for him. Regardless of Lu Guanglin's innate talent, Duan Lingtian approved of Lu Guanglin's character and intelligence. After Lu Guanglin greeted her, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. During this entire process, she did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense Huan's emotions. He knew it was because of what he had said to Lu Guanglin earlier. He had introduced Huan to Lu Guanglin as his younger sister. However, he did not think too much about it. He was confident Huan would calm down after some time. With Lu Guanglin, a basic celestial duke, leading the way, not only did Duan Lingtian and the others speed up, but they also did not encounter any celestials along the way. Although there were still some celestial dukes in the borderlands who would rob passers-by, there were very few of them. There were very few people along the way from the borderlands to the central area. Therefore, even if there were celestial dukes, they would not choose this area. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. I've finally reached the final step. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to become an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating the King-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, suddenly had a surge of aura on the surface of his body. Meanwhile, the overarching Heaven Pill's efficacy in Duan Ling Tian's body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was converted into celestial origin energy that circulated through the Tai Profound technique. About half a month later, whoosh! All of a sudden, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body had clearly changed. I've finally broken through. I'm an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. After making a breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian immediately opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face at the right time. Congratulations, my lord. At the same time, Lu Guanglin also noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's aura. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, his aura was clearly that of an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. For this reason, Lu Guanglin knew Duan Ling Tian had broken through. At the same time, he was also shocked. My lord, he's not even 100 years old? Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian had broken through, Lu Guanglin had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Earth stage. Apart from that, he had also discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he was an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? Such an existence had never appeared in the history of the borderland in the past 10,000 years, right? When Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Guanglin's congratulatory words, he immediately looked at Lu Guanglin. At the same time, his expression changed immediately. Where's Huan? This was because he noticed that Lu Guanglin had only brought him away. Huan, who was by his side, was nowhere to be seen. Duan Ling Tian, who had been looking left and right for a long time to no avail, turned to look at Lu Guanglin. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from it at any moment. My lord! Lu Guanglin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Huan. She left. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. Unless Huan had left on her own accord, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin said as he took out an unclaimed spatial ring and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Miss Huan asked me to pass this spatial ring to you before she left, my lord. When Miss Huan said she was going to leave without saying goodbye to you, my lord, I wanted to inform you. However, she threatened me and told me not to tell you about her departure. Otherwise, she would kill herself in front of me. Miss Huan was very determined at that time. Based on the determination in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Therefore, I didn't dare to alarm you, my lord. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Guanglin's face when he reached the end of his sentence. As Duan Ling Tian listened to Lu Guanglin's words, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring that Lu Guanglin handed to him. Soon after, he saw the contents of the spatial ring. The space inside the storage ring was empty, and there were only two things lying there quietly. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian saw one of the two items in the spatial ring, his expression changed drastically. This was the necklace that Huan had been wearing all this time. The pendant on the necklace was particularly eye-catching to Duan Ling Tian. The divine crystal that Huan always carried around with her was in this pendant. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian opened the pendant. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine crystal instantly filled the spatial ring. Huan? Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect Huan to leave him with her most precious item. It was just that without the god crystals, her cultivation would be affected once she left the divine realm. Silly girl. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's expression was so gloomy that Lu Guanglin only dared to look at him without saying a word. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out another item from the spatial ring. It was a celestial talisman that could gather voices. With just a thought, the voices in the spatial ring entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I decided to leave in the end. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murongbing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible so you can save Sister Ke and the others. For this reason, although I'm leaving, I still left the divine crystal that my mother gave me to you. I hope it can help you become stronger as soon as possible. Huaner's voice trailed off as she continued to say, Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible. Huaner's voice trailed off at this moment. Huaner? Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly. However, a hint of gratitude could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Huaner to leave the divine crystal to him. Without the divine crystals, her future cultivation speed would definitely slow down by a lot. Silly girl. What a silly girl. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anxiety. He looked at Lu Guanglin and asked in a low voice, Which direction did Huaner go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he unleashed his full strength as a four-phenomenon celestial king. Then, he vanished from Lu Guanglin's sight. Lu Guanglin came to a halt and waited for Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian must have gone to look for Miss Huaner. Indeed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking for Huaner. He activated the energy granted by the consumable celestial artifact and sped toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed at with the speed of a celestial king. Alas, he did not manage to find Huaner even after his energy was depleted. With Huaner's speed, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her if she keeps going in this direction. There's only one possibility. She must have changed directions. Based on Huaner's personality, she's no longer interested in the borderlands. It's impossible for her to stay here. There's only one possibility. She deliberately went in this direction when Lu Guanglin saw her and changed directions halfway to the central area. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Guanglin's location at lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Guanglin with him and began to search the central area. Although Duan Lingtian was carrying Lu Guanglin, his speed was still extremely fast. It did not take long for them to arrive at the borderlands. My lord, the mountain range in front of us is the boundary between the borderlands and the central area. The formation that prevents celestial kings from staying in the borderlands is located in the mountain range. It extends to every corner of the southern heaven territory and separates the central area from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been reduced to the level of a 3-talent celestial duke. Therefore, even though he was carrying Lu Guanglin at this speed, Lu Guanglin could still barely see the surroundings. Unlike before, when Lu Guanglin's eyes couldn't see anything around him, he was like a blind man. At that time, Duan Lingtian was simply too fast. We're about to enter the central area? With Huaner's speed, it's impossible for her to reach this place. Don't tell me. Huaner ran into another celestial who tried to rob her along the way? If I knew Huaner would leave, I would have asked her to leave me a soul pearl. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border of the southern heaven territory. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Chapter 29:30. Duan Lingtian did not expect Huaner to leave him. For this reason, he did not have Huaner's soul pearl with him. Take me and walk around the area. Then go back and do a carpet search. Search the area thoroughly, Duan Lingtian ordered in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian before he hastily averted his gaze. At the same time, he could sense the anxiety in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he could feel how important Miss Huaner was to Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, my lord. Lu Guanglin had a guilty expression on his face as he continued to search for Huaner with Duan Lingtian. It's all in the past. What's the point of apologizing? Moreover, you didn't have a choice at that time. Huaner is a hot-tempered girl. She's capable of doing anything. Although Duan Lingtian was worried Huan Huaner's safety, he was not an unreasonable person. For this reason, he did not blame Lu Guanglin. Lu Guanglin was touched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. Following that, he continued to search for Huan with Duan Lingtian. Huan, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to Senior Du Fei? Duan Lingtian still remembered what Huan grand aunt, Du Fei, had told him when she had taught him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic method, in the little world she had left behind. Du Fei had told him not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan. If anyone who did not have the surname Du found out about Huan he had to kill that person. Moreover, Du Fei had also told him that the reason Huan mother left Huan was because something happened to Huan family. Since Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan he could not calm himself down even if he wanted to cultivate. His mind would wander from time to time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. My lord, over the past 3 years, we've searched every inch of land within 1,000,000 miles of the area where Miss Huan left. We've even searched the central area, but we still haven't found Miss Huan. Now that 3 years have passed, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. After 3 years of searching, Lu Guanglin had no complaints. However, 3 years had passed, and he still could not find her. This made him realize that it was pointless to continue searching. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and reminded Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was also because after 3 years of being together, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a reasonable person. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to remind Duan Lingtian like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He naturally knew that Lu Guanglin was right, but he was still a little unwilling. Although she was strong, there were very few people below the Celestial Duke realm who could pose a threat to her. However, once she entered the central area, she could easily encounter Celestial Dukes. For this reason, he could not help but worry about her safety. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could find her after 3 years, he would have done so long ago. Huan you must be fine. Otherwise, Big Brother Lingtian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had lived 2 lives, and there were very few things he regretted. However, this time he was filled with regret. He regretted calling Huan his sister in front of Lu Guanglin. He knew that even if that was not the main reason Huan left, it was the fuse that triggered her departure. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll ask around before we decide what to do next. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were still at the border of the central area. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the central area. After traveling for about half a month, they still did not see a trace of human habitation, nor did they see any buildings. However, the scenery under their feet changed from a desert to an oasis. I think it won't be long before we see signs of life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as they entered the oasis. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. A few days later, a few figures appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin approached one of the figures, that person immediately became wary. Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were celestials who would rob them. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask you where we are. Lu Guanglin saw the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and did not beat around the bush. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial sighed in relief when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a Celestial Duke who could easily kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Guanglin to catch up to him and block his path. You. Could it be that you came from the border? The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, an old man, asked Lu Guanglin. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded. This was his first time in the central area. Since you're from the borderlands, I'm sure you've just entered the oasis. Entering the oasis means you've entered the supporting Fall Nation, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supporting Fall Nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there would be a nation in the central area. It was similar to the borderlands. There were also some celestial kingdoms in the borderlands. However, These celestial kingdoms were not as strong as the top sects in the borderlands. They could only rely on the top sections. Supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. However, as he probed further, he learned the difference between the celestial kingdoms in the central area and the borderlands. There were many nations in the borderlands of the central area. Most of these nations had celestial kings. Those who were not celestial kings were not capable of ruling a nation. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean celestial kings from the borderlands can establish a nation here if they're willing? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, very few people establish a nation because it takes a lot of effort to do so. Most people would rather choose something that's already available. For example, they would kill the emperor of a nation and replace him as the new ruler of the nation. The old man continued to say, under such circumstances, the emperors of the nations in the borderlands of the central area are all celestial kings with extraordinary strength. Celestial kings who have just arrived from the borderlands don't have the ability to replace them. As celestial kings, they're not willing to submit to those celestial kings. For this reason, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands would join the powerful sects and clans in the central area. Those powerful sects and clans are located away from the borderlands. The cultivation environment and resources they control are far better than the nations in the borderlands of the central area. The old man paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Those nations were located at the borderlands of the central area. They were considered the weakest forces in the central area. However, these forces had celestial kings. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial kings. After learning more about the central area from the old man, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to continue with their journey. Our first stop is the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Since Lu Guanglin had asked the old man for directions, he knew the way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was worried about Huaner's safety as he digested the information from the old man. Don't worry, my lord. Miss Huaner will be fine. Lu Guanglin comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's worry. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 months later. My lord, according to the directions given by the old man, we'll reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation after crossing the mountain range. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Lu Guanglin's voice. In just a blink of an eye, he saw a mountain range in front of him that looked like a long dragon. He could not see the end of the mountain range at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range under Lu Guanglin's lead. At this moment, swoosh! As the sound of wind whistling rang out from the continuous mountain range, an old and aged figure shot out from the mountain range with a young figure in tow. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Lu Guanglin's expression turned solemn when he saw the old man. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was much stronger than him. A 3-talent celestial duke. Based on the man's speed, Duan Lingtian could tell the man was a 3-talent celestial duke, similar to himself. Ha! The young man noticed Duan Lingtian and Huaner as soon as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. He was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, but there was a hideous birthmark on his face that ruined his facial features. The young man was calm when he saw Lu Guanglin. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, or to be more precise, Duan Lingtian's face, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Either you destroy your own face, or you die. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huaner were about to continue their journey, the young man in the brocade robe flashed and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huaner's path again. The young man's ugly face was distorted as he looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and hatred. Chapter 29:31. Let alone Duan Lingtian who was being targeted, even Lu Guanglin was taken aback by the young man's sudden attack. Do I have a grudge against you? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and asked with slight astonishment. You don't have a grudge against me. You can only blame yourself for having a face that women like. The young man's face was slightly distorted as he said coldly. Therefore, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you destroy your own face or you die. A person's appearance is innate. It's given to them by their parents. It's not scary to be ugly, it's scary to have an ugly heart. Now, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have discerned that the reason this young man in embroidered clothes was targeting him was only because he possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, and the young man was jealous of him. He was rendered speechless by this. Apart from being speechless, he could tell the young man was a twisted person. Otherwise, he would not have targeted him and tried to kill him because of his handsome face. I don't need a gigolo like you to teach me what to do. The face of the young man in embroidered clothes sank. His originally ferocious and ugly face became even uglier at this moment. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, "It seems like you've made your choice. Good, very good. Ninth Elder, I'll leave the person next to him to you. I'll deal with him." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, the young man's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the young man's aura. Not even 100 years old? A yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect the young man was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old. After all, he had not met another overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the borderlands. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What a pity. Just as Duan Ling Tian was sighing in his heart, the silk-robed young man's figure flashed and pounced on Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious beast. His soul awareness also detected that Duan Ling Tian was the same as him, less than 100 years old. After all, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not think Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 100 years old, would be a match for him. There were only a handful of overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had heard of most of them. When the young man in brocade clothes rushed towards Duan Ling Tian, his eyes emitted a cold, murderous intention. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. On the other side, Lu Guanglin wasn't worried about the young man in embroidered clothes attacking Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he stood in place with a solemn expression on his face. Celestial origin energy revolved around his body as he tried to defend against the old man's attack. Judging from the speed displayed by the old man was much stronger than him. Bang! All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out in the space where the old man was. In just a blink of an eye, the old man had left his original spot and shot toward Lu Guanglin like a cannonball. Guanglin, use all your strength to attract his attention. I'll use all my strength to severely injure or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears as the old man made his move. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanglin calmed down. In the next moment, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the gloves that appeared on his hands. The gloves shone brightly as the aura of a Duke-grade celestial weapon surged out of them. At the same time, Lu Guanglin's body began to swell at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, his loose robe was bulging, and one could vaguely see the outline of his muscles. Lu Guanglin, who was originally of average height, had grown to a height of 3 meters. His muscles were brimming with explosive strength as well. Apart from that, Lu Guanglin's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a blood-red shadow of a gigantic tiger. It was the shadow of a blood tiger. It was clear Lu Guanglin had not only cast his celestial method, but he had also cast his divine ability. "Old man, take this!" Lu Guanglin shouted as he punched out with his right fist. The air around him exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Currently, Lu Guanglin was more than 3 meters tall. His fist tore through the air like a meteor hammer as he charged toward the old man. The silhouette of the blood tiger opened its mouth and pounced toward the old man. "You're just a one basic celestial duke. Even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to kill you in 3 moves. The old man smiled contemptuously when he saw Lu Guanglin charging at him menacingly. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lu Guanglin seriously at all. In the next moment, his aura surged and suppressed Lu Guanglin's menacing aura. It was clear he was strong enough to kill Lu Guanglin. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask for my permission first." The old man, who did not know anything about celestial weapons, unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura coming from behind him, and it was getting closer and closer to him. A 3-talent celestial duke? As a 3-talent celestial duke, the old man was very familiar with the aura behind him. It was the aura of a 3-talent celestial duke. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next instant, his celestial origin energy surged and formed a wall-like defense in front of him to block Lu Guanglin's attack. At the same time, he hastily turned around with a sword in his hand. Based on the sword's aura, it was a Duke-grade celestial weapon as well. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the old man turned around, he saw the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. The purple-clad young man, whom he did not take seriously, was holding a long rod that shone brightly with both hands as he swung it at him. The long rod shone brightly, and one could vaguely see some obscure inscriptions on it. At this moment, the liquefied celestial origin energy could be seen flowing through the inscriptions. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's aura. He could not help but cry out in shock. King! King-grade celestial weapon. As the old man cried out in shock, he raised his sword in front of him. A sword ray shot up into the sky as it met the long rod that was falling from the sky. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The sword ray that shot up into the sky was shrouded by the long rod's purple-gold light. Then it was destroyed. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang in the air. The old man's hand that was holding the Duke-grade celestial sword was bleeding profusely. Bang! At the same time, the old man was attacked from behind. Lu Guanglin's barrage of attacks broke through his barrage of attacks. The old man was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby with a rod in his hand. A 3-talent celestial duke who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, the purple-clad young man had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a person did not exist in the supporting Fall Nation. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man had to be a disciple from a powerful force in the central area. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. Trying to escape? The person who had injured the old man was none other than Duanling Tian. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duanling Tian was about to reply when he seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, a purplish gold saber ray shot out and severed the arm of the brocade-clad young man who had just taken out a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. The Shadow Void Escaping Talisman was a celestial talisman that Duanling Tian had used in the past. Once activated, the talisman would allow the user to escape millions of miles away at the speed of a celestial king. Ah! The young man cried out in pain as he watched the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman fall from the sky. He did not dare to use his other hand to catch it. This was because he could clearly sense that he was being locked onto by a terrifying aura. In my entire life, this is the first time I've encountered someone who, in a situation where we don't know each other, wanted to kill me because I was better looking than them. Duanling Tian said unhurriedly as he glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes indifferently. Who are you? The young man no longer looked at Duanling Tian with jealousy and killing intent. Only fear and disbelief were left in his eyes. Although he did not see what had happened earlier, he was still shocked. However, in the end he saw it again. Although the 3-talent celestial duke had taken out a duke-grade celestial sword, he was still severely injured by the purple-clad young man. It was no wonder the young man's attack had missed. He was not on the same level as the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that you're the one who chose to die. Duanling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again with lightning speed. However, he didn't attack the young man in embroidered clothes. Instead, he attacked the old man beside the young man. The old man had thought Duanling Tian was going to attack the young man. Therefore, he was caught off guard by Duanling Tian's sudden attack. Bang! Duanling Tian swung his staff again. The purple gold light shone brightly, and the 3-talent celestial duke's body exploded into a mist of blood. His blood splattered in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. After killing the old man, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the young man in embroidered clothes again. No. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My aunt is Imperial Concubine Lan of the supporting Fall Nation. If you kill me, you'll offend the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Chapter 29:32. Bang. Alas, Duan Ling Tian only responded to the young man's threat with a casual swing of his rod. The rod landed on the young man's body, and a purplish gold light shone brightly. Just like the old man, the young man died. After I kill you, even if your communication celestial talisman is sent out, do you think others will know I killed you? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the space where the young man in embroidered clothes had turned into a bloody mist after he exploded the young man with a single strike of his rod. Before the young man died, Duan Ling Tian knew the young man had sent out a communication celestial talisman. Moreover, the speed of the communication celestial talisman was comparable to a celestial king. With his current strength, it was not something he could block. What a pity. Although I used a king-grade celestial weapon, it still consumed a lot of my celestial origin energy. Currently, my strength is only comparable to a one basic celestial duke. Although it did not take much energy to kill the young man, it still took a lot of energy to kill the old man. Although Duan Ling Tian had used a king-grade celestial weapon, his celestial origin energy was only comparable to a one basic celestial duke's. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian's soul strength had also decreased along with his celestial origin energy. Naturally, even if Duan Ling Tian used a soul attack, his celestial origin energy would also decrease as his soul strength decreased. For this reason, both soul attacks and celestial origin energy consumed about the same amount of soul strength. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was not skilled in soul attacks. If he wanted to use a soul attack to achieve the same effect as his celestial origin energy, he would have to consume more soul strength. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not give up on using his celestial origin energy to attack. Guanglin, let's continue. After putting away the young man's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin hurriedly replied. At the same time, he brought Duan Ling Tian with him as they flew toward the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Before he set off again, Lu Guanglin changed into a new set of clothes. You're too careful. Seeing Lu Guanglin change his clothes, the Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. In such a short time, given his cultivation level and reaction speed, the most he could do is send out an immortal message talisman and say where he was attacked. In his panic, it's almost impossible for him to mention our characteristics in the immortal message talisman. Duan Ling Tian said. Just now, Duan Ling Tian had seen the youth take out his immortal message talisman and send a message. Moreover, the youth in embroidered robes had sent out the immortal message talisman in an instant. In such a short time, the most he could do was say where he was attacked and ask for help. That being said, it's still better to be careful. Lu Guanglin said with a smile. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not say anything else. However, he was very satisfied with Lu Guanglin's cautiousness. That's the capital of the supporting Fall Nation? After Lu Guanglin brought Duan Ling Tian across the mountain range, he saw a city standing on a vast plain in front of him. The city was much larger than any city Duan Ling Tian had ever seen. It looked like a huge beast lying in wait in the distance. However, due to the distance, Duan Ling Tian could only see how big the city was. He could not see the other details. My lord, did you use a king-grade celestial weapon to kill the three-talent celestial duke? Lu Guanglin asked curiously. They were about to reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although Lu Guanglin was mentally prepared, he could not help but narrow his eyes in shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. An Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old and possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Lu Guanglin was extremely curious about Duan Ling Tian's background. If someone told him that Duan Ling Tian had no background, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. You're a fist cultivator. I happen to have a celestial weapon ring that suits you. Lu Guanglin was still in shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. At the same time, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. He instinctively reached out to grab the ring. It was a ring that could fit 2 fingers. Based on the ring's shape, it could fit his index and middle fingers. Apart from that, the ring was shimmering with a mysterious light. Its aura was completely different from a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This is... Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Guanglin had not yet calmed down, but after seeing this ring, he became even more agitated. This is also a king-grade celestial weapon. However, with your current cultivation base, it's best that you don't use it in public. Otherwise you'll be in trouble, Duan Lingtian said. Based on his words, it was as though giving away a king-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. A king-grade celestial weapon. Lu Guanglin's body trembled. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were slightly red. My lord, this is too valuable. I can't accept it, Lu Guanglin said as he handed the ring back to Duan Lingtian. Keep it. Don't tell me you want people to find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon? I, Duan Lingtian, will never take back what I've given away, Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin looked around warily. When he saw no one was paying attention to them, he sighed in relief and put the ring away. My lord. Lu Guanglin's gaze was still red when he looked at Duan Lingtian, and it didn't fade even after a long time. From now on, my life is yours, sir. Your life is useless to me. It's better for you to stay alive and work for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled faintly. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the direction of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. Their speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin could not see them clearly. However, they were still able to tell that those were 3 people who were far more powerful than them. Moreover, the 3 people were heading toward the mountain range where Duan Lingtian had killed the young man dressed in embroidered robes. They're really fast. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the 3 people had come for the young man dressed in embroidered robes. However, he was not worried that the 3 of them would target him and Lu Guanglin. This was because after crossing the mountain range and nearing the supporting Fall Nation's capital, they had already blended into the crowd that was making their way to the capital. Although this stream of people couldn't be considered to be dense, there were still no less than several hundred people along the way. There were also over 100 people who were traveling in pairs like them. How fast! Those 3 people are at least 4 phenomenon celestial dukes. They seem to be in a hurry. They must be in a hurry. At the same time, some people who had heard the sound of wind whistling began to discuss among themselves. Their voices were so loud that even Duan Lingtian could hear them. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were about to enter the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, 3 figures appeared above the mountain range where the young man dressed in embroidered robes had died. We're too late. When the 3 of them saw the 2 pools of fresh blood beneath their feet, they realized they were too late. To be able to kill a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time, the person must be at least a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. One of the 3 people speculated. When I was on my way here, I scanned the area with my divine consciousness. Apart from a purple-clad young man who concealed his cultivation base, I didn't see anyone stronger than a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. There's not even a 3-talent celestial duke. Another person said. Could it be the purple-clad young man? No. Why? Do you think it's possible for someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 4 phenomenon celestial duke? Not even 100 years old? It can't be him. Although the 3 of them mentioned Duan Lingtian, they quickly dismissed the possibility of Duan Lingtian killing a 3-talent celestial duke in such a short time. Although it's unlikely that we'll find anything, we should still search the surroundings to see if there's anyone suspicious. That's right. Even if we can't find the person who killed the little young master of the Hua clan, we still have to give concubine Lan an explanation. Let's search the area first. Soon after, the 3 figures split up and searched in 3 different directions. Alas, their search was futile. After all, the culprit had already entered the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital of the supporting Fall Nation is quite big. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he walked through a wide street in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. It's indeed huge. It's bigger than any city I've been to before. Lu Guanglin, who was following Duan Lingtian like a servant, nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Tian brought Lu Guanglin to a restaurant and sat down. He planned to have a casual meal and inquire about some matters. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation will be holding the Southern Heaven combat in the Imperial Palace in a month's time. I wonder who will be selected to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the end? Not long after Duan Tian sat down, a voice that successfully attracted his attention resonated in his ears. Southern Heaven Combat? The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow and continued to listen. Soon after, he learned about the Southern Heaven Combat and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a little world left behind by generations of rulers of the Southern Heaven territory. However, it was different from the little worlds left behind by celestial kings and celestial dukes. This was because that place was not created by a single person, but by the successive rulers of the Southern Heaven territory. The rulers of the Southern Heaven territory were known as the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Chapter 29-33. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had been passed down for a long time. There were traces left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. The upper realm had a limit of celestial kings. The middle realm had a limit of celestial dukes. As for the lower realm, it had a limit of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is holding the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. These 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials will be given a chance to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many treasures left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords of the Southern Heaven territory. There's no lack of celestial pills, celestial weapons, celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods. Apart from that, there might be fortuitous encounters that ordinary people can't even imagine. Duan Tian sat in the main hall of the restaurant and listened to the conversations of the customers. He gradually gained a better understanding of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the ability to send people into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was going to hold the Southern Heaven combat to select the 9 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials, he could only guide them to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to hold the Southern Heaven combat. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials selected by the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would be able to return alive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The supporting Fall Nation would also be rewarded handsomely by the sects and clans that the overarching heavenly supreme celestials joined. The supporting Fall Nation is located in the area governed by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion is a powerful force that has close ties with one of the 10 major clans in the central area. It governs the border of the central area, Duan Tian explained. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the strongest forces under the Profound Nether Mansion are the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is controlled by the 3 great sects and 2 great clans. The reason the 3 major sects and 2 great clans are able to control the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory is because of the Profound Nether Mansion. In the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, although the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 major sects and 5 great clans aren't directly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion, to a certain extent, they're indirectly affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion. As time passed by, Duan Tian began to understand more and more things. Many nations in the central area, including the supporting Fall Nation, will hold the Southern Heaven combat during this period. 9 people will be selected to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the entrance in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. When the time comes, those who make it out alive will be able to join one of the 3 major sects and 2 great clans in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. The emperors of the various nations will be the ones who make the recommendations. If they manage to come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive and join one of the major sects or clans, that sect or clan will reward them handsomely. For this reason, many nations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, including the supporting Fall Nation, are very interested in this matter. After learning about this, Duan Tian made up his mind. I'll make use of this opportunity to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and join one of the 3 major sects or 2 great clans of the profound Nether Mansion. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had chosen to leave the borderlands for the central area because he wanted to make a name for himself on a bigger stage. Only on a bigger stage would he be able to make greater progress. Soon, evening arrived. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian called out to Lu Guanglin before they left the restaurant and found an inn to stay for the time being. Guanglin, I plan to participate in the Southern Heaven combat that'll be held in the Imperial Palace in a month's time to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the room, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Guanglin, who had just been called into his room. Lu Guanglin was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision. After all, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was interested in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when they were in the restaurant. My lord, it's a pity that I've become a celestial duke. Otherwise, I'd be able to participate in the Southern Heaven combat with you. Lu Guanglin sighed. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly and asked, My lord, is the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapons still enough for you to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? It shouldn't be a problem. Duan Ling Tian replied with a glint in his eyes. However, despite his words, Duan Ling Tian was still unsure. After all, even if he fully utilized his celestial origin energy, he would only be as strong as a 1 basic celestial duke at most. In a month's time, there would definitely be a large number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials participating in the Southern Heaven combat. At that time, he would only need 2 or 3 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to deplete the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There's still a month left. I should try my best to break through and become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial within a month. If I can become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, I'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with my celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if I can't become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be extremely difficult for me to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian asked Lu Guanglin to leave while he began to cultivate. Registration for the Profound Heaven combat will begin in 20 days. Please help me register at that time. Before he asked Lu Guanglin to leave, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Guanglin, Those who wanted to participate in the Southern Heaven combat, held by the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation, would have to register in 20 days. Naturally, he could also ask someone to help him register. Come and look for me a month later before the Southern Heaven combat begins. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin left to carry out his orders. After Lu Guanglin left, Duan Ling Tian casually set up a formation on top of the formation in the guest room. Not only was the sound insulation of the guest room enhanced, but the energy fluctuations in the room were also isolated. Huana. Since Duan Ling Tian planned to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial in a month, he naturally had to use the divine crystal. As soon as he took out the divine crystal, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of Huan'er. After a long time, he finally calmed down and began to cultivate. After calming down, with the help of the overarching heaven pills, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, and his 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base began to improve at a terrifying speed under the environment provided by the divine crystal. Almost every day, there would be a certain change in his cultivation, and it was a very clear change. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, the capital that was bustling with activity due to the upcoming Southern Heaven combat held by the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation became even livelier. Since the imperial family of the Supporting Fall Nation had spread the news of the Southern Heaven combat, almost all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were confident in their strength rushed to the capital. Many clans and sects in the Supporting Fall Nation had also sent their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the capital to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. After all, as long as one stood out in the Southern Heaven combat, one would be able to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, as long as one survived, one would be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. At that time, when one person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Their families and sects will more or less receive some benefits. Inside the imperial palace in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation. In a magnificent palace, there was a woman in gorgeous clothes with 2 palace maids behind her. She was receiving a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. My condolences, big brother. The woman sighed as she looked at the middle-aged man. Third sister, did your people really not find any clues? The middle-aged man asked with a gloomy expression on his face. No. The woman shook her head. As soon as I received Ur's communication celestial talisman, I sent 2 5-element celestial lords and a 6-combination celestial lord to investigate. However, when they arrived at the scene of the crime, they didn't find any clues. After that, they searched the area inch by inch. After searching for 3 days and 3 nights, they still found nothing. For this reason, unless someone witnessed the incident with their own eyes, I'm afraid there's no evidence. The woman sighed again when she reached the end of her sentence. It's all Ur's fault for not mentioning the killer's characteristics in his communication celestial talisman. Otherwise, we wouldn't be acting like headless flies. The middle-aged man's expression darkened further. Big brother, you can't blame Ur for this. After all, it's already a miracle that he managed to send a communication celestial talisman to inform me of his location and ask for help. Under such circumstances, let alone I'm afraid even you and I wouldn't be able to identify the killer in time. The woman sighed again. If Duan Ling Tian was here and overheard their conversation, he would be able to guess the woman's identity when he recalled the scene of him killing the young man in embroidered robes in the sky above the mountain range outside the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. She was one of the concubines of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, concubine Lan. Chapter 29-34. There were tens of thousands of realms in the colossal world. Apart from the 81 Devata realms, there were also countless mundane realms. The Purple Spike realm was one of them. The Purple Spike realm was a large mundane realm with countless planets in the boundless starry sky. Currently, a planet in one of the galaxies had attracted the attention of many people. Many powerhouses from the Purple Spike realm had gathered here after they heard the news. Their gazes were all fixed on the planet that was shining with purple light in the boundless starry sky. That planet. Is it the ruin left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? It's said that the planet appeared 3 years ago. However, the formation around the planet kept everyone out. Up until now, only one person has managed to enter the planet. Moreover, that person isn't a bodiless celestial. Not a bodiless celestial? That's right. It's said that not only is that person not a bodiless celestial, but her cultivation base is still far from being able to transcend the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Is it possible that the person is the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Many figures stood around the planet that was emitting purple light. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was a legend in the mundane realm. In fact, to commemorate the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, the mundane realm was named the Purple Spike Realm. This was a privilege that not everyone could enjoy. After all, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was the first person to ascend to the celestial realm. Most of the cultivation legacies in the mundane realm originated from the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Due to this reason, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm was unparalleled. However, due to the passage of time, no one knew the gender of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Only the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was known. It was said that after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial ascended to the Devata realm, he had returned to the Purple Spike realm and left behind his legacy. Moreover, after leaving behind his legacy, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said to the entire Purple Spike realm. He had said that when his legacy appeared, his successor would be born as well. He hoped that the entire Redbud Plain would be able to witness that moment. 3 years ago, this planet suddenly appeared and exploded with purple light. The spell formations around it are airtight. According to the message left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal, this is most likely his legacy. That's right. Even when more than 10 bodiless celestials who were about to ascend to the Devata realms joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the formation around the planet. It's obvious this is the legacy left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. 3 years. This planet has already appeared for 3 years. It wasn't until 3 months ago that someone managed to enter. At that time, no one thought that someone would be able to enter. At that time I just so happened to see that person. It was a woman wearing a purple veil and purple clothes. Although she wore a veil, it was not difficult to tell that she was a beauty from her exposed eyebrows and eyes. Clearly, she's the successor chosen by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Around the planet that was surrounded by purple light, many figures stood there for a long time. They looked at the planet in front of them. When they mentioned the woman in purple who had entered the planet, their eyes simultaneously revealed looks of envy and jealousy. At this moment, there were many powerhouses from the top forces in the Redbud Plain. Some of them were even the strongest powerhouses in the Redbud Plain. However, even they could only stare at the planet in front of them, unable to do anything. Just like the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had said, he wanted them to witness his legacy being inherited by his successor. No matter how lively it was outside, the planet that was shrouded in purple light was exceptionally calm. Behind the purple light that blotted out the sky was a planet that could not be considered big. At this moment, a person could be seen sitting cross-legged in the only building on the planet. It was a majestic palace. In the vast and boundless hall, countless complex patterns were carved on the vast and boundless ground. These lines gathered from all directions. Finally, all of them gathered on the altar-like stone platform in the middle of the large hall. There were even more complicated inscriptions carved on the stone platform. From time to time, the inscriptions would emit a purple light. At this moment, a purple-clad woman could be seen standing on the stone platform. She had a graceful figure and an enchanting face. It was as though she could mesmerize all living things. The purple light that was emitting from the stone platform surged into her body from her feet. Her purple robes flapped rhythmically, and her beautiful hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Apart from that, a purple veil could be seen lying on the side of the stone platform beneath her feet. It was the same veil that was previously worn by the purple-clad woman. However, it was blown away by the energy that surged into her body from the stone platform. Suddenly, the woman in purple opened her eyes. Her enchanting face, paired with a pair of gem-like eyes, was particularly eye-catching. What's going on? Looking left and right, looking at the vast and boundless hall, the purple-clothed woman's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. What's this place? Why am I here? No, I can't stay here for long. I still have to look for Xianxia. Xianxia is missing. If I can't find him, how am I going to explain myself to the bad guy in the future? When the purple-clad woman reached the end of her sentence, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes again. However, even though she wanted to leave, she quickly realized that her feet, which were standing on the stone platform, seemed to have grown roots and were filled with lead. She could not move at all. At this moment, she shuddered as she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. I remember there was a voice that seemed to be calling out to me. After that, I arrived near a purple planet that was shrouded in purple light. According to the people around me, it seemed to be the inheritance left behind by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Moreover, it had been 3 years since then. Even if the most powerful beings in the Purple Spike realm joined forces, they still couldn't break the formation on the planet's surface. As soon as I got close to the planet, I lost consciousness. However, before I lost consciousness, an invisible force seemed to be pulling me closer to the planet. The purple-clad woman's eyes widened when she thought about this. Is this the planet? No, that's not right. If this is really the planet, why am I able to come in when so many people can't? The purple-clad woman could not help but shake her head when she reached the end of her sentence. It's because you're the successor I've chosen. As soon as the purple-clad woman finished muttering to herself, a voice that seemed to come from all directions entered her ears. It was a woman's voice. It seemed to have come from the surroundings of the palace. However, it was difficult to tell where the voice came from. Who's there? The sudden voice gave the woman a fright, causing her expression to change instantly. At the same time, she looked around in a slightly panicked state. It's me. The voice rang again. At the same time, a wave of energy appeared in front of the purple-clad woman before a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a purple-clad woman with an ordinary appearance. Her body was shrouded in a faint purple light. Since the figure was gray, one could not see the color of her clothes. However, even so, she still gave off an inexplicable sense of respect just by standing there. Who are you?
the purple-clad woman asked in shock when she saw the figure that had appeared out of thin air.
The people in this mundane realm call me the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The one who's speaking to you now isn't a remnant soul or a clone I left here. It's my avatar that's separated from the At realm and the mundane realm, the figure replied. The purple-clad woman was stunned. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Why, you're the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Upon hearing the figure's words, the purple-clad woman looked at the figure as though she had just seen a ghost. A hint of disbelief could be seen on her face. Yes. The figure continued to say, I know you have a lot of questions, but my avatar can only exist for a short time, so I'll keep it short. A long time ago, I discovered that I couldn't unleash the full potential of my cultivation method when I was in the mundane realm. Due to my lack of foundation in the mundane realm, my cultivation base has remained stagnant at the 10-direction Celestial Emperor realm. Moreover, it's impossible for me to advance any further. After discovering this problem, I returned to the Purple Spike realm and left behind my legacy. Rather than calling it a legacy, it's more accurate to call it a bridge between the two realms. Apart from defensive formations, this planet also has concealment formations and so on. Back then, I used a special technique to conceal this planet. Only when the divine consciousness I left on this planet detects someone who can unleash the full potential of my cultivation method in the mundane realm will it reveal itself and guide that person in. I'm sure you've guessed it by now. That person is you. You are the successor that I have chosen. You'll definitely surpass me in the future. Hearing the words of the illusory figure, a shocked expression appeared on the face of the purple-clothed woman. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face, and finally, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had become a 10-direction Celestial Emperor in a At realm? And now, the other party was saying that she was the chosen inheritor? At this moment, tears began to roll down the purple-clad woman's cheeks. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would recognize the purple-clad woman immediately. The purple-clad woman was none other than one of his wives. Chapter 29:35. Ever since Li Fei was sent to the Purple Spike realm by Xianxia, she had been traveling alone in the mundane realm. At first, her beauty attracted bees and butterflies, and attracted many lechers. Fortunately, those people's strength was not as good as hers, so she was not in any danger along the way. Later on, in order to avoid trouble and also to avoid encountering existences stronger than herself, she began to wear a veil and wander the mundane plane. She traveled to the Purple Spike realm to look for her son with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Yen Tian. At that time, Xianxia had sent them back to the mundane realm from the divine offering land. She was not sure about the others, but she was certain her son, Duan Yen Tian, was sent to the Purple Spike realm just like her. Until a few months ago, she was guided to this place by an unfathomable will. Although she knew the Purple Spike realm's legendary figure, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, had left her legacy here, she did not expect she would be able to obtain the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's legacy. However, based on the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, it was clear she had been chosen as her successor. Li Fei burst into tears. Along the way, as her man, Duan Ling Tian, grew stronger and stronger, she felt like she could not help him at all. Later on, when Conqueror's identity was revealed, it made her feel inferior subconsciously. She felt that she was a useless vase. Naturally, she was the only one who knew about this. She did not want to be a vase. She wanted to be someone who could help her man, Duan Ling Tian, and her family. Now that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had chosen her as her successor, she saw a glimmer of hope. At the same time, all the grievances she had suffered over the years erupted in tears. After a long while, she finally stopped crying. Why me? Li Fei asked as she looked at the figure in front of her. She did not think she was outstanding in any way. Why would the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial choose her as her successor? According to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she was now a 10-direction Celestial Emperor. Before going to the Divine Offering Land, Li Fei did not know what it meant to be a 10-direction Celestial Emperor. However, after going to the Divine Offering Land, she learned a lot about the At realms. This included the 10-direction Celestial Emperors. 10-direction Celestial Emperors were the strongest beings in the At realms. For example, The heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were all 10 directions celestial emperors who ruled over their respective Devata realms. This is because your body is different from the people I've seen in the mundane realms and the Devata realms. It's very special. As for why it's special, I don't know. It's as if I've been baptized by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth. My body that has been baptized by this kind of baptism is perfectly compatible with my cultivation method, and I'll be able to use it to the fullest in the mundane realm. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial Emperor continued to say, "My only requirement for my successor is to surpass my potential. I'm destined to remain a 10 directions celestial emperor for the rest of my life. However, you're different. As long as you have a good foundation in the mundane realm, you'll definitely surpass the 10 directions celestial emperor in the future." The silhouette, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's avatar, said confidently. Based on her words, it was clear that she was confident in Li Fei's future. Baptism by some special spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Is she talking about the baptism by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land? Upon hearing the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's words, Li Fei immediately thought of the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. It was said that the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land was much stronger than in the Devata realms. When she first went to the divine offering land, she was not used to it at all. She even felt her meridians were blocked, and she could not cultivate at all. It was only after a period of time that she finally got used to it. However, at the same time, her cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. At the same time, she was not the only one. Even the people around her who were brought to the world of divine offering from the mundane realm felt a subtle change in their bodies. Of course, the transformation would only be beneficial to them and not harmful at all. At this moment, Li Fei finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her because she had been to the divine offering land and stayed there for a period of time. Her body had undergone some changes after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit in the divine offering land. These changes were the main reason the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had taken a liking to her. "Now, prepare to receive my inheritance. After you've received my inheritance, we'll meet again in the Devata realm. After you've ascended, the 4 maidservants I've left behind in the Purple Spike realm will bring you to see me." The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial continued to say, "Wait a minute. Senior, can you help me look for my son?" Just as the Purple Spike Supreme Immortal's projection was about to disappear, Li Fei recalled her missing son, and she asked anxiously, "What happened?" Unfortunately, as soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's silhouette disappeared. At the same time, Li Fei could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the surroundings of the main hall. The aura was like the waves of the sea, slapping towards her. A moment later, she lost consciousness again because she couldn't bear the impact. As time passed, more and more people arrived. 4 beautiful figures could be seen standing in a row among the crowd as they looked at the planet that was shining with a purple light. "Young Master has finally appeared. Master asked the 4 of us to stay in the Purple Spike realm to wait for the young Master. Now that the young Master has appeared, it means we can return to the Devata realm. According to Master, she'll only choose those who have greater potential than her as the young Master. Moreover, the young Master will definitely surpass her in the future. The 3 of you mustn't disrespect the young Master just because she's weak now. Otherwise, I won't let you off before Master punishes you." "Sister May, are you kidding? The young Master is the successor chosen by Master. How can we disrespect her?" The 4 women all had extraordinarily beautiful appearances. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, their attire was different as well. The woman who was addressed as Sister May stood at the extreme left. She wore a purple robe with plum blossoms embroidered on it. The woman on the right was also dressed in a purple robe with orchids embroidered on it. The 3rd woman was dressed in a purple robe with bamboo leaves embroidered on it. The 4th woman was dressed in a purple robe with chrysanthemums embroidered on it. At this moment, the 4 of them were looking at the planet in front of them as though they were waiting for something. At the same time, in a remote cave in a barren mountain range in the Great Desolation Realm. "Aunt Wu, are you all right?"
A beautiful young woman dressed in white asked worriedly as she looked at the red-clad woman who was sitting cross-legged in the cave. A lifelike fire dragon could be seen coiling around the red-clad woman's body before it entered her body. After a while, the red-clad woman opened her eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, she looked at the young woman in front of her and shook her head with a smile.
Don't worry, Xiling. I'm fine.
If father is here, I'll definitely ask him to kill the person who injured Aunt Wu so he can avenge Aunt Wu. The white-clad young woman clenched her small fists as she spoke with a furious expression on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red.
Aunt Wu, do you think we'll be able to see father? Of course.
The red-clad woman smiled as she patted the young woman's head.
At the same time, her gaze turned misty. A purple figure appeared in her mind.
It was a tall and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes.
He was the only man she had ever loved in her life.
Although they had not seen each other for many years, her love for him had never changed.
Elder brother Duan, you and Sister Ker's daughter looks like you and Sister Ker.
After a moment, the woman in red regained her senses. She looked at the young girl's delicate face, which seemed like it could be broken with a flick of a finger, and muttered in her heart. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who was sent away by Xianxia from the Divine Offering Land. When they were traveling through the spatial turbulence and approaching the mundane realm, she had tried her best to bring Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling, to her side and entered the Great Desolation Realm with her. The Great Desolation Realm was a mundane realm similar to her hometown, the Saint Province Realm. It was not a large mundane realm like the Purple Spike Realm or the Yen Huang Realm. There were no planets or galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm. Naturally, one could still see planets and galaxies in the Great Desolation Realm.
Aunt Wu, why don't you stop your cultivation base from rising? You should ascend as soon as possible and look for father.
Duan Xiling, the daughter of Duan Lingtian and Ker, suddenly clenched her teeth and said to Feng Tianwu, "Don't worry." Ever since Feng Tianwu brought Duan Xiling to the Great Desolation Realm, her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. She discovered that even though she was in the mundane realm, her cultivation base was still improving rapidly. Moreover, if she wanted to, she would be able to ascend to a Devata realm in no time. However, considering Duan Xiling had no one to rely on in the Great Desolation Realm, she did not feel at ease leaving Duan Xiling alone in the Great Desolation Realm. For this reason, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation base to accompany Duan Xiling and wait for Duan Xiling to ascend with her.
Chapter 29:36.
Xiling, I won't abandon you.
Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said firmly. Naturally, there was something else that Feng Tianwu did not say. She was worried about Duan Xiling. If something happened to Duan Xiling because of her, how was she going to face her elder brother Duan in the future? For this reason, she would not allow anything to happen to Duan Xiling unless she was dead. Aunt Wu! Tears welled up in Duan Xiling's eyes as she looked at Feng Tianwu. Apart from Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Xiling, the rest of the people who were sent to the mundane realm by Xianxia from the Divine Offering Land were safe and sound. Moreover, since their bodies had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land, they had obtained a great opportunity. Now, their cultivation speed was far from what it was in the past. Moreover, some of them had even passed the heavenly tribulation and were waiting to ascend. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still under the impression that his family and friends were imprisoned in the Divine Offering Land. For this reason, he was eager to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible so that he would be able to enter the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years to save them. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven. In the supporting full nation of the profound nether mansion. My lord, it's almost time. A middle-aged man stood outside a guest room in an inn in the capital. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy entered the room. The energy fluctuation in the room resonated with his voice. After a while, the energy fluctuation in the room disappeared. At the same time, the door opened with a creak. A figure appeared in front of the door. This was an extraordinarily handsome young man wearing a purple robe. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he seemed to have become the focus of attention in an instant. Let's go. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian,
who had been in closed-door cultivation for an entire month. After he left the inn, he glanced at the middle-aged man at the entrance and greeted him before he walked out of the inn. The middle-aged man, Lu Guanglin, followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as he led the way to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. So many people? The imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation was located at the foot of the capital. It occupied a large area in the east of the capital. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he saw a huge crowd at the entrance of the imperial palace. Although there are a lot of people, very few can enter. Apart from those who have registered for the Southern Heaven tournament, only those who have registered with them can enter. Apart from that, only one person is allowed to enter the imperial palace of the Fall Nation can only bring one person with them. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he approached the grand entrance of the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin. As expected, there were much fewer people entering the imperial palace compared to the people outside. My lord, this is your entry pass. At the same time, Lu Guanglin passed the entry pass to Duan Lingtian. He had obtained the entry pass to enter the imperial palace on the day of the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian passed the entry pass to the guard at the entrance of the imperial palace before he led Lu Guanglin into the imperial palace. After entering the imperial palace, there were people standing at intervals to guide the way. Therefore, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin did not get lost. You can enter if you sign up. Doesn't that mean that many people can sign up? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin along the way. However, one has to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to enter the imperial palace. Those who are not overarching heavenly supreme celestials can only bring one overarching heavenly supreme celestial with them to enter the imperial palace. Lu Guanglin explained. Apart from that, although there's a rule that forbids killing during the Southern Heaven combat, there's bound to be some friction between the two parties. It's possible that one would be severely injured and suffer from life-threatening illnesses. Therefore, unless one is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, one wouldn't dare to enter the imperial palace. After all, one would have to enter the Southern Heaven combat and would not be allowed to admit defeat easily, unless one's opponent is an extremely powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lu Guanglin continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Lu Guanglin to the courtyard of the imperial palace where the Southern Heaven combat would be held. The courtyard was the front courtyard of the imperial palace. It was spacious, and there were 9 circular arenas in the middle of the courtyard. However, these arenas were different from the arenas Duan Lingtian had seen in the past. These arenas were equipped with light-gathering formations. A beam of light could be seen rising from each of the arenas into the sky. However, these beams of light covered a large area. Once they were cut, they would form a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. There were 9 beams of light in the 9 arenas, and each of them had a different color. Apart from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, there were also white and gray. There were 9 colors. Apart from that, there were spectator seats in the 4 corners of the 9 arenas. One of the spectator seats was majestic. It was not difficult to guess it was prepared for the members of the imperial family. The spectator seats on the left and right sides of the spectator seats were different from the spectator seats at the back. It was obvious they were prepared for people with extraordinary statuses. Only the spectator seats at the back were suitable for ordinary people. The seats that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were located at the back of the spectator seats. At this moment, almost half of the spectator seats were occupied. Qingzi, are you confident? You've recently become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to obtain one of the 9 spots, right? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin's ears as they made their way to their seats. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw a middle-aged man speaking to another middle-aged man next to him. I'm not completely confident. After all, the celestial methods and divine abilities I've mastered are only heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although I've comprehended most of the celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits, there's still one heaven-grade movement celestial method that I haven't comprehended to its limit. That's why I haven't mastered it completely. In that case, it's indeed a little difficult. The middle-aged man nodded. However, it's fine as long as you do your best.
If you fail, you'll have another chance next time. All right. Qingzi nodded. Next time? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Based on his knowledge, the Southern Heaven combat was only held once every 100 years, right? Was the middle-aged man cursing Qingzi to remain a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even after 100 years? However, Qingzi seems to think the middle-aged man is right. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled by Qingzi's reaction. My lord, what's wrong? Lu Guanglin asked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Guanglin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. My lord, you don't know how lucky you are. You're considered a top genius in the profound Nether Mansion. If it weren't for your help, it would have taken me 100 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a celestial duke. One of my companions, a one basic celestial duke, took 1,000 years to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a one basic celestial duke. The bitter smile on Lu Guanglin's face deepened. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He realized he had been comparing himself to others. Although he lowered his standards occasionally, he did not lower his standards by much. After Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin sat down, more and more people began to arrive. Soon enough, the area where they were seated was almost full. At the same time, people began to arrive from the spectator seats on both sides. That's the city governor of Passage City. Soon after, a group of 5 people arrived at the front of the spectating area on the left side of the spectating area where Duan Lingtian and the others were seated. As soon as the group of 5 people sat down, Duan Lingtian heard a commotion. Duan Lingtian's gaze followed the person's gaze and landed on the leader of the group of 5. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a long dark golden robe. He was tall and well-built, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was majestic, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He's Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City? That's right. That's him. I was fortunate enough to meet this city lord Huang once. The city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei? Isn't he the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after the emperor? He's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. As more and more people joined in the discussion, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the city governor of Passage City had attracted so much attention as soon as he appeared. As it turned out, the city governor of Passage City was not only a 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also the strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the supporting Fall Nation. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation after all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 old men and 2 young men standing next to the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men more or less resembled the city governor of Passage City. One of them had the eyes and nose of the city governor of Passage City, while the other had the mouth and chin of the city governor of Passage City. The 2 young men standing next to city governor Huang must be his 2 most outstanding sons, right? It's said that city governor Huang has 5 sons, but the 2 youngest sons are the most outstanding. Both of them are only slightly over 100 years old, but they're already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They're like a pair of prodigies. It's said that the elder brother of the 2 has mastered the 2 duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to their limits. That's city governor Huang's 4th son, Huang Jialong. Chapter 2937. My lord, while you were in closed-door cultivation, I learned a lot about the supporting Fall Nation, including the 2 youngest sons of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. At this moment, Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, has become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 200. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple-trait duke-grade celestial method and a triple-trait divine ability. Lu Guanglin said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the tall and handsome young man standing next to Huang Yuanfei. The young man was almost as handsome as Duan Lingtian. Apart from you and Miss Huaner, I'm afraid no one else in the Borderlands is as talented as him. At the very least, I've never heard of anyone else in the Borderlands who is as talented as him. Although Huan Er had the celestial weapon given to her by Pei Yuanji to conceal her aura, Lu Guanglin had spoken to Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he knew Huan Er was younger than Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Huang Yuanfei's fifth son, Huang Jiachao, is also very talented. He's 10 years younger than Huang Jialong, but he has already become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he has comprehended and mastered a triple trait Duke grade celestial method. It's said that he has also mastered a triple trait Duke grade divine ability. Both of them are definitely ranked in the top 5 among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. Lu Guanglin said confidently. Therefore, I'm sure they'll be able to get 2 of the 9 spots in the Southern Heaven combat. They're indeed talented. Upon hearing Lu Guanglin's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 2 sons of the city governor of Passage City.
In the borderlands, he had never met or even heard of anyone who was more talented than the 2 sons of the city lord of Passage City.
However, there's no age limit in the Southern Heaven combat. I'm sure there are some peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have been in the Southern Heaven combat for many years. Among those people, there is no lack of people who have mastered various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Immortals, as long as they didn't die prematurely, had endless life. Even if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years had an ordinary innate talent, given enough time, they would definitely achieve great things. At the very least, they would have a high cultivation base among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Soon after, some more people came from the 2 spectator seats, which also caused many people to whisper to each other. However, compared to the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei and his 2 sons, the commotion caused by these people was much smaller. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. As expected, the 2 spectator seats were prepared for certain people. These people were mostly prominent figures in the supporting Fall Nation.
Apart from the city lords of the supporting Fall Nation, there were also some sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation present.
Naturally, these sects and clans could only be considered ordinary in the central area. They were not as powerful as the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. After paying attention to the city governor of Passage City and the others, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to meditate as he thought about how close he was to breaking through to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial stage. I'm so close to breaking through to the heaven stage, overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It seems like I can only rely on the consumable royal grade celestial weapon for the time being in the Southern Heaven combat. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly.
After a while, the people from the imperial family are here.
Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. He was escorted by a group of people as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. After a while, the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite Duan Lingtian. Although the area of the spectating area was the same as Duan Lingtian's spectating area, the number of seats in the spectating area was less than 1/10 of Duan Lingtian's spectating area.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty.
As the group of people landed on the spectator seats opposite him, Duan Lingtian quickly saw the influential figures in the spectator seats on both sides of the spectator seats stand up one after another, and lead the juniors to bow to the dragon-robed middle-aged man in the lead. On the other hand, none of the people in the spectator seats near Duan Lingtian rose to their feet to salute the middle-aged man. This was because most of the people in the spectator seats were sectless cultivators. Naturally, they were not interested in formalities. He's Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation? He's a celestial king? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe. The middle-aged man was seated in the middle of the spectator seats. Some of the people who came with him were seated beside him while others were seated behind him. There were only 2 rows of spectators in the spectator seats.
The green-robed young man next to the emperor of the Windfall Nation must be his most outstanding son, the 4th prince, right?
That's right. That's Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the Windfall Nation. Hu Ji-yong is quite talented as well. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Apart from mastering a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability, He has also mastered an Assist-type Duke-grade Celestial Method and an Assist-type Duke-grade Divine Ability. That's right. Perhaps, his innate talent is slightly inferior to the two young city masters of Passage City. However, in terms of strength, the two young city masters of Passage City are inferior to him. This time, the fourth prince and the two young city lords of the Passage City have taken 3 of the 9 spots in the South Heaven combat. Duan Ling Tian heard people whispering among themselves again. At the same time, he noticed the green-robed young man next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The green-robed young man sat next to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation with a cold expression on his face. His eyes were closed as he rested his mind. It was as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. All of a sudden, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation who was standing next to the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation had disappeared. It was as though the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had vanished into thin air. In the next moment, Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, hovered in the air above the spectator seats as he looked around. I'm sure all of you know about the Southern Heaven combat. In that case, I won't say much about it. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. Anyone can choose one of the arenas to challenge. As long as they win, they'll become the arena master. Everyone will be given 9 chances to challenge the arena master. However, if they're defeated in one of the arenas, they won't be able to challenge the arena master again. The last person standing in the arenas will be given 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, you're not allowed to use celestial talismans, kill or cripple your opponent, and attack after your opponent has admitted defeat. There are no other rules. You're free to do as you please. Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained the rules of the Southern Heaven combat held by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation. The light beams from the 9 arenas are considered arenas? Once one leaves the light beams, it doesn't matter if he's chased out or if he leaves the light beams. After listening to Hu Lin Yi's explanation, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the light beams from the 9 arenas. The light beams were divided into 9 colors. Each light beam had a diameter of more than 100 meters. That's a good rule. I'll wait until there's no one left to challenge me. I'll be able to easily obtain one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's rules. Previously, he had been worried that the Southern Heaven combat would have to be fair and square to determine the strongest 9 people. But in this way, wouldn't the person that ascended the combat arena first and became the arena master be at a great disadvantage? Not only will he exhaust his celestial origin energy, but he might even be injured. Lu Guanglin, who was sitting next to Duan Ling Tian, frowned slightly. He also felt the rules were unfair. Brother, is this your first time at the Southern Heaven combat? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting behind Lu Guanglin asked with a grin. Yes. Lu Guanglin turned to look at the middle-aged man and nodded. There are 9 arenas in the Southern Heaven combat. After each battle, the arena master will be given enough time to recover his celestial origin energy. Moreover, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with supreme pills that can help him recover his celestial origin energy. As for injuries, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will provide him with pills according to the severity of his injuries. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. If he's severely injured, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will also provide him with supreme pills. The middle-aged man said, once an overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a king-grade healing pill, as long as he's not crippled, he'll be able to recover in a short time. Even if he's severely injured, he'll be given enough time to recover to his peak condition. For this reason, there's no need to worry about being at a disadvantage in the Southern Heaven combat. In fact, some of the arena masters who enter the arena earlier will be able to improve themselves. Similar examples are too numerous to mention. The middle-aged man finished speaking. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 2938.
Now that the 7 people had entered the 7 arenas, it meant that the 7 arenas now had ringmasters. These ringmasters would stand on the arenas, waiting for others to challenge them. If what he said is true, the ringmaster who enters the arena first won't have to worry about the others exhausting his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the middle-aged man standing behind Lu Guanglin. Moreover, as the middle-aged man had said, the ringmaster who entered the arena first would have a chance to improve his strength as he fought with the challengers. Therefore, no matter who entered the arena first, there was no harm in it. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian did not plan to enter the arena first. He decided to wait until the last one to enter the arena. This was the safest way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Duan Lingtian was still deep in thought, 3 more figures entered the remaining 3 arenas. In just a blink of an eye, all 9 arenas had ringmasters. Now that the 9 ringmasters are in place, anyone who participates in the Southern Heaven combat can challenge them. If they win, they'll become the new ringmaster. The defeated ringmaster will no longer be able to enter the arena he has previously entered. However, he'll still have the opportunity to challenge other arenas he hasn't entered before. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation continued to say, "I hereby announce the start of the Southern Heaven combat." The Southern Heaven combat had officially begun. As soon as the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation finished speaking, 9 figures entered the 9 arenas one after another, preparing to battle the 9 ringmasters. That's Hong Shi, the son of the city governor of Nanmin City. Although his cultivation base is only at the heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial stage, his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. That's He Qian, the daughter of the patriarch of the He clan in North Origin City. Although she's a woman, she successfully broke through and became a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial when she was only 300 years old. Her celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary as well. She's also the most talented person in the He clan in the past 1,000 years. That's... Whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears successively. Many people had recognized some of the ringmasters and challengers on the 9 combat rings. These people were all disciples from prominent clans and were quite famous in the past. After a while, the 9 arenas began to appear. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Above the 9 battle rings, most of the ringmasters and challengers soared into the sky. They took out their immortal weapons and attacked. After their immortal elemental energy skyrocketed, multicolored energy bloomed in their hands. At the same time, they began to unleash all sorts of abilities. Amongst these 18 people, the strongest is still the daughter of the North Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. After about 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the 18 people who were fighting. His gaze finally fell on the only girl among the 18 people. This woman was the daughter of the Northern Origin City's He clan's patriarch, He Qian. This daughter of the He family is really not inferior to a man. That's right. It's not easy for a woman to have such achievements in just 300 years. Among the 18 contestants, the strongest one is Miss He. He Qian was a delicate and pretty woman. She was dressed in a green robe and had a graceful figure. She attracted many people's attention as soon as she made her move. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's opinion of her. In the eyes of others, He Qian was considered a rare beauty. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many beauties. Moreover, he had been with her for a long time. Therefore, he was immune to these beauties. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immortal artifact in He Qian's hand was a long whip, and after she poured her immortal essence energy into it, it would sometimes be as straight as a rod and sweep through an army with an oppressive might. At other times, it would sometimes be as soft as a snake, agile and graceful, and it would follow her like a shadow to coil around her opponent. In less than 20 breaths, He Qian's opponent, a heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, was struck by her whip and sent flying out of the light in the battle ring. He Qian had won. Based on He Qian's relaxed stance, it's obvious she hasn't used her full strength. If she had, I'm afraid her opponent wouldn't have lasted more than 5 breaths. Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Guanglin's voice immediately attracted the approval of the surrounding people. Many people echoed his words. Indeed, Miss He didn't use her full strength.
She looks so relaxed. How could she have used her full strength? Miss He probably doesn't even need to consume any pills to recover her celestial origin energy. My lord, you. What's wrong? In next to no time, Lu Guanglin noticed that something was slightly off with Duanling Tian, and he saw Duanling Tian staring fixedly at He Qian, who was on the combat arena with a dumbstruck gaze as if he'd lost his soul. When Lu Guanglin's voice rang in the air, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, Huan Er's celestial weapon is also a whip. Although He Qian's whip was only a duke-grade celestial weapon, Huan Er's whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they were both long whips, Duanling Tian could not help but think of Huan Er. He could not help but wonder how she was doing, if she was in danger, if she was safe, and so on. My lord, I'm sure Miss Huan Er will be fine. Lu Guanglin finally understood why Duanling Tian was so distracted. As it turned out, He Qian's celestial weapon was the same as Miss Huan Er's whip. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he shifted his attention back to the other 9 arenas. After He Qian defeated the ringmaster and became the new ringmaster, the remaining 8 arenas were filled with challengers. Naturally, there were also challengers who successfully defended their arenas and became the new ringmaster. Before the 3 arenas were filled with challengers, more and more challengers began to ascend to the other arenas. Only He Qian's arena remained empty. He Qian did not seem surprised by this. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to rest. It seems like most people don't want to fight Miss He. After all, with her strength, it's very likely she'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people shared the same thought. Clan leader He, your daughter is as strong as any man. After her battle, no one dares to challenge her. An old man dressed in a white robe sighed as he looked at a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing next to him. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Although he had a grandson with good talent, he was much inferior compared to the daughter of the He family. Clan leader Chen, your grandson is not bad as well. He has defeated 2 opponents in a row and has become the 2nd ringmaster. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes chuckled as he looked at a young man in another arena. He said modestly, moreover, your grandson is more than 10 years younger than my daughter. I'm sure he'll surpass her in the future. Patriarch He, you're too modest. Just this useless grandson of mine will never be able to catch up to your daughter. As some of the disciples of the prestigious clans ascended the arena and became the new arena masters, similar flattering words rang out in the spectator seats where a group of people from the prestigious clans had gathered. Time continued to pass. Soon after, the sky was filled with the glow of the setting sun. At this time, many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had signed up to participate in the Southern Heaven combat had been defeated. I'm still not strong enough. I'll cultivate for the next few days instead of going to the arenas. I agree. I'll be able to improve my celestial method if I meditate on it. I'll meditate on it for a while before I go to the arenas. Some of the people who had been defeated in the arena decided at this time that they would not be in a hurry to ascend the arena to challenge the arena masters in the next few days. On the first day, after He Qian defeated the first arena master, no one else challenged her in the arena that she occupied. Many people were speechless when they saw this. Even the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could not help but frown. This was his first time encountering such a situation. In the past, outstanding figures like He Qian would basically wait until the end to make a move. Yet this time, He Qian was the first to make a move and occupy a combat ring, causing no one to challenge that combat ring. A voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. If a powerhouse like He Qian enters the arena tomorrow, I'm afraid there'll be another empty arena. If that's the case, the progress of the Southern Heaven combat will slow down. Perhaps, it's time to change the rules of the Southern Heaven combat. Another person chimed in. It was as though this person could predict the future. As night fell, the Southern Heaven combat came to an end. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation announced loudly. From tomorrow onward, there'll be a new rule in the Southern Heaven combat. As long as no one challenges the ringmaster of any arena, he or she will be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation made his announcement, more and more opponents appeared in He Qian's arena on the second day. However, most of them were just looking for trouble and were defeated by He Qian one after another. On the second day, Half an hour had passed, but no one had challenged He Qian. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. An hour will pass in a dozen breaths. If no one challenges He Qian, she'll be granted a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With He Qian's strength, she should be able to obtain a spot. It seems like she'll be granted a spot in advance. While the crowd was whispering to each other, an hour had passed. However, there was still no one who challenged He Qian. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation rose to his feet again and announced, He Qian. He Qian will be given one of the spots to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that He Qian has left her arena, those who want to become the new ringmaster may go up now. Chapter 2939. Congratulations, Clan Leader He. Congratulations, Clan Leader He. Your daughter has obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Once she leaves the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. She might even have a chance to cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The 3 sects and 2 clans are Grade 7 sects and clans. The profound Nether Mansion is one of the few Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. The cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion are beyond our imagination. If Miss He can cultivate in the profound Nether Mansion, she'll definitely become a phoenix. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people who were sitting next to the clan leader of He Clan began to congratulate him. Ever since his daughter obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the smile on the clan leader of He Clan's face did not fade. Although it was very dangerous to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and not everyone had a chance of coming out alive, he was confident in his daughter's ability. He was certain his daughter would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and come out alive. After He Qian obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, some of the stronger people who had been waiting to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could no longer hold themselves back. It did not take long before a few people who were not much weaker than He Qian entered the ring and defeated the ringmasters to become the new ringmasters. All of a sudden, the Southern Heaven combat became even more intense. Swoosh! At noon, a figure shot out from the spectator area where the members of the imperial family were seated and landed in one of the rings. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on that person. It's Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong is one of the 2 most outstanding sons of the city governor of Passage City. I didn't expect him to enter the ring so quickly. I think it's because He Qian entered the ring first that she obtained a spot. With his strength, it'll be easy for him to obtain a spot in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's only natural. He's stronger than He Qian. Moreover, he might even possess a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon? That can't be. Humph. Why wouldn't he? It's said that the city governor's estate in Passage City has 5 or 6 king-grade celestial weapons. Even if the city governor of Passage City doesn't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon, do you think he won't give his son a king-grade celestial weapon when he enters the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? You're right. Huang Jialong, the 4th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City and the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation. Because of Huang Jialong's status and strength, he attracted almost everyone's attention as soon as he entered the arena. Huang Jialong's opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He smiled wryly when he saw Huang Jialong. Although he had comprehended all kinds of immortal methods and divine abilities, they were only heaven-grade immortal methods and divine abilities. Therefore, even though his cultivation was on par with Huang Jialong's, his immortal arts and divine abilities were much weaker. In terms of celestial weapons, he only had a duke-grade celestial weapon while Huang Jialong might have a king-grade celestial weapon. I admit defeat. Therefore, when the middle-aged man saw that Huang Jialong was going to challenge him, he took the initiative to admit defeat. After he left the arena, he began to look at the other 8 arenas. Since he had given up on this arena, it was only natural that he would choose another arena to challenge. Since he had admitted defeat, it meant that he was certain he would not be able to defeat Huang Jialong. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength for the next battle. Huang Jialong was not surprised by his opponent's admission of defeat.
He stood in the arena with his hands on his back and a calm expression on his face. A moment later, his gaze swept across the spectator stands. In the end, he closed his eyes and began to rest. It was as though he was waiting for an hour to pass. As expected of the son of City Governor Huang, his opponent admitted defeat as soon as he entered the arena. I'm afraid no one will challenge him after this. In the supporting Fall Nation, the only person who's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's capable of defeating Huang Jialong is the fourth prince. That's right. If the fourth prince doesn't enter the arena, I'm afraid it's meaningless for the others to enter the arena as well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong stood in the arena for half an hour. However, no one dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, many people around Huang Yuanshan, the city governor of Passage City, began to praise Huang Jialong and flatter Huang Yuanshan. Huang Yuanshan merely nodded indifferently in response. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was the complete opposite of the clan leader of the He clan. It seems like no one is going to challenge young Master Huang. Looks like there's one less place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were certain Huang Jialong would be the second place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time limit was about to pass. At this moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared in Huang Jialong's arena in just a blink of an eye and faced Huang Jialong, who was resting with his eyes closed. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He would not have been surprised if the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family had challenged him. However, the person who challenged him was a young man whom he had never seen before. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian appeared in the arena, Huang Jialong discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. You want to challenge me? Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise, "Do you think someone who's not even 100 years old can defeat me?" When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, many people had been looking at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes widened when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Then, they extended their divine consciousness from all directions and shrouded Duan Lingtian. He's really not even 100 years old. What's this young man thinking? He's not even 100 years old, but he wants to challenge young Master Huang? Is he looking for trouble? He's not even 100 years old. Is he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although there's no need to check one's cultivation base during the registration process, one has to enter the arena to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. If one's cultivation base is below that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death. When the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they began to question whether Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was really that of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Due to the profound divine metal in Duan Lingtian's body, the crowd could not detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, the Devata realms were vast, and there was no lack of secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised. If you have a king-grade celestial weapon, bring it out. At the same time, use your strongest technique to attack me. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong calmly and said indifferently, "I'll let you make 2 moves first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to attack me." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong was not the only one who was shocked. Apart from Lu Guanglin, everyone else was shocked as well. King-grade celestial weapon? Not only did this young man, but he even asked Huang Jialong to take out his king-grade celestial weapon and let Huang Jialong make 2 moves first. Otherwise, Huang Jialong would not have a chance to attack Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha. Soon after, someone burst out laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. Is this brat arrogant, or is there something wrong with his head? How arrogant. He's seeking death. He's just a brat who's not even 100 years old. Where does he get his confidence from? Ridiculous. What a joke. Many people could not help but laugh when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. However, Huang Jialong, the person in question, could not bring himself to laugh. When he looked at the purple-clad young man, he could see the indifference in the purple-clad young man's eyes. It was clear the purple-clad young man did not take him seriously at all. Generally speaking, people like this were either arrogant, had something wrong with their heads, or were truly strong. However, no matter how Huang Jialong looked at the purple-clad young man, he did not think the purple-clad young man was arrogant. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and an umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. The umbrella that appeared out of thin air was one of the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained from the little world left behind by Huan Er's grand-aunt, Du Fei. The umbrella appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Before Duan Lingtian infused his true origin into it, a faint light shone on the umbrella. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. A king-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the umbrella, the people who were laughing at Duan Lingtian immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, most of the people present had recognized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand as a king-grade celestial weapon. Those who did not recognize the king-grade celestial weapon on their own finally realized the umbrella in Duan Lingtian's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon when they heard the exclamations from the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The eyes of those who were mocking Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This arrogant brat who was not even 100 years old and was full of nonsense actually had a king-grade celestial weapon? I see. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian's king-grade celestial weapon, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not arrogant and had something wrong with his head. He was certain the purple-clad young man was strong enough to fight him. Naturally, that was all. Huang Jialong did not think the purple-clad young man was stronger than him just because he said he would let him have 2 moves first. After all, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to fully understand his strength. I understand. Chapter 2940. A Bunch of Idiots. When Lu Guanglin heard the group of people mocking Duan Lingtian, he could not help but scold them inwardly. He felt they were idiots. Who said that someone who was not even 100 years old could not be stronger than Huang Jialong, the 4th son of the city governor of Passage City? Lu Guanglin's expression darkened immediately when he sensed a basic celestial duke probing him with his divine consciousness. He turned around and looked at the person who was probing him with his eyes. The person was none other than the middle-aged man sitting behind him. Brother, I'm sorry. I was just curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a basic celestial duke just like me. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly when he saw Lu Guanglin looking at him with a dark expression on his face. Initially, he thought Lu Guanglin would not be able to detect his divine consciousness since Lu Guanglin's cultivation base was lower than his. He did not expect Lu Guanglin to be a basic celestial duke just like him. Curious. Lu Guanglin frowned. Earlier, didn't you address the person beside you, who is currently on the stage as Lord? I thought you're not as strong as him. Otherwise, why would you address him that way? The middle-aged man said bluntly, that's why I'm curious about your cultivation base. I didn't expect you to be a basic celestial duke. A puzzled expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, he did not think the purple-clad young man whom Lu Guanglin addressed as Lord was stronger than a basic celestial duke. First of all, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. Second of all, if the purple-clad young man was stronger than a basic celestial duke, he would not be allowed to participate in the Southern Heaven combat. He would be punished by the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation for causing trouble. Who said my lord's cultivation base has to be higher than mine? Lu Guanglin glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently before he turned around and ignored him. In the combat ring. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian taking out a king-grade celestial weapon, he also took out his own king-grade celestial weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The long spear was crimson with a mysterious light swirling around it. It looked as though flames were burning on it. Is that the king-grade celestial weapon from the city governor's estate in Passage City, the Fire Cloud Spear? I didn't expect the city governor of Passage City to give this king-grade celestial weapon to his 4th son. It seems like he really dotes on him. That's right. This king-grade celestial weapon is definitely one of the top 3 king-grade celestial weapons in the city governor's estate. It's not strange for the young governor of Passage City to possess a king-grade celestial weapon. However, where did this purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old come from? He has a king-grade celestial artifact as well. I've never seen him before. Perhaps he's the descendant of some hidden expert. When the crowd saw Huang Jialong had also taken out his king-grade celestial weapon, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Even the people in the other 8 arenas stopped fighting as though they had come to an agreement to stop fighting. All of them were staring at the arenas where Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were. Many people whispered among themselves as they speculated about Duan Lingtian's identity. After Duan Lingtian took out his king-grade celestial weapon, no one dared to say he was crazy. However, many people still thought he was being arrogant. Even if Duan Lingtian had a king-grade celestial weapon, so did the young governor of Passage City. Moreover, the young governor of Passage City was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he had mastered 2 triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It was said that he had mastered assist-type Duke-grade celestial methods as well. Moreover, he had mastered assist-type Duke-grade divine abilities as well. At this moment, Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian stood opposite each other with their swords drawn. At this moment, a graceful and elegant figure appeared in the imperial family spectator area. Beloved, why are you only here now? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation smiled faintly when he saw the newcomer. At the same time, he gestured for her to sit in the empty seat next to him. And the empty seat today was obviously prepared for this beautiful woman. Greetings, concubine Lan. Greetings, concubine Lan. With the arrival of this elegant and beautiful woman, everyone in the royal family spectator stands, including the 4th prince, bowed to her one after another. After that, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong in unison. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My elder brother came to the palace to look for me this morning. The beautiful woman was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's favorite concubine, concubine Lan. With the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's favor, she had become extremely powerful in the harem. Your elder brother? Is it because of Howard again? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation asked. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. At the same time, tears streamed down her face as though she had thought of something. This morning, my elder brother couldn't hold it in any longer and used our clan's blood guide secret technique to reveal the appearance of Howard's murderer. However, from now on, my elder brother's cultivation base won't be able to improve anymore. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could not help but feel sorry for her when he saw how pitiful she looked. My concubine, please restrain your grief. Since we know the appearance of the murderer, it won't be difficult to find him as long as he's still in the supporting Fall Nation. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation patted his beautiful wife's hand as he looked at the 2 people who were on the verge of a fight. He said, when the Southern Heaven combat ends today, ask your elder brother to draw a portrait of the murderer. I'll ask my subordinates to make copies of it and distribute it to everyone to find the murderer. Howard is also my nephew. I will avenge him. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation said in a low voice. Thank you, Your Majesty. The beautiful woman thanked the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation as she wiped away the tears on her face with a smile. She followed the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's gaze and looked at the battle in the arena. Isn't that the 4th son of City Governor Huang from Passage City? The beautiful woman was surprised when she saw Huang Jialong. He's fighting so early. Not only that, but he's also facing an interesting opponent. His opponent isn't even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. I wonder which reclusive old monster he's from? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation said as he sized up Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the arena with interest. He did not believe a young man who possessed a king-grade celestial weapon, who was not even 100 years old, did not come from a powerful background. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses a king-grade celestial weapon? Concubine Lan was shocked when she heard the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's words. She instinctively shifted her gaze from Huang Jialong to Huang Jialong's opponent. Concubine Lan's eyes widened when she saw Huang Jialong's opponent. This was because she recognized this person. To be more precise, it was this person whom she had just met this morning. When her elder brother had cast their clan's unique blood-guiding secret technique,
Her clan was not considered a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. However, they had a secret technique called the blood guiding secret technique that was rarely used. The blood guide mystic art could detect the appearance of the murderer who had killed a close relative for a certain price. The close relatives mentioned here were those of parents and children. If 2 or more children died at the same time, even if one used the blood guiding secret technique, one would only be able to see the murderer's appearance. After using the blood guiding secret technique, one's cultivation base would be stagnant for the rest of one's life. It could be said that one had to sacrifice one's future. In Concubine Lan's memory, her elder brother was only the 3rd person to use the blood-guiding secret technique in the thousands of years of their clan's history. He killed Hauer? Concubine Lan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to her elder brother who had just left the palace. She needed her elder brother's confirmation. Apart from that, she had another question in her mind. Since the purple-clad young man had participated in the Southern Heaven combat, it meant he was only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even if he could kill her nephew, he would not be able to kill the 3-talent Celestial Duke who was with her nephew. Perhaps, he was the one who killed Hao Er's nephew. With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan's doubts vanished. Since the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's attention was focused on the battle, he did not notice Concubine Lan's strange behavior. Concubine Lan did not lose her temper immediately. Instead, she suppressed her anger and waited for her elder brother's arrival. "I'd like to see how strong you are to boast so shamelessly," Huang Jialong said indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huang Jialong moved like the wind. His celestial origin energy transformed into golden rays of light that swirled around him like dragons as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his king-grade celestial weapon, the 7-foot-long spear, shot out toward Duan Lingtian as though it contained the power of lightning. Around the 7-foot-long spear that he shot out, there were also golden rays of light that looked like swimming dragons. Faint red lightning bolts could be seen flashing at the tip of the spear. Faced with an opponent who had a king-grade celestial weapon, Huang Jialong did not hold back at all. As the saying went, even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. He did not dare to be careless just because his opponent was not even 100 years old. After all, his opponent was someone who had a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, based on Huang Jialong's words, it was clear Huang Jialong was confident in his abilities. "I said I'll let you have 2 moves first, so I'll let you have 2 moves first. If you can't break through my defenses with 2 moves, it'll be my turn to attack. If I can't defeat you with 1 move, I'll consider myself the loser." Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he let go of the umbrella in his hand in the face of Huang Jialong's menacing aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, which was at the level of a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, rose from his body and transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha. At the same time, purple chi swirled around the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Chapter 29:41. How arrogant! Based on his words, it seems like he wants to defeat the young master of Passage City with a single move? He must be dreaming. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant. Although Huang Jialong, a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, was not the strongest among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, he was definitely one of the top 3 strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. However, this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old dared to say he wanted to defeat Huang Jialong with a single move? How arrogant! At this moment, even the expressionless Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew very well how strong his son was. Even the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, would not be able to defeat his son in less than 10 moves. This kid is really arrogant enough. The elementary devouring tactic. Huang Yuanfei's youngest son, Huang Jiachao, who was standing next to him, shook his head and chuckled. Similarly, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating his 4th brother with a single move. In the combat ring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the golden Buddha silhouettes and purple celestial origin energy on his body grew stronger. Although the elementary devouring tactic was extremely powerful and could easily absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms were not the same. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms could not be compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realms. This was especially true for the heaven and earth spirit energy in the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Even if Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic with all his might, he could not absorb much of the heaven and earth spirit energy. After all, the elementary devouring tactic could only be considered as an assist-type heaven-grade divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could not compare to an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability that had been comprehended to its limit. The illusory figure of the Golden Buddha, which was shrouded in purple gas, held the illusory figure of the umbrella that Duan Ling Tian had thrown out. It formed an absolute defense around Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Huang Jialong's attack arrived. Whoosh! Huang Jialong struck out with his spear, causing the wind and clouds to tremble. Ripples appeared in the air, clearly visible to the naked eye. In addition, the originally faint scarlet lightning at the tip of the spear in his hand condensed and expanded in an instant and shot out with a whistling sound. At the same time, the dragon-like golden light surrounding the spear suddenly expanded when the tip of the spear touched the golden Buddha shadow on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. In the end, the golden light whizzed out and gathered at the tip of the spear. Then, it fused with the scarlet lightning. Bang! As the golden light and the scarlet lightning gathered together, the golden light suddenly shrank. After converging into a single point, it suddenly exploded. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy began to wreak havoc on Duan Ling Tian's golden Buddha silhouette. More energy began to attack the golden Buddha silhouette like a ferocious beast. Boom! Rumble! Under the terrifying impact, the golden Buddha shadow swayed slightly. The purple gas around it had also dimmed a lot. It seemed as though it would collapse at any moment. It's difficult to block his attack if I control my celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's strength is rare even among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, my celestial methods, divine abilities, and king-grade celestial weapons don't have any advantage over him. For this reason, I can only control my celestial origin energy to the level of a one basic celestial duke to block his attack. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he sensed the impact of Huang Jialong's attack. At the same time, he struggled to control his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy was comparable to a one basic celestial duke. It was not difficult for him to control his celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, there was nothing he could do. If he exposed his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial duke, he would definitely be kicked out of the battle arena. Moreover, he might even infuriate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was angered, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Although he was confident he could kill the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he did not want to waste it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he only had 2 chances left to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Every time he used it, he would have one less chance. Boom, 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 boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the energy from Huang Jialong's spear continued to attack Duan Lingtian's protective barrier. Most people held their breaths at this moment. What a strong defense! Although the golden Buddha silhouette on Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently as though it would shatter at any moment, many people were still shocked by the fact that it could hold on for so long. After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian's defensive barrier finally stopped Huang Jialong's attack. How's this possible? An expression of shock appeared on Huang Jialong's face when he saw that his attack had failed to break through Duan Lingtian's defense. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, he did not have the ability to do so. He was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong, but he did not have the ability to defend himself against Huang Jialong's attack. One more move. The crowd who were in a daze from the shock only regained their senses when they heard Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice. Monster! Monster! This purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old has such a terrifying defense. At this moment, nobody doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength anymore. In fact, they thought it would not be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to defeat Huang Jialong naturally. They did not believe Duan Ling Tian could defeat Huang Jialong with just one move. Duan Ling Tian's defense was monstrous, but it did not mean his offense was monstrous as well. How should I address you? Huang Jialong inhaled sharply. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such a young powerhouse in his life. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was already so powerful. Moreover, apart from the assist-type divine abilities, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had cast were all Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Brother Duan, your defense alone is enough to prove you're stronger than me. As for my next move, I don't plan to make a move since I'm not confident I'll be able to break through your defense. Huang Jialong said, in that case, I'll defend while you attack. What do you think? Although Huang Jialong did not use his full strength earlier, he was still not confident he could break through Duan Ling Tian's defense even if he used 100% of his strength. In that case, it would be better for him to give up on attacking. You can use offense as defense as well. Like I said earlier, if I can't defeat you with one move, I'll admit defeat. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong calmly. At some point, he had already put away his umbrella. This scene caused even more people to be puzzled. Why did he put his king-grade celestial weapon away? Is he planning to attack without using his king-grade celestial weapon? It's obvious his king-grade celestial weapon is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Such a king-grade celestial weapon might not be as powerful as an offensive duke-grade celestial weapon. Perhaps, he's planning to exchange it for a king-grade celestial weapon. You're right. He managed to block young Master Huang's attack because of his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, many people thought Duan Ling Tian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon. However, when another rod appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, some of them gasped in shock. Heavens! Another king-grade celestial weapon. Who's this young man called Duan Ling Tian? Not only is he strong, but he even has two king-grade celestial weapons. His background is definitely not simple. When Duan Ling Tian took out a rod that was shrouded in a profound light and was not infused with his celestial origin energy, many people were shocked. King-grade celestial weapon? Another king-grade celestial weapon. Many people were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's rod was a king-grade celestial weapon. Although they had guessed Duan Ling Tian was planning to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for a king-grade celestial weapon, they had assumed Duan Ling Tian was planning to exchange it for an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to exchange his king-grade celestial weapon for another king-grade celestial weapon. This young man is definitely not an ordinary sectless cultivator. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation muttered to himself as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a solemn expression on his face. Two king-grade celestial weapons? Concubine Lan, who was sitting next to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had an extremely unsightly expression on her face. This little bastard actually has two king-grade celestial weapons? When she discovered Duan Ling Tian was the murderer of her nephew, she could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge her nephew. When she discovered Duan Ling Tian's umbrella was a king-grade celestial weapon, she knew it would not be easy to avenge her nephew. How could someone with a king-grade celestial weapon be an ordinary person? However, now that Duan Ling Tian had taken out another king-grade celestial weapon, she could not help but feel a sense of despair. If I participate in the revenge, won't the person behind him kill me as well after he dies? Moreover, how could such a person not have the protection of a powerhouse? With this thought in mind, Concubine Lan sent another communication celestial talisman to her elder brother who was rushing over. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Two king-grade celestial weapons? Who are you?
Huang Jialong smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the second king-grade celestial weapon. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was not bluffing when he said he could defeat Huang Jialong with a single move.
Chapter 2942. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare yourself. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Huang Jialong's question. Instead, he gave Huang Jialong time to prepare himself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the golden Buddha silhouette that was fading away began to solidify again as he continued to infuse his celestial origin energy into it. After this attack, the celestial origin energy and soul enhancement granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon will be almost depleted. However, the battle between me and Huang Jialong is enough to deter all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from challenging me again. The reason Duan Lingtian had said he would let Huang Jialong make 2 moves and defeat him in 1 move was because he wanted to intimidate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he exhausted the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if his strength was depleted to a certain extent, he was not worried that he would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong's expression turned even more solemn. At the same time, he brandished his king-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. A golden light that resembled a dragon wrapped around the spear and shot toward his body. A few moments later, Huang Jialong's entire body was shrouded by the golden light as though a golden eggshell had enveloped him. In the next moment, tiny red lightning bolts appeared around the golden eggshell, causing the eggshell to solidify. At this moment, Huang Jialong was going all out. He was prepared to defend himself with all his might and counterattack to counter Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, the time of 3 breaths had passed. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Duan Lingtian bent his legs and shook the ground. His celestial origin energy also caused cracks to appear on the ground. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and charged toward Huang Jialong. Golden light shone in the sky as purple energy surged. The golden Buddha silhouette followed closely behind Huang Jialong. At the same time, the vortex in the golden Buddha silhouette continued to spin, devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh! Swoosh! The staff in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and suddenly, a bright purple gold light burst out from it, mixing with the staff's own profound light, bright and dazzling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha shadow also moved, condensing a long rod out of thin air in his hand. In the next moment, the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell. Boom! Rumble! As the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell, the staff condensed by the purple gold light in the golden Buddha's hand also rose and fell, causing the entire void to tremble. Good. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was fierce and seemingly invincible, Huang Jialong was not the slightest bit afraid. The spear in his hand burst forth and resolutely met Duan Lingtian's attack. Whoosh! 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 Huang Jialong no longer used offensive celestial methods, divine abilities, and assistive divine abilities like he did when he attacked Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he was using an assistive celestial method that he had comprehended. This assistive celestial method was also a Duke-grade celestial method. Although he had not completely mastered it, it was still powerful. Naturally, the power he was referring to was not the actual power. It was well known that assistive celestial methods could not increase one's strength. Most of them relied on the celestial origin energy. At this moment, Huang Jialong's spear trembled, and a rain of spears appeared in front of him. The rain of spears shot toward Duan Lingtian like a rain of arrows. It was as though the rain of spears was about to melt everything, including Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Huang Jialong's attack. The long rod in his hand continued to vibrate violently in the air. The golden Buddha silhouette that rose from Duan Lingtian's body was also moving in sync with Duan Lingtian's movements. Every time the rod rose and fell, it seemed as though heaven and earth would tremble under the might of the rod. A purplish gold light shone on Duan Lingtian's long rod, resembling a purple dragon and a golden dragon. Let's end this. As soon as Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's attack, he slightly increased the strength of his long rod. His celestial origin energy surged again, and its strength was comparable to that of a one basic celestial duke. With this increase in strength, Duan Lingtian's attack became even stronger. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's long rod, it was as though Mars had collided with Earth. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The long rod in Duan Lingtian's hand continued to shine brightly. Even the golden Buddha silhouette that rose from his body seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed. On the other hand, Huang Jialong's spear rain was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's rod. It was as though the stars were destroyed by the moon. Apart from that, Huang Jialong's defense crumbled like a piece of paper under Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying sounds of air exploding rang out and spread out. There were also waves of rolling air waves that were like a flood breaking through a dam. Poof! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Jialong was engulfed by the rolling waves of qi. In an instant, he was sent flying out of the light pillar above the fighting ring like an arrow leaving the bow. Swoosh! After Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the light pillar, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Huang Jialong's father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, little brother Duan." As a 10-direction celestial duke, although he could not see that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, he knew he was a one basic celestial duke. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian had withdrawn most of his strength at the very last moment. Otherwise, his son would have died. My son is already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. However, he still ended up like this. Who is he? Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Whoosh! At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them were so shocked that they rose to their feet. Heavens! Huang Jialong was defeated by him with just one move. The strength of his attack is close to that of a one basic celestial duke who has mastered the same celestial method and divine ability. He's too powerful. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to exist in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the fourth prince, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation, is no match for him. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, he's so strong. His background must be extraordinary. Even if he's just a sectless cultivator, he must have a powerful backer. Apart from Lu Guanglin, many one basic celestial dukes were shocked by Duan Lingtian's defeat of Huang Jialong with just a single move. These one basic celestial dukes did not master any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities. Therefore, they were certain their attacks were not as powerful as Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm not as good as him. Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, sighed. A monster. Hu Linyi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's easy for such a monstrous genius to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive. Since he's participating in the Southern Heaven combat, it means he intends to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. He must be a descendant of a powerful sectless cultivator, who wants him to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. If such a monstrous genius leaves the supporting Fall Nation and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, I'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. When Hu Linyi thought about this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in another place. What? He defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, with just a single move. Huang Jialong is widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, right? When the middle-aged man who was about to attend the Southern Heaven combat received the 3rd communication celestial talisman from his sister, Imperial concubine Lan, his expression changed drastically. Brother, I'm sorry I can't avenge Hao-er. Even if I tell His Majesty that he killed Hao-er, I'm afraid His Majesty won't avenge Hao-er. With Duan Lingtian's background, I'm afraid even His Majesty has to be wary of him. Moreover, His Majesty treats Duan Lingtian like a treasure. I'm sure Duan Lingtian will benefit His Majesty greatly after he leaves the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Brother, just give up. Upon hearing Imperial concubine Lan's words,
The middle-aged man who was the father of the ugly young man who was killed by Duan Lingtian, outside the capital of the supporting Fall nation, trembled violently.
No, no. This is impossible. I can't give up. I can't give up. I've given up on my cultivation to find Er's murderer. He must die. He must die.
The middle-aged man muttered to himself in a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in them. In the venue of the Southern Heaven combat, after Duan Lingtian defeated Huang Jialong with just a single move, the people in the other 8 arenas looked at Duan Lingtian for a long time before they continued to duel each other. In the next hour, just as Duan Lingtian had expected, no one dared to challenge him. He had successfully obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 3 sects and 2 clans in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
How exciting!
Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after he returned to the spectator area. He ignored the burning gazes that were directed at him from all directions.
Please wait for a moment. Once the content is updated, you will have to refresh the page to get the latest update. NT. Chapter 2943.
After Duan Lingtian won the 2nd place from the supporting Fall nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day became even more intense. Even Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of the city governor of Passage City, managed to win a place in the battle ring. Although Huang Jiachao was not as strong as Huang Jialong, he was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao, there was another person who won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Similar to Duan Lingtian, this person was a nobody. Most importantly, she was a beautiful woman. She was even more dazzling than He Qian, the young miss of the He clan. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the woman was just average. Not to mention Huan he was still inferior to his 2 wives, Kuer Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, nobody seems to recognize her. It's obvious she's not from the supporting Fall nation or a sectless cultivator with an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly as he watched the woman descending from the combat ring and making her way to the spectator seats after obtaining a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When the woman landed on the spectator's seat, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw an old woman sitting next to her. Initially, no one paid any attention to the old woman. The old woman, who was sitting next to the young woman, immediately attracted the attention of many people when they saw her winning a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the supporting Fall nation.
A1 Basic Celestial King?
When the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation extended his divine consciousness and probed the old woman's cultivation base, he immediately discovered the old woman's cultivation base. The old woman was a 1 Basic Celestial King. Since the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation was a 2-form Celestial King, the old woman only frowned slightly when she sensed his divine consciousness. She did not dare to show her displeasure. The Emperor of the supporting Fall nation was not only a 2-form Celestial King, but his battle prowess was comparable to a 3-talent Celestial King.
Night fell unknowingly. Meanwhile, the day's South Heaven combat came to an end.
With this, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat had determined the 3 participants who would enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In addition to the Southern Heaven combat the day before, there were 4 participants in total. Currently, there were only 5 spots left for the supporting Fall nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Young Master Duan, since you've obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a sectless cultivator, you'll be allowed to cultivate in the Origin Gathering Hall of the supporting Fall nation's Imperial Palace until you leave for the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the Southern Heaven combat ended, a eunuch approached Duan Lingtian under the orders of the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation.
Origin Gathering Hall?
Although Duan Lingtian had stayed in the Imperial Palace the night before, he had only been given a temporary residence. Although this was his first time hearing about the Origin Congregation Pill in the supporting Fall nation's Imperial Palace, he could tell it was a good place to cultivate.
Young Master Duan, are you not from the supporting Fall nation?
The eunuch was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question.
Why do you ask? Duan Lingtian was curious.
On the third day of the Southern Heaven combat, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family obtained a spot. Apart from that, a disciple from one of the supporting Fall Nation's sects obtained a spot as well. On the fourth day, Huang Jialong recovered from his injuries and obtained a spot. On the fifth day, the last two spots were finally decided. With that, the Southern Heaven combat officially came to an end. Although the Southern Heaven combat had ended, the people in the supporting Fall Nation were still discussing the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Among them, there were even more people discussing Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's performance was so dazzling that he completely overshadowed the other 8 people in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Even Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian. Even with Duan Lingtian's presence, Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, is still ranked in the top 3 among the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, there's still a huge gap between his strength and Duan Lingtian's. Huang Jialong's attack was so powerful that it could not even penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Only those who were present at the battle could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian is. That's right. I was there at the battle. Duan Lingtian's defense is indeed terrifying. Not only that, but his attack is also terrifying. He defeated Huang Jialong with just a strike from his staff. Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. I wonder where he came from. He has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Although the day Duan Lingtian defeated Huang Jialong had passed, 60 to 70% of the people in the supporting Fall Nation's capital were still talking about Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too dazzling. Naturally, there were also some people who talked about Duan Lingtian. For example, Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was also a dazzling figure. Although he was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian, he was still far ahead of the others. Then, there was Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. Although he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, nobody thought it was because he was weak. Instead, they thought it was because Duan Lingtian was too strong. There was also Huang Jialong's younger brother, Huang Jiachao. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Hu Ji-yong, and Huang Jialong, his strength was only inferior to 2 other people. One of them was He Qian, the young miss of the He clan, and the other was a woman who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm from the supporting Fall Nation. The woman's name was Hu Fian. That woman named Hu Fian is not only prettier than the daughter of the He family, but her strength seems to be even stronger than the daughter of the He family, He Qian. Just like Duan Lingtian, Hu Fian appeared out of nowhere. I've never heard of her before. I heard that the old woman next to her is a celestial king. In a restaurant in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation and left the palace, was sitting in a corner of the restaurant with Lu Guanglin. A celestial king? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His first impression of the old woman next to Hu Fian was that she was not a simple person. He did not expect the old woman to be a celestial king, although he was not certain if this was true. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain this was not a baseless rumor. Although there were people talking about Duan Lingtian in the restaurant, most of them had only heard of Duan Lingtian and had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian was sitting in a corner of the restaurant. Suddenly, without any warning, the entire restaurant fell silent. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when a flattering voice rang in the air. "Young master, please come in." Chapter 29:44. Apart from that, there was a young woman who was dressed seductively standing behind the young man. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Hu Fian, she was not inferior to He Qian, the daughter of the He clan. "It's him." With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man. He was none other than Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City who was defeated by him during the Southern Heaven combat. No wonder someone said Huang Jialong is a playboy. It seems like that's true. The woman next to him is obviously not a proper lady. Duan Lingtian glanced at the seductive woman next to Huang Jialong before he retracted his gaze. Huang Jialong noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze when he walked into the restaurant with the seductive woman.
Initially, he thought it was just a normal customer.
However, when he realized that everyone's gazes were on him except for this particular one, he subconsciously glanced in that direction.
His indifferent gaze changed when it landed on Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. I still have something to do. You can leave now. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up.
He did not even turn his head as he said indifferently.
After that, he left the woman and walked toward Duan Lingtian. The seductive woman initially thought the young master had left her behind because he had found a new lover.
However, when she saw the young master was walking toward a handsome purple-clad young man, she could not help but shudder.
Could it be that the young master had a change of taste?
My lord, he's coming.
Lu Guanglin reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Huang Jialong walking toward them. Duan Lingtian merely nodded. He had also noticed Huang Jialong, brother Duan. Duan Lingtian had thought that Huang Jialong was only there to greet him, but he soon found out that Huang Jialong sat down directly after he arrived. He even asked the waiter to bring him a wine cup and a set of chopsticks. It was as if he and Duan Lingtian had been friends for many years. There was not the slightest hint of politeness. At the same time, the group of drinkers who had been paying attention to Huang Jialong vaguely guessed the identity of Duan Lingtian when they heard Huang Jialong call him Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan? It seems like the young city governor of Passage City is very polite to him. Is there anyone with the surname Duan in the supporting Fall Nation? Surname Duan, wearing purple clothes. Could this purple-clothed young man be that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? The young man who defeated the young city lord of the Passage City with a single move during the South Heaven combat? He's the one who possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons before he's even 100 years old. He's even stronger than the weakest one basic celestial duke? Many people had guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had been sitting in a corner, suddenly became the center of attention. Brother Duan, before I met you, I, Huang Jialong, have never admired anyone. Whether it's my father or the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'm confident I'll surpass them when I'm at their age. Huang Jialong sat down and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, After meeting you, I finally know what it's like to admire someone. You flatter me, young city governor. I've also heard that you're extremely talented. You're a rare genius in the supporting Fall Nation. If it weren't for your lust for women, I'm afraid you would have surpassed the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian said modestly as he looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully with a smile. Brother Duan, you know about this as well? Huang Jialong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had never expected that the young genius, whom he had been thoroughly convinced of, would know about this. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Apart from pursuing strength, I, Huang Jialong, only have one hobby, women. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly. He then added, But, although I'm a pervert, I'm not a pervert. I've never used my power to bully or force a woman to be with me. My women always do it willingly. Duan Lingtian, naturally, believed Huang Jialong's words. Although time would reveal a person's true nature, he had lived 2 lives, so he was quite good at judging people. Based on Huang Jialong's righteous expression, he was not a despicable person. If the young city governor is that kind of person, do you think I'd let you sit down and chat with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If Huang Jialong was that kind of person, Duan Lingtian would not have sat down and chatted with him. In fact, Duan Lingtian would have acted on behalf of the heavens. Huang Jialong was an easygoing person. As soon as they sat down, he began to chat with Duan Lingtian. As for the content of their conversation, it was all over the place. However, from the beginning until the end, Huang Jialong did not inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. He acted as though he was a long-time friend who was chatting with Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong was a good conversationalist. He chatted with Duan Lingtian until evening. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. As it turns out, there's a detailed ranking system for the major forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. For example, the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory are classified as Grade 9 sections. On the other hand, the supporting Fall Nation, which is located at the border of the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory, is classified as a Grade 8 celestial kingdom. There are many Grade 9 sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation. For example, the He clan is a grade 9 clan. Also, Huang Jialong's family is considered a 9th rank family.
After coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, the 3 sects and 2 clans that Huang Jialong joined are all grade 7 sects and clans.
7th rank sects and 7th rank clans are all forces that possess high-grade celestial crystal veins. High-grade celestial crystal veins can even produce supreme-grade celestial crystals. Apart from that, the 3 sects and 2 clans have a close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, they're indirectly subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. I'm currently in an area governed by the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also related to one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also a grade 6 celestial mansion. After chatting for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. Apart from that, he also learned that the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would open in 6 months. Initially, I was close to becoming a 1 basic celestial duke.
However, in order to find a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I decided to focus on comprehending my divine abilities instead of cultivating.
Since Huang Jialong had yet to master his assist-type divine abilities, there was still room for improvement before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The highest cultivation base allowed to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those who were Celestial Dukes or stronger would be barred from entering the lower realm by the formation at the entrance. Brother Duan, it's dark now. Let me send all of you back. We'll talk another time.
When night fell, Huang Jialong finally shut his mouth.
It's all right. We'll go back by ourselves. Duan Lingtian wanted to decline Huang Jialong's offer, but he could not resist Huang Jialong's enthusiasm. In the end, he could only follow Huang Jialong and the others back to the Imperial Palace. When Duan Lingtian and the others were still a distance away from the Imperial Palace, they entered a deserted street. Swoosh, swoosh.
2 swift sounds of wind flashed out from the shadows without any sign.
They were like 2 cheetahs that cut off Duan Lingtian's group of 3's path of advance and retreat in the blink of an eye. HM? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man who was blocking his path. At this moment, the middle-aged man was looking at him with eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. It was as if there was some kind of deep hatred between them. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. The middle-aged man sneered as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so cold that it made one feel as though one had fallen into an ice cellar. Me? Killed your son? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. 11 days ago, outside the capital. The middle-aged man sneered. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. So you're the father of that ugly and twisted man. It seems like he left some clues behind in the communication celestial talisman before he died. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. Unknowingly, a hairpin had appeared in his hand. The hairpin was shrouded in a mysterious light, and the 2 flowers at the end of the hairpin were shrouded in a crimson light. However, due to Duan Lingtian's tight grip on the hairpin, the others did not notice it at all. The hairpin was the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the borderlands. After using it once, the celestial weapon could be used 2 more times. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the cultivation bases of the middle-aged man and the middle-aged man behind him, he was certain both of them were stronger than Lu Guanglin, the strongest among the 3 of them. Lu Guanglin was only a 1 basic celestial duke. Naturally, his speed was not as fast as the 2 middle-aged men. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to use the hairpin since he felt threatened. You're seeking death. The middle-aged man was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian had killed his son, and he even dared to say his son was ugly and had a twisted mind. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking and was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian was about to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. At this moment, a cold voice rang in the air. Chapter 2945. Huang Jialong glared at the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian's path. His expression was cold when he saw the middle-aged man blocking Duanling Tian's path.
"You're the one who's seeking death."
It was Huang Jialong who shouted coldly. The middle-aged man who was about to make a move was taken aback by Huang Jialong's words. He instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong. For a moment, the middle-aged man felt that Huang Jialong looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him.
"Elder Feng."
At the same time, Huang Jialong spoke as though he was talking to the air.
"Young master."
Almost as soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, a ghostly old voice seemed to come from all directions. At the same time, an elderly figure appeared behind Huang Jialong out of thin air.
The old man was so thin that he looked as though he would be blown away by a gust of wind.
The bones on the old man's face were also protruding. Against the dim moonlight, coupled with his black clothes, he looked like a real ghost. Swoosh, swoosh.
It was as though the old man had appeared out of thin air.
His speed was so fast that not only did it cause the expression of the middle-aged man to change drastically, but it also caused the expression of the person behind Duanling Tian and the other two to change drastically.
You're
Senior Xuefeng?
At the same time, the person behind Duanling Tian, a young man with a medium build, narrowed his eyes when he saw the side of the old man's face.
"You know me?" Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, the old man turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Senior Xuefeng, my master is Tong Yu." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the old man here. Just like him, the old man was a sectless cultivator. Moreover, the old man was a famous sectless cultivator in the supporting Fall Nation. He was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke many years ago, and it was highly likely that he had broken through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When he was young, he had seen this old man once. At that time, the old man had appeared in front of him as a friend of his master.
"Tong Yu."
Hearing the young man's words, the old man frowned slightly and then relaxed. "You're that kid who ran around the mountain naked? You seem to be called Hu Lai,"
the old man asked as he recalled.
"I didn't expect Senior Xuefeng to recognize me." "I am Hu Lai." The young man Hu Lai heaved a sigh of relief.
At the same time, he looked at the young man standing in front of the old man cautiously. Then he asked the old man, "Senior Xuefeng, I've long heard that you're already a revered elder of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Then, who is this?" Hu Lai had already vaguely guessed the identity of the young man in front of the old man.
"He's the young city lord of our Passage City," Xuefeng said. If it was the Passage City's young city master that was spoken of by ordinary people, it might be any one of the sons of the Passage City's city master. However, the young city master that Xuefeng spoke of was only a single person. Furthermore, he was the person with the greatest possibility of becoming the next city master of the Passage City. This person was the most outstanding fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong. Xuefeng? At the same time, the middle-aged man who was blocking Duanling Tian and the other's path finally regained his senses. When he looked at Huang Jialong again, his expression changed drastically. You're the fourth son of the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong? If I'm not mistaken, you're Li Wei, Concubine Lan's elder brother, right? Huang Jialong glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I heard that your son died outside the capital, but you couldn't find the murderer. Now, it seems like not only did you find the murderer, but the murderer is also my brother, right? When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man deeply. Young city governor, since you know who my sister is, please don't interfere in the grudge between me and this person for my sister's sake. The middle-aged man looked at Xuefeng who was standing behind Huang Jialong fearfully. If Xuefeng made a move, he would not even be able to touch Duanling Tian. Ha! Huang Jialong laughed. Huang Jialong laughed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Li Wei, I'm afraid even your sister doesn't intend to avenge your son, right? Moreover, if His Majesty finds out you're trying to kill Brother Duan, I'm afraid he won't let you have your way, right? After a while, Huang Jialong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Huang Jialong said this because the old man behind him had already told him Hu Lai's identity through voice transmission. Hu Lai was a sectless cultivator. Apart from that, the old man had also told him Hu Lai was here because Li Wei had paid him. He was here because Li Wei had asked for external help. Li Wei had a younger sister who was his favorite concubine, but he still needed external help. It was obvious Li Wei's favorite concubine had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. Young city master, if you let me kill this person, I, Li Wei, am willing to work for you in the city governor's estate in Passage City for the rest of my life. Li Wei took a deep breath before he looked at Huang Jialong. He was serious when he spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly made his move. Swoosh! Li Wei's entire body flew out as if he'd transformed into a swift goshawk, directly pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as Li Wei made his move, the old man behind Huang Jialong made his move. He easily blocked Li Wei's attack. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The old man was a 10-direction celestial duke. Li Wei, on the other hand, was only a 6-combination celestial duke. You're seeking death. Huang Jialong only regained his senses after the old man blocked Li Wei's attack. His expression darkened as he shouted, "Elder Feng, kill him!" Yes. Young city master. As soon as Huang Jialong's words left his mouth, the old man behind him attacked again. Li Wei's expression changed greatly. Before he could react, he had already killed Li Wei. As soon as Li Wei died, the face of Hu Lai, the rogue cultivator that Huang Jialong found, also changed greatly. Only when Huang Jialong slowly turned around and said a few words did Hu Lai let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Since you're the disciple of Elder Feng's old friend, I'll spare your life. These were Huang Jialong's exact words. However, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lai meaningfully and said, "You've offended my brother Duan. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You should at least pay something in return, right?" Hu Lai's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Finally, he raised his hand and took out an old and damaged black diamond-shaped stone. Then, he handed it to Duan Lingtian and said, "Young Master Duan, I don't have anything valuable on me. I obtained this stone by chance many years ago. Even a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Although I don't know what it is, based on the fact that even a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it, it's definitely not an ordinary stone. Now, I'll give it to you, young Master Duan. I hope you'll forgive me for my transgressions." Based on Hu Lai's words, it was clear he intended to pay Duan Lingtian. When Hu Lai took out the black diamond-shaped stone, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of déjà vu. When the stone entered his hand, before he could seriously recall what it was, an old voice rang out from within his body again. "This is a first-form profound divine metal?" The voice belonged to the third-form chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body. "Lad, where did you get this first-form profound divine metal?" Based on the chaos divine flame's words, it seemed like it had awakened after sensing the stone in Duan Lingtian's hand. "This is a first-form profound divine metal?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the chaos divine flame's voice. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he looked at the stone. The two first-form profound divine metals he had obtained gave him a similar feeling. One of the first-form profound divine metals was given to him by Xianxia in the divine offering land, and the other was found in his hometown in the mundane realm. Eventually, the two of them merged and became a second-form profound divine metal. "Lad, when the second-form profound divine metal in your body awakens, feed it the first-form profound divine metal. Once you find another first-form profound divine metal, it'll evolve into a third-form profound divine metal," the Chaos Divine Flame said. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, "It's a pity you don't have any king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities with the metal and fire attributes. Otherwise, the third-form profound divine metal and I would be able to help you quickly master the law of fire and the law of metal in those king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." The law of fire? The law of metal? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he asked curiously, "What's that?" In the Devata realms, only those who have mastered the power of laws can be considered powerhouses. However, in the Devata realms, only those who have mastered king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities have a chance to comprehend the power of laws. This is because king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contain the power of laws. King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are different from duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities depend on one's mastery of the power of laws and the celestial methods and divine abilities. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. Once someone with the same cultivation base has mastered a law, regardless of what kind of law it is, even if it's only the first law, it'll be enough to crush someone who has mastered a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. For this reason, there's a huge difference between Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. Chapter 2946. The Power of the Law. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. He now knew about the power of the law. In the past, although Duan Lingtian had learned about celestial methods and divine abilities, most of them were low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. He did not know much about celestial methods and divine abilities that were at the king grade or above. However, the Chaos Divine Flame's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for him. Boy, you still haven't told me. Where did you get the first form profound divine metal in your hand? Is there anything else in the place where you found it? The Chaos Divine Flame interrupted Duan Lingtian's train of thought. This man gave it to me. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame after he regained his senses. He glanced at Hu Lai indifferently before his heart jolted. What? The Chaos Divine Flame was shocked. It could not help but scoff. Is he an idiot? How could he give the profound divine metal to you? Even though a first form profound divine metal is useless, if we can find another first form profound divine metal, we can help it evolve into a second form profound divine metal. At that time, the second form profound divine metal can be used as a soul defense celestial weapon. A hint of disappointment could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. He's an idiot. How could he give away a treasure like the profound divine metal? Even if the first form profound divine metal is a treasure, someone has to be able to recognize it. Otherwise, it's destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame, this man only knows that even a 10-direction celestial duke can't leave a mark on the profound divine metal. He only knows it's extraordinary, but he doesn't know how precious it is. Lad, you're really lucky. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed and disappeared again. It was as if it had never been there. Young Master Duan. Hu Lai was extremely perturbed when he saw Duan Lingtian holding the peculiar stone in his hand and flipping it around. Based on Huang Jialong's attitude, it seemed like he would not be able to live if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead. I'll take this. Let's forget about the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian casually put the first form profound divine metal away before he looked at Hu Lai indifferently. Thank you, young Master Duan. Thank you, young Master Duan. Hu Lai sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong and Xue Feng, he turned around and left hurriedly. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted agreeing to Li Wei's request to deal with Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Ling's celestial weapon, it's still Duan Lingtian's. Of course, it's not ordinary's. After leaving, Hu Lai couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. At the same time, he secretly prayed that the thing was useless. Thank you, young Master Duan. After Hu Lai left, Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he looked at Huang Jialong and thanked him solemnly. If Huang Jialong did not ask the old man to help him, he would have to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. If he had used it again, he would only have 1 use left. For this reason, Huang Jialong's old man had saved him the use of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was extremely grateful. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Although Li Wei wanted to make a move, your expression remained calm. It's obvious you didn't think much of him. Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must have someone protecting you in the dark, right? Asking Elder Feng to help you is just the icing on the cake. It's not worth mentioning at all. On the other hand, I don't think Li Wei is worthy of your senior protecting you. Huang Jialong said as he looked around. His eyes were filled with respect.
He did not dare to be negligent, as if there was really a powerful expert hiding in the dark.
Huang Jialong had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's composure earlier. For this reason, he could see Duan Lingtian's fearlessness. Naturally, he assumed there was a powerhouse protecting Duan Lingtian. Since Xuefeng did not notice the powerhouse's presence, it meant the powerhouse was at least a one basic celestial king. After all, Xuefeng was a 10-direction celestial duke. Huang Jialong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian was fearless not because there was a powerhouse protecting him in the dark, but because he had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Once he activated it, it would grant him strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. No matter what, I owe you a favor, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see Huang Jialong had misunderstood him. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he could not afford to reveal his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, as soon as he took out the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had used his soul energy to guide the aura of the second form profound divine metal to shroud the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With this, even if an ordinary celestial king were to spy on them with their divine consciousness, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would not be exposed. He had done this to guard against the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As a celestial king, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could easily envelop half of the capital with his divine consciousness. Moreover, this place was not far from the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Therefore, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's divine consciousness could easily envelop them. Brother Duan, I'm afraid we'll have to meet His Majesty now. Huang Jialong glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His Majesty might have found out about this matter by now. His Majesty might not have found out about it. However, it's best to inform His Majesty. Although Li Wei is Concubine Lan's brother, we're in the right. Moreover, with your value and my status, His Majesty won't make things difficult for us. In the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. In the throne room of the inner palace. This is, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sat on the dragon throne in the middle of the throne room. He frowned slightly as he looked at the corpse on the ground. It was obvious he was unaware of what had just happened. Your Majesty, look at his face. Huang Jialong raised his hand, and an invisible force flipped the corpse on the ground. The corpse's face was exposed to Hu Lin Yi's eyes. Li Wei. Hu Lin Yi's expression changed when he saw the corpse's face. Was this not the elder brother of his beloved concubine, Concubine Lan? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A series of hurried voices rang from outside the throne room when Hu Lin Yi recognized the corpse. Then, a graceful and beautiful woman rushed into the throne room with several palace maids escorting her. Your Majesty, my elder brother's soul pearl has shattered. You must help me find out. The beautiful woman held the shattered soul bead in her hand and shouted as she rushed into the throne room. Her voice only stopped abruptly when she saw the corpse lying on the ground. Elder brother. After being stunned for a moment, the beautiful woman, who was Concubine Lan, changed her expression drastically. She rushed to the corpse and wept, her tears falling like rain. When Concubine Lan saw the two young men among the three people beside the corpse, she knew how her elder brother had died. At the same time, she also knew that with her ability, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to avenge her elder brother. Therefore, no matter how much she hated him, she could only bury this hatred deep in her heart. Jialong, what's going on? Hu Lin Yi looked at Huang Jialong with a piercing gaze. Your Majesty, Li Wei. Huang Jialong did not hide anything from Hu Lin Yi. He told Hu Lin Yi about how Li Wei had colluded with others to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi the reason Li Wei wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi that Li Wei was killed by the old man next to him. Duan Lingtian. Did you kill Li Hao? Hu Lin Yi asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Why did you kill him? Hu Lin Yi asked. I don't know him, but the moment he saw me, he told me to choose one of the two paths. Either I destroy my own face, or I die in his hands. Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, What would you choose, Your Majesty? Bastard. Hu Lin-Yi cursed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he was cursing Li Hao instead of Duan Lingtian. Your Majesty. At the same time, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lin-Yi and said through voice transmission, Li Hao is much stronger than the one basic celestial duke by Duan Lingtian's side. However, before Elder Feng showed up and Li Hao was about to attack, Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It's obvious he's not afraid at all. Huang Jialong did not continue speaking after he finished speaking. He did not continue because he knew even if he did not continue, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would be able to guess what he was going to say. It seems like he's being protected by a celestial king or above. Furthermore, he's not even 100 years old, but he's already nearly invincible among high immortals. Moreover, with his innate talent, the 3 sects and 2 clans will definitely fight over him after he comes out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, no matter which sect or clan he joins, I'll still benefit greatly from him. Whether it's to avoid offending the powerhouse behind him or the 3 sects and 2 clans, Li Hao and Li Wei's deaths are not worth mentioning. Chapter 2947. Li Hao and Li Wei only have themselves to blame for their deaths. This matter has come to an end. This matter is settled, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, said loudly. You're wise, your majesty. Huang Jialong smiled and cupped his fists together. Duan Lingtian also cupped his fists together at Hu Lin-Yi before they bade farewell and left. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others left the throne room, Hu Lin-Yi looked at concubine Lan who was crying beside Li Wei's body and sighed. My concubine, the dead can't be brought back to life. My concubine, I'm sorry for your loss. Concubine Lan trembled slightly when she heard Hu Lin-Yi's words of comfort. She lowered her head as a frosty expression appeared on her face. Although she knew this would happen, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she heard Hu Lin-Yi's decision. Your Majesty, I'd like to return home for a while and bury my elder brother as well. Concubine Lan took a deep breath and waited for the frost on her face to dissipate before she raised her head and looked at Hu Lin-Yi pitifully. All right. Hu Lin-Yi nodded in agreement. However, not long after concubine Lan left with Li Wei's body, Hu Lin-Yi, who was sitting on the main seat in the throne room, showed no signs of leaving the throne room. Hey Feng. Hu Lin-Yi sat on the dragon throne and looked at the void in front of him as he called out a name indifferently. Your Majesty. As soon as Hu Lin-Yi finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Hu Lin-Yi. It was a young man dressed in black. His face was cold, and his eyes were hollow as though they were soulless. After concubine Lan buries her elder brother, you'll send her on her way. Hu Lin-Yi took a deep breath. It seemed like he had made a huge decision. Your Majesty. You. The young man was taken aback. His hollow eyes seemed to have gained some color at this moment. Concubine Lan isn't a person who is easily reconciled. She might be able to tolerate the death of her nephew. However, she may be able to tolerate the death of her elder brother, Li Wei. But if she finds the opportunity, she will definitely take revenge. In order to stop her from provoking the Duan Lingtian, I have no choice but to get rid of her. Hu Lin-Yi replied. Compared to the benefits offered by the 3 sects and 2 clans, concubine Lan is not worth mentioning. Hu Lin-Yi's tone turned cold as he spoke. Yes, your Majesty. The cold-looking young man retreated and his figure once again disappeared into the void. It was as if he was returning to where he came from. At the other side. Soon after the trio left the throne room, Xuefeng, the 10-direction celestial duke, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Young Master Duan, can you show me the stone that Hu Lai gave you? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuefeng seemed to realize that his words were a little abrupt. He immediately added, Of course, if young Master Duan finds it inconvenient, that's fine too. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out the first form profound divine metal that Hu Lai had given him earlier from his spatial ring. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew that the stone was a profound divine metal. Xuefeng took the stone from Huang Xiaolong. First, he tried to use some of his strength to break the stone, but it did not budge. In the end, he gradually increased his strength. However, even with all his strength, he could not leave a mark on the stone. In fact,
When he used his divine consciousness to scan the stone, he did not discover anything special about it.
What a strange stone. Xue Feng shook his head as he returned the stone to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Hu Lai wasn't lying. Even a 10 directions celestial duke can't leave a mark on the stone. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he put the stone away. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that Xue Feng would recognize the stone. What a joke! Previously, even Xianxia from the Divine Offering Land, who was much more powerful than the heavens and earth in the Devata realms, failed to recognize the other first-form profound divine metal. How could Xue Feng, a mere 10 directions celestial duke, discover the secret of the first-form profound divine metal? Unless he possessed a second-form profound divine metal or chaos divine flame, the 5 divine elements would not be able to do so. The 5 divine elements that were at or above the second form possessed intelligence. They would be able to identify the first form divine elements and inform their host. For this reason, most people would only be able to identify the first form divine elements through this method. Since Duan Lingtian had seen 3 types of first form profound divine metals, he would be able to recognize a 4th type of profound divine metal even without the help of the 5 divine elements second form profound divine metals. However, he would have to ask the second form divine elements if he wanted to be certain. Soon after, Huang Jialong and Xue Feng had escorted Duan Lingtian back to the Origin Gathering Hall. Lu Guanglin, who had returned to the Origin Gathering Hall earlier, was already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. Brother Duan, the person next to you is very loyal to you. Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow when he saw Lu Guanglin standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Naturally, Lu Guanglin would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian. Why don't you come in and have a seat, young master? When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Duan Lingtian invited Huang Jialong to enter the courtyard. However, Huang Jialong tactfully declined. Brother Duan, it's getting late so I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again in a few days. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left with Xue Feng. Duan Lingtian only entered the courtyard after Huang Jialong and Lu Guanglin disappeared from his sight. Lu Guanglin followed behind him like a shadow. Guanglin, what do you think of Huang Jialong? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin after they entered the courtyard and sat down at the stone table. Master, although the young governor of Passage City misunderstood that you have an extraordinary background and that you're protected by a powerhouse, based on his interaction with you, he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Instead, it's your outstanding performance that attracted him to approach you, Master. Lu Guanglin expressed his opinion when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. My outstanding performance attracted him to approach you? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin deeply. Guanglin, you're really good at flattering me. However, it's just as you said. This Huang Jialong didn't have any ulterior motives when he befriended me. He just appreciated me. After living for 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, after interacting with Huang Jialong for half a day, he could vaguely tell that Huang Jialong was a straightforward person who was worth befriending. Naturally, it would be unrealistic to say that Huang Jialong was not a scheming person. Based on how Huang Jialong dealt with Li Wei's matter, it was clear that he was not a simple person. This was not surprising. As the strongest person below Celestial Kings in the supporting Fall Nation and the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, how could he be a simple person? However, Duan Lingtian could sense Huang Jialong's sincerity when he interacted with Duan Lingtian. It was clear that Huang Jialong genuinely wanted to befriend him. Time will reveal a person's true nature. If he simply wants to befriend me, it's fine to have more friends. However, if he has other ulterior motives, he can forget about getting what he wants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. Guanglin. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin and said, help me purchase some medicinal herbs in the next few days. Buy whatever you can. I'll think of something else if I can't buy them. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he told Lu Guanglin all the medicinal herbs he needed. As a one basic celestial duke, Lu Guanglin's photographic memory was nothing to him. As soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he quickly left. As long as I refine the profound golden pill and consume it, I'll be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'll need some time to stabilize my cultivation base before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, it'll take some time to stabilize my cultivation base if I use pills to improve my cultivation base. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after Lu Guanglin left. The profound golden pill was a top prominent celestial pill that was much more difficult to refine than the overarching heaven pill. In fact, compared to the profound golden pill, the overarching heaven pill was only an ordinary pill. The profound golden pill was a prominent celestial pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Regardless of the level of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would raise the cultivation base of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial by a level. Naturally, this applied to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The next step after that was to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was to become a celestial duke. For this reason, most overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose to consume the profound golden pill when they were a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This way, the medicinal efficacy of the pill would be maximized and would not be wasted. Due to the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the profound golden pill, it was extremely rare. At the very least, when Duan Lingtian was in the borderlands, he had never heard of anyone who could refine or obtain the profound golden pill. After all, the formula of the profound golden pill was not a secret. The reason the profound golden pill was so rare was due to the high requirements for celestial alchemists. Even among 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. In fact, even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade and above would be able to refine a prominent celestial pill like the profound golden pill with 100% success rate. I'm afraid even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the profound golden pill. Chapter 2948. In the Devata realms, overarching heavenly supreme celestials could use the profound golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, great overarching golden celestials could use the golden evolution pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, ordinary golden celestials could use the gilded golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. Duan Lingtian had left the palace today because he had successfully broken through and become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial yesterday. After spending the entire night stabilizing his cultivation base, he left the palace early in the morning with Lu Guanglin. They went to the restaurant where they met Huang Jialong. After becoming a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian wanted to raise his cultivation base to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to walk out of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. After all, it was said that the lower realm was extremely dangerous. After all, less than half of the people who entered the southern heaven ancient realm would make it out alive. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm restricts entry to celestial dukes and above. Moreover, it said that even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have broken through to the level of a one basic celestial duke would be sent out of the lower realm. If I'm not strong enough to survive, I can't possibly use my consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to escape from the lower realm, right? With this in mind, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his cultivation base before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm. The profound golden pill had become his only hope. After all, not even one prominent celestial alchemist in 10,000 would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, as a prominent celestial alchemist who possessed the third form of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian was 70% confident he would be able to refine the profound golden pill. This was Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself and the chaos divine flame. Back then, he had benefited from the chaos divine flame using the rebirth martial emperor's memories as a medium to greatly improve his alchemy Dao talent. It had also allowed his alchemy Dao level to rise rapidly. Currently, even ordinary supreme celestial alchemists might not be a match for him in alchemy. During the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions, even the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect was inferior to him. Late at night, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room. A pill cauldron floated in front of him. It was the high-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron that he had been using. It has been a while since I last concocted pills, so my technique has become rusty. And now, Duan Lingtian was familiarizing himself with alchemy techniques. It had been a long time since he last refined a pill. No matter what it was, as long as it required skill, it was normal to be rusty after not touching it for a while. However, with Duan Lingtian's current level of alchemy, it only took him a few hours to familiarize himself with it. Late at night, Lu Guanglin came back. Sir, many of the larger medicine shops have closed. So, we only managed to buy some medicine. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Due to the fact that Lu Guanglin left his house only when it was dark, he did not reap much of the rewards even though he had traveled through half of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. The next day, Lu Guanglin went out again and only returned when it was dark. Sir, we're still lacking 2 medicinal herbs. The profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. Lu Guanglin handed all the medicinal herbs he could buy to Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, the people in charge of the larger medicine shops said the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode are extremely rare. Even the palace might not have them. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was within his expectations. Sir, the medicinal herbs you bought. It seems like they're for refining the profound golden pill? In the beginning, Lu Guanglin did not know why Duan Lingtian was buying these medicinal herbs. After all, he was not a celestial alchemist and was not familiar with medicinal herbs. However, after running around for the whole day, the people in charge of the medicinal herb stores asked him if he was going to refine the profound golden pill after knowing that he was going to buy the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode. Naturally, Lu Guanglin knew what kind of pill the profound golden pill was. It was a prominent celestial pill that could allow a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through, and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the profound golden pill was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial pill. It was also known as the best prominent celestial pill in the world. The profound golden pill was renowned among prominent celestial pills not only because of its heaven-defying effects, but also because it was extremely difficult to refine. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sir, although I'm not a celestial alchemist, I've heard of the profound golden pill. It's said that the profound golden pill is the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Even if 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists were to work together, they might not be able to refine it. Lu Guanglin's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who can successfully refine the profound golden pill. Only a king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill with 100% certainty. Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up as he said, Sir, do you know a king-grade celestial alchemist? Lu Guanglin thought Duan Lingtian knew a king-grade celestial alchemist, so he was searching for the ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. If a king-grade celestial alchemist were to refine the profound golden pill, it would not be a problem at all. No, I don't. However, Lu Guanglin was disappointed when he saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and said, I plan to refine the profound golden pill myself. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Sir, please don't tell me you're a king-grade celestial alchemist. Lu Guanglin's gaze changed completely. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist. A prominent celestial alchemist? Lu Guanglin was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled wryly and said, Sir, if you're a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you might not be able to refine the profound golden pill even if you gather all the ingredients. Why don't you ask the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he knows a king-grade celestial alchemist? After learning that Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, Lu Guanglin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's achievements in alchemy at such a young age. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Apart from one's alchemy skills, one's experience was more important in alchemy. Even if a young man who was not even 100 years old was a prominent celestial alchemist, how could he possibly refine the profound golden pill that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists could refine? Although Lu Guanglin respected Duan Lingtian very much, he still did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old.
There's no need for that.
Duan Lingtian shook his head.
Even if I go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'll ask him for the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode, the two main ingredients for the profound golden pill.
Both the mysterious spirit flower and the golden nematode were extremely rare medicinal ingredients. They were also the two most important ingredients needed to refine the mysterious golden pill. Even the name of the profound golden pill was derived from these two herbs.
Tomorrow, I'll go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and ask him if he has the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace. Duan Lingtian made up his mind.
Even if he's unwilling to give them to me for free, I can still buy them from him using celestial crystals.
Although Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, he knew very well that the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely give him the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation really had the two herbs in the palace, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely be willing to give them to him for free.
It was almost impossible for him to accept celestial crystals. Does my lord still intend to refine the pills himself? Although Lu Guanglin felt Duan Lingtian's actions were a waste of God's gifts and the medicinal materials that he had gathered with great difficulty, he did not say anything else when he saw Duan Lingtian's determined attitude. Perhaps my lord can really create a miracle? At the same time, in Lu Guanglin's heart, such a crazy idea suddenly popped up.
Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and sat in the courtyard for a while before he went to look for the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation.
Coincidentally, as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he saw Hu Lin Yi walking out of the residence surrounded by 4 eunuchs.
Your Majesty!
Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks and cupped his fist slightly at Hu Lin Yi who was walking toward him.
Duan Lingtian?
Hu Lin Yi was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian.
You're here to look for me?
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is there anything I can help you with?
Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile. He was counting on the purple-clad young man to bring him many benefits, so it was only natural that he greeted him with a smile.
Your Majesty, I'd like to ask if you have the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace? If you do, I'm willing to buy them with celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Profound spirit flower? Golden nematode?
Hu Lin Yi's eyes glinted.
If I'm not mistaken, these two herbs are the main ingredients to refine the prominent celestial pill, the profound golden pill, right?
That's right.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he concealed the profound divine metal's aura and revealed his cultivation base. I plan to consume the profound golden pill before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That way, I'll be able to shine brightly in front of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Lingtian's words touched Hu Lin Yi's heart. Why, you're only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Hu Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock when he sensed Duan Lingtian's aura. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but his strength was far stronger than the 4th prince. Chapter 2949. Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not expect Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was none other than this heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had easily blocked the attack of Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, during the southern heaven combat. Then, he defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Even his son, Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince, was not strong enough to defeat Huang Jialong with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, his son was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Although Hu Lin Yi had concealed his cultivation base, he had assumed Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What did this mean? It meant Duan Lingtian's strength would increase as long as his cultivation base improved.
Duanling Tian still had a lot of room for improvement after becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, unless Duanling Tian mastered a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, there was basically no room for improvement before he became a celestial duke. Duanling Tian is already so strong when he's only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I wonder how strong he'll be when he becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Linyi's heart trembled as he looked at Duanling Tian. If he successfully becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll be one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, right? Thinking of this, Hu Linyi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression turned solemn. Duanling Tian, do you really plan to join the 3 sects and 2 clans? Hu Linyi asked Duanling Tian solemnly. Based on the current situation, Hu Linyi was certain Duanling Tian had an extraordinary background. He was worried Duanling Tian had no intention of joining the 3 sects and 2 clans. If that was the case, no matter how outstanding Duanling Tian was, he would not be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll definitely join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duanling Tian knew what was on Hu Linyi's mind, so he did not hesitate to answer Hu Linyi's question. He did not feel guilty at all when he looked at Hu Linyi. Hu Linyi nodded. Regardless of whether it's the black spirit flower or the golden nematode, they're both extremely rare medicinal herbs. However, I don't have any golden nematodes, nor do I have any in the palace. As Hu Linyi spoke, he raised his hand, and a glowing flower appeared in his hand. This flower flickered with a dim light from top to bottom. It had a total of 9 petals, and they were swaying on top of it. Although it was a flower that had long left its stem, there was no sign of it withering. It was still bright and extraordinary. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, have you found a celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill? Hu Linyi asked as he handed the profound spirit flower to Duanling Tian. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll remember this favor. Duanling Tian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the profound spirit flower. As for the celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill, there's no need to trouble you, Your Majesty. Hu Linyi's eyes lit up. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Even if he wanted to find a celestial alchemist who could refine the profound golden pill, he would have to pay a certain price. Of the 2 main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill, the golden nematode is rarer than the profound spirit flower. I'll order my men to keep an eye out for news of the golden nematode. I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Hu Linyi looked at Duanling Tian and said, I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. With Hu Linyi's help, it would be much easier for him to find the golden nematode. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Hu Linyi again, Duanling Tian bade farewell to Hu Linyi and left. After returning to the Origin Gathering Hall, Duanling Tian crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. The communication celestial talisman he was using was one of the more advanced communication celestial talismans in the Devata realms. It required a soul imprint from the target before it could be sent out. Nobody, not even a celestial emperor, would be able to stop the communication celestial talisman from being sent out. This was because the communication celestial talisman was transmitted through a soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman was much more valuable than ordinary communication celestial talismans. Even ordinary communication celestial talismans left behind by celestial kings were not as valuable as this communication celestial talisman. The communication celestial talisman in Duanling Tian's hand was given to him by the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation, after he had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, the imperial family had also given him the soul imprint of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, not everyone who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would receive such treatment. According to the imperial family member who had given him the communication celestial talisman, apart from the 4th prince, he, Huang Jialong, and Huang Jiachao were the only ones who received such treatment. The others, including the woman who also possessed a king-grade celestial weapon, did not receive such treatment. Naturally, the woman did not need such treatment as well. After all,
Huang Jialong had told Duanling Tian that the old woman was a one-basic celestial king and was a sectless cultivator. The woman was also a sectless cultivator. She had participated in the Southern Heaven combat to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm to train and join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. According to Huang Jialong, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. In the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Yuanfei was one of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. It was not an exaggeration to call him the right-hand man of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. After sending out the communication celestial talisman, Duanling Tian did not receive a reply even after a long time. He was puzzled. Did I make a mistake? That's how it should be used. This was the first time Duanling Tian had used the communication celestial talisman ever since he had obtained it. Therefore, he was puzzled when Huang Jialong did not reply. According to the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman on behalf of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, this communication celestial talisman is extremely fast. Logically speaking, he should have received the message by now. Duanling Tian was still puzzled when he heard Huang Yuanfei's voice. At this moment, Huang Jialong's voice rang from outside the courtyard. Brother Duan, why did you come all the way here? Can't you just send me a message? Duanling Tian asked in confusion when Lu Guanglin brought Huang Jialong into the courtyard. The corner of Huang Jialong's mouth twitched when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Brother Duan, don't you know how precious this communication celestial talisman is? Even my father only gave me 3 communication celestial talismans. Apart from my 5th brother and me, my other 3 brothers only got 1 each. His Majesty gave you this communication celestial talisman so that you can ask him for help when you're in danger. Huang Jialong explained. Ask for help? Is this communication celestial talisman really that fast? Duanling Tian was taken aback. Although the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman to him had left the sole imprint of the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had told him that he could contact the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he was in danger. However, in his opinion, by the time the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation received the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he would already be a corpse. For this reason, he did not plan to use the communication celestial talisman, even when he encountered Li Wei and the sectless cultivator whom Li Wei had hired. Firstly, he was afraid the communication celestial talisman would alert Li Wei. If that happened, he might not even have the chance to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Secondly, he did not trust the communication celestial talisman. He trusted the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon more. Of course, Huang Jialong said matter-of-factly, as soon as you crush this communication celestial talisman, you'll be able to send a message to the person who possesses the soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman is extremely precious. In the black market of the supporting Fall Nation, the price of 1 communication celestial talisman is 100 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian with a pained expression on his face as he said, Brother Duan, if it's not convenient for you to look for me personally, you can ask Guanglin to look for me directly. Please don't use this communication celestial talisman recklessly. What? A communication celestial talisman costs 100 prominent celestial crystals. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin were stunned. They did not expect the communication celestial talisman to be so precious. 100 high-grade celestial crystals were equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade celestial crystals. After all, the celestial crystal vein in the supporting Fall Nation was only a mediocre celestial crystal vein. Most of the celestial crystals in the vein were mediocre celestial crystals and prominent celestial crystals. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon is only worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals, right? A communication celestial talisman is worth 10 Duke-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin muttered to himself. The value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the supporting Fall Nation was similar to the value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the Borderlands. Duke-grade celestial weapon? Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. Guanglin, if you want to exchange a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a communication celestial talisman in the black market, you'll need at least 15 Duke-grade celestial weapons. This communication celestial talisman is much rarer than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This communication celestial talisman is inscribed by a formation master. Its effect is similar to a teleportation formation. As far as I know, a formation master who's capable of inscribing such a communication celestial talisman is at least a king-grade celestial alchemist or king-grade celestial weapon craftsman. Chapter 2950. Of course, only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen at the king grade and above can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. There are also many formation grandmasters who are skilled in setting up spirit arrays who can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. However, these formation grandmasters are not ordinary people. At the very least, there aren't any in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion might not have such formation grandmasters. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin realized how precious these communication celestial talismans were. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can be used to save lives. You should keep them for yourself. Lu Guanglin's hands trembled as he took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and returned them to Duan Lingtian. These 3 communication celestial talismans were given to him by Duan Lingtian. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian had given Lu Guanglin 3 communication celestial talismans as well as his soul imprint. This was to make it easier for Lu Guanglin to contact Duan Lingtian in case of emergency. The soul imprint was extracted from the soul pearl. When Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin the 3 communication celestial talismans, he also gave Lu Guanglin his soul pearl. Since the soul pearl was imprinted with his soul imprint, it could be used to communicate at any time. Although there was a cost, it was minimal. Moreover, if the soul imprint was gone, it could be replenished. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans and a soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. It was the soul pearl of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The soul pearl of the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor could directly determine whether he was dead or alive. However, the reason he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian was not to let Duan Lingtian know whether he was dead or alive. Instead, he wanted Duan Lingtian to send him a message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. In the eyes of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian was someone who could bring him many benefits. Therefore, it was necessary for him to protect Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he had to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety before the Duan Lingtian obtained all sorts of benefits for him. Of the 10 immortal message talismans, the Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin 3. Lu Guanglin had taken into consideration that Duan Lingtian did not know the value of this immortal message talisman, and therefore wanted to return it to Duan Lingtian. Keep it for yourself. I still have 6. Duan Lingtian did not take the immortal message talisman from Lu Guanglin. Instead, he asked Lu Guanglin to keep it. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jialong and said, "Young master." "Brother Duan, please don't call me young master in the future. Just call me Jialong." Huang Jialong interrupted Duan Lingtian with a hint of hope in his eyes as he said, "Unless, Brother Duan, you don't see me as a friend yet." Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Huang Jialong when he saw the hope in Huang Jialong's eyes. Then he said without beating around the bush, "Since you've received my immortal message talisman, I'm sure you know why I'm looking for you. Do you have any news about the golden nematode?" He had sent the immortal message talisman to ask Huang Jialong if he knew where to find the golden nematode. Golden nematode? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow. "I don't think this herb is very useful. I only know that it can be used as the main ingredient of the profound golden pill." It's also a necessary ingredient to refine the profound golden pill. Although Huang Jialong knew this, he did not think about the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill would be useless to Duan Lingtian. The profound golden pill could help a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
It could also help an Earth rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a Heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, or a Heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. However, the profound golden pill was useless to peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. I'm looking for the golden nematode because of the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He did not hide this from the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, let alone Huang Jialong. Profound golden pill? Huang Jialong frowned. Brother Duan, why do you want the profound golden pill? It seems like the profound golden pill is useless to you and Guanglin, right? As Huang Jialong spoke, he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Lu Guanglin, then back to Duan Lingtian. It's useless to Guanglin, but it's useful to me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his cultivation base surged out of his soul and penetrated the profound divine metal's protection before it appeared in front of Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded when he sensed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He was still in a daze for a long time. At that very moment, Huang Jialong was dumbstruck. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Heavens! Duan Lingtian was only a heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? He was defeated by a heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial during the Southern Heaven combat? Brother Duan. After a long while, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. Now, you should know how useful the profound golden pill is to me, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong nodded as a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you're only a heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Brother Duan. With your strength, if you break through and become a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, you'll be one of the strongest among the 10,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later. Huang Jialong could not help but sigh. 10,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew the supporting Fall Nation would send 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after the 3 sects and 2 clans opened the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later. However, he did not expect 10,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials would enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, based on the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who would enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later, it was clear the 10,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials were extremely powerful. Yes, 10,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. I suspect there will be more than 15,000 of them. Huang Jialong said. The supporting Fall Nation is only a small nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. There are thousands of small nations like the supporting Fall Nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The profound Nether Mansion's territory encompasses more than 1,000 small nations. It's also known as the Thousand Nations Land. This time, there are at least 10,000 people from the Thousand Nations territory who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Including the disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as well as those from the 8th grade sects and clans, there are at least 15,000 people who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. As it turned out, the profound Nether Mansion was so huge. The supporting Fall Nation was only one of the many small nations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Does this mean the people who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 months later will be the most outstanding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the profound Nether Mansion's territory? Lu Guanglin was stunned as well. He did not expect so many people to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will open in 6 months. All the powerful overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the profound Nether Mansions district will try their best to obtain a spot to enter the lower realm. As long as the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the profound Nether Mansions territory are strong enough, they'll be able to obtain a spot in any nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Take the Southern Heaven combat held by the supporting Fall Nation as an example. All overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials are eligible to participate. There's no restriction on non-citizens of the supporting Fall Nation. This is because the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials he can find to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive will be eligible to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans will also rank the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who come out alive. The higher the rank of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the more benefits the overarching heavenly supreme celestial will bring to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For example, Brother Duan, if you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, you'll receive better rewards. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, as for the rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as they're mediocre or above, they're all things that ordinary celestial kings can only dream of obtaining. Even the mediocre rewards are king-grade celestial weapons, king-grade pills, and precious materials. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation valued him so much. Brother Duan, did you look for the Emperor? If he knows you're only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll definitely do his best to help you obtain the profound spirit flower and the golden thread grass so you can become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong reminded Duan Ling Tian. Yes, I did. I obtained the profound spirit flower from him. Moreover, he also said he'll help me search for the golden thread grass. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In that case, all you have to do is wait for the news. The supporting Fall Nations intelligence network is one of the best in the 1,000 nations. Huang Jialong said, I'm sure you'll find the golden thread grass in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 29:51. In fact, it was just as Huang Jialong had said. About 10 days later, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent someone to look for Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Duan, we found a clue about the golden nematode. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the person and asked urgently, where can I find the golden nematode? The imperial family of the Solitary Nation, which is adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, has the golden nematode. The person did not beat around the bush when faced with Duan Ling Tian's question. He said bluntly, the Solitary Nation's imperial family has 2 golden nematodes. When His Majesty found out the imperial family of the Solitary Nation had the golden nematodes, he immediately asked for them even if he had to pay a high price. His Majesty contacted the Emperor of the Solitary Nation through a communication celestial talisman. However, he was rejected. The person sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He was disappointed. Although he had found a clue about the golden nematode, it seemed like there was no way he could get his hands on the golden nematode. However, the person's next words made Duan Lingtian's eyes light up. It seemed like there was still a chance for Duan Lingtian to turn the situation around. However, there's a reason why the Emperor of the Solitary Nation rejected His Majesty's request. This is because a few days ago, the emperors of the other 2 nations had contacted the Emperor of the Solitary Nation via immortal message talismans. All of them expressed their interest in buying the 2 golden nematodes from the royal family of the Solitary Nation. Initially, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation wanted to give one of the golden nematodes to each of them, but they rejected his offer. They wanted to keep the 2 golden nematodes for themselves. Since the Emperor of the Solitary Nation didn't want to offend either of the 2 nations, he decided to hold a royal auction 2 months later to auction off the 2 golden nematodes. It said that the emperors of the other 2 nations would send people to the capital of the Solitary Nation to participate in the royal auction. The person paused for a moment before he continued. Therefore, His Majesty has decided to send Governor Huang of Passage City to the Solitary Nation's capital to participate in the auction held by the Solitary Nation's royal family in 2 months to bid for the golden nematode. For this reason, His Majesty asked me to inform you that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will do our best to obtain the golden nematode during the Solitary Nation's imperial auction 2 months later. The person finished speaking in one breath. Solitary Nation? Royal auction? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he murmured. Then the emperors of the other 2 countries want the golden nematode. Could it be that they also want the profound gold pill? Although Duan Lingtian had intentionally lowered his voice, the person still heard him clearly. Young Master Duan, The emperors of the other two nations are after the profound gold pill. It's said that the seventh prince, whom the emperor of the Moran nation dotes on the most, has mastered all sorts of duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although he's only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, if he manages to obtain the profound gold pill before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll be able to shine in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. As for the emperor of the East Ming nation, it's said that he wants the profound gold pill for a genius sectless cultivator. Although the genius sectless cultivator is only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he has mastered the power of the law and defeated all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. Under such circumstances, the emperor of the East Ming nation wants to give the profound gold pill to the genius sectless cultivator. Even if the genius sectless cultivator takes the profound gold pill and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the future, with his outstanding performance, he'll definitely be ranked as one of the top prodigies in the southern heaven ancient realm. If such a genius were to join any one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, that sect or clan would definitely not be stingy to the East Ming nation, which had discovered him. The person paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is similar to you, young Master Duan. Young Master Duan, you're also a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but you're stronger than all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. If you're a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the supporting Fall nation, that sectless cultivator is also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the East Ming nation." The person continued to speak. "A heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial has mastered the power of the law?" Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the person's words. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that the heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had a king-grade celestial method or divine ability for him to comprehend and master the power of the law. For this reason, the heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial was able to defeat all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. At some point, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Huang Jialong so easily was due to the remaining power of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. If Duan Lingtian were to fight Huang Jialong again, he was certain he would not be a match for Huang Jialong even if he used all his techniques. Although both of them possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and had similar attainments in celestial methods and divine abilities, the gap between their cultivation bases was insurmountable. Moreover, the genius sectless cultivator is not even 100 years old. What shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong the most was the shocking news that the person revealed. A heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended the power of the law. How monstrous was this person? In the East Ming nation, many people are saying that the genius sectless cultivator is a reincarnated cultivator who was extremely powerful in his past life. However, this has not been confirmed, and it is more of a guess of others. After the person finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and turned around. "Young Master Duan," His Majesty said that if you're interested in participating in the imperial auction in 2 months, you can go with City Governor Huang. Just inform young City Lord Huang Jialong in advance. After the person finished speaking, he walked away and disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was still on the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Since the genius sectless cultivator was not even 100 years old, he must be someone who had a fortuitous encounter if he was not a reincarnated cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much at such a young age. Guanglin, what do you think about the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin. My lord. Lu Guanglin's expression was solemn as he said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is able to comprehend the power of the law even though he's not even 100 years old. He's either a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, or he's a reincarnated cultivator. Although reincarnated cultivators have to recultivate their cultivation base from scratch, due to the fact that they have memories of their past lives, It's equivalent to directly inheriting the celestial methods, divine abilities, and the laws they comprehended in their past lives.
Lu Guanglin said.
However, although there's no lack of people who reincarnate in the Devata realms, there are very few of them.
First of all, not many people are willing to give up everything they have to reincarnate. Secondly, it's very risky to reincarnate as a celestial. It can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Lu Guanglin spoke frankly and confidently, expressing his own opinion.
Therefore, I'm more inclined to think that he's the kind of person who has great luck and obtained an unimaginable fortuitous encounter.
That's why he has today. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, he agreed with Lu Guanglin.
I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law before I'm 100 years old if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability.
Duan Lingtian muttered to himself.
If you obtain a fire attribute king-grade celestial method or divine ability, with the help of the chaos divine flame, it'll be easy for you to comprehend the law of fire. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time resonated from the place where his soul was located. The profound divine metal? Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, that voice continued to sound, and it contained a sense of urgency.
Boy, the chaos divine flame left me a message saying you obtained a first form profound divine metal? Quick, take it out and give it to me.
The owner of the voice was none other than the second form profound divine metal that had been guarding Duan Lingtian's soul.
Based on the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame had left him a message about the first form profound divine metal before it fell into a deep slumber. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice. He casually took the first form profound divine metal out of his spatial ring.
As soon as the stone was in his hand, he could clearly feel a golden energy coming out of the profound divine metal from the side of his soul and enveloping his hand.
To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand. The stone began to tremble violently. Heh! You're not even sentient, and yet, you want to resist? Little guy, be a good boy and become a part of my body. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's voice again, he saw the stone in his hand being melted by the golden energy and becoming a part of the golden energy. The golden energy returned as quickly as it had appeared. Moreover, it seemed to be stronger when it returned. Duan Lingtian knew this meant the first form profound divine metal had been devoured by the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this is... Chapter 2952. My lord, this is... In Lu Guanglin's eyes, a golden energy suddenly extended from Duan Lingtian's body and shrouded his hand. Then, a stone appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and melted, becoming part of the golden energy. Finally, the golden energy became stronger after it assimilated the stone and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. He had no idea what was going on. This was his first time seeing something like this.
However, even though he did not know what was going on, and even though it was his first time seeing such a scene, he could clearly sense that it was not as simple as it seemed.
I don't know. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Duan Lingtian replied to Lu Guanglin. Then, he shifted his attention to the profound divine metal in his body. Duan Lingtian could see the damaged metal piece, the profound divine metal, in his soul's spiritual sea was quickly replenished by the golden energy that had extended out of the profound divine metal. However, it was only a small part of the profound divine metal. The profound divine metal was still incomplete, but it was not as badly damaged as before. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin did not think much of it. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have his reasons for saying so. Lu Guanglin watched Duan Lingtian doing nothing for a long time. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was doing, but he continued to watch over him patiently. Boy, you've done well. If you can find another piece of first form profound divine metal, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's soul. It was not stingy with its praise for Duan Lingtian. If I transform into a third form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you comprehend the law of metal in the future when you comprehend celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. Apart from that, I'll be able to protect your soul in my third form and merge with your celestial weapon to increase its power when you're facing an enemy. Alright, I'll go back to sleep now that I've said so much. All the best, boy. Help me transform into a third form profound divine metal as soon as possible, and I won't mistreat you. The profound divine metal's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Ling Tian had a lot of questions to ask, but he did not know where to vent them. Profound divine metal. However, based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to merge with a celestial weapon to increase its power after transforming into a third form celestial weapon? What are the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame? I only know that they're two of the 5 divine elements. Divine metal. Divine metals divine metal. Divine metals first form divine metals first forms divine is celestials divine fire. Divine S. The chaos divine metals SSSS can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Apart from that, the chaos divine fire is different from ordinary celestial fires. Ordinary celestial fires are divided into 2 types. One is suitable for forging weapons while the other is suitable for refining pills. As for the primal chaos divine flame, it can be used to refine weapons and pills. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flames can help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal? What about the profound divine metal and chaos divine flames ants? Is there a greater use for it? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about the chaos divine metal and the chaos divine flames, and naturally, he knew he would have to find other chaos divine flames and profound divine metals for them to devour and assimilate. The imperial family of the Solitary Nation will be holding an auction in the capital of the Solitary Nation in 2 months. I'll go look for Jia Long and pay a visit to his father, the city governor of Passage City. After bidding farewell to Lu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin and made their way to the city governor's estates branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation was a nation. There were 36 cities like Passage City under the Supporting Fall Nation. In the Supporting Fall Nation's territory, the 36 city governors were equivalent to a marquis. Of course, there were differences between the 36 cities and the 36 city lords. For example, among the 36 cities in the Supporting Fall Nation, Passage City was ranked in the top 3 in terms of resources and population in the Supporting Fall Nation. Needless to say, the city governor of Passage City was the strongest powerhouse below the Celestial King realm in the Supporting Fall Nation. He was also the most trusted right-hand man of the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation. During his time as the city governor of Passage City, the city's development could be said to be at its peak. In the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation, each of the 36 city governors had a branch in Passage City. After the Southern Heaven combat, since Huang Yuanfei's 2 sons had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in 6 months, and there was nothing important in Passage City, Huang Yuanfei decided to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the time being. He would only return to Passage City after his sons left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. During this time, he would stay in the city governor's estate to guide his sons in their cultivation. Although the Passage City's branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it was still huge. The entrance was grand, and it felt as though one was standing in front of a small Imperial Palace. Young Master Duan, our young city governor has instructed us to bring you to him directly without informing him of your arrival. When Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin arrived at the entrance of the city governor's estates branch in Passage City, one of the guards gestured for them to enter as soon as they arrived. After Duan Ling Tian led Lu Guanglin through the entrance, the guard quickly caught up with them and led the way. After entering the entrance, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Although the city governor's estate in Passage City was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it had everything that the Imperial Palace had. Although it was small, it had everything. This was what Duan Ling Tian felt when he entered the estate. Duan Ling Tian passed through the long corridor in the middle of the garden that he had meticulously repaired and stepped on the limestone tiles. He felt as if he was surrounded by 100 flowers as he felt the fragrance that assaulted his nose. Apart from that, he could also hear the rhythmic sound of running water. Although he was far away, he could still hear the sound of running water. Brother Duan, I was just about to look for you.
I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door first. After the guard announced their departure, Huang Jialong stepped out of the entrance and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he invited Lu Guanglin and Duan Lingtian into the estate. You're going to look for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he walked into the estate. I'm sure you're here for the same thing. The golden nematodes, right? Huang Jialong asked with a smile as he sat down at a stone table in the middle of the estate after he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down. You know about it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Did City Governor Huang tell you about it? Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. My father told me that His Majesty has asked him to participate in the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 2 months. He said he must obtain the 2 golden nematodes that are going to be auctioned off by the imperial family of the solitary nation. After father received His Majesty's message, he told me to ask you if you intend to go to the capital of the solitary nation with him to attend the auction organized by the solitary nation's royal family. What do you think? Brother Duan, do you want to go and have a look? If you want to go, I'll go as well. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Huang Jialong added, Naturally, I'm not interested in going if you don't want to go. I'll go. Duan Lingtian replied. Of course he would go. 2 months later, the solitary nation's royal family would hold an auction for the golden nematode. Even if the city lord of Passage City managed to obtain the golden nematode, it would still take some time for him to return from the solitary nation and obtain the golden nematode. If Duan Lingtian went, he would be able to refine the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the profound golden pill in the solitary nation. Then, I'll go as well. Huang Jialong's interest was piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Jialong after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and asked, Is City Governor Huang in? Since Duan Lingtian was already there, he decided to meet Huang Jialong out of courtesy. It did not matter if it was due to his friendship with Huang Jialong or his status as the city governor of Passage City. Brother Duan, what a coincidence. Just an hour ago, my father told me that he'll be going to the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 1.5 months' time. After that, he left the capital and returned to Passage City. Huang Jialong shook his head and said, When he returns, it'll be the time for us to depart. In that case, we'll have to meet City Governor Huang when we depart for the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian nodded. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace. In the next 1.5 months, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he focused on alchemy to improve his alchemy techniques. Although his cultivation base had improved, his foundation was still unstable after consuming the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even after consuming the profound golden pill, his cultivation base was still in the same state. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time cultivating. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he would wait until he had consumed the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months later, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin flew in the sky above the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. In just a blink of an eye, they were near the people standing in the distance. Brother Duan. Chapter 2953. A few days ago, Huang Jialong had looked for Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian that they would depart at this time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital on time. Brother Duan, I'll bring you to see my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong turned around and led the way for Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin to meet the 3 people in the distance. One of the 3 people was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. However, it was his first time meeting the other 2 people. One of them was an old man in a black robe. He had a head of gray hair, a thin body, and a bony face. He gave people the feeling that he was just skin and bones. He emitted a cold aura as he stood there. The other person was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He had a square face, short hair, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He had an awe-inspiring aura. The middle-aged man stood there like an iron tower, but also like an angry Vajra.
Compared to the black-robed old man, the white-robed middle-aged man was the other extreme. "Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before." When Huang Jialong arrived in front of Huang Yuanfei, he brought Duan Lingtian in front of him and greeted Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. "Little brother Duan, we meet again." Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. He did not put on the airs of the city governor of Passage City or an elder. His attitude was as if he was talking to someone of equal status. This made Duan Lingtian feel comfortable. "City Governor Huang, Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Lingtian." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Haha. All right. However, calling you Lingtian sounds distant, so I'll just call you Little Tian. Considering your age, I'm not taking advantage of you by calling you that." Huang Yuanfei laughed. His words had unknowingly closed the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, this is Elder Mo. He's my foster father and also my father's sworn brother. This is Bai Gang, my brother. You can call him Uncle Bai." Huang Yuanfei introduced the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had been completely seen through, as if he had nowhere to hide in front of these two people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense that something was amiss between these two people, but he could not put his finger on it. "Elder Mo, Uncle Bai." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the two of them. "Not bad, not bad. No wonder Jialong said you're impressive. You're able to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100, and you're even stronger than him. You're not simple at all," Bai Gang said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was a cheerful person. As for the black-robed old man, he merely nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. His gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he was completely unperturbed. "Hee. Little brat Lingtian, this old man Mo's temper is just like that. He's very boring. Just ignore him," Bai Gang said with a smile, trying to diffuse the awkwardness between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed old man. "Elder Mo, everyone's here. Let's go." At the same time, Huang Yuanfei looked at the black-robed old man. "All right." The black-robed old man nodded in response. As soon as he nodded, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he sped away. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, deafening to the ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was caught by the black-robed old man who had sped into the distance. The old man's black robe fluttered as a vast aura swept out. At the same time, a dazzling black light shone from the old man's body like ink. Swoosh! In the next moment, as the enchanting black light expanded, the ink scattered in all directions, and a colossal figure appeared in the void where the old man was. This was a bird that was as black as ink. It floated in the air like an island in the sky. The feathers on its body were all black and shiny. They looked very tough, like feather blades forged from black iron. Looking from afar, this bird was actually a black eagle. What was different from ordinary eagles was that its body was very large, like a small mountain. In addition, the claws of this huge black eagle flickered with a cold luster. At first glance, it did not seem to be any weaker than an immortal weapon. The huge eagle flew in the sky, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Immortal? Immortal beast? Elder Mo. Is an immortal beast that transformed into a human? When Duan Lingtian came to a realization, he was slightly surprised. At the same time, he finally understood why he felt that Elder Mo was a little unusual. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Bai Gang. Bai Gang gave him the same feeling as Elder Mo, low-level king-rank immortal beast, green-eyed black eagle. When Lu Guanglin saw Elder Mo's true form, he was stunned for a moment before he could not help but exclaim. Lu Guanglin's exclamation immediately caused Elder Mo, who had transformed into his true form, to turn his head slightly. A pair of green eyes stared at Lu Guanglin. "You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true form." It was rare for Elder Mo to be so talkative. Even when Duan Ling Tian greeted him, he did not say anything. Low-level king rank immortal beast? Although this was Duan Ling Tian's first time hearing about the green-eyed black eagle, he had read about low-level king rank immortal beasts in some memory celestial talismans. After reaching adulthood, a low-level king rank immortal beast would become a 1 basic celestial king. If they were talented, they could even become a 2-form celestial king or 3-talent celestial king. After becoming a celestial king, if they encountered a fortuitous encounter, their strength would increase as well. If they did not encounter a fortuitous encounter, they could only become 3-talent celestial kings at most. Elder Mo's cultivation base. It seems like he's a 1 basic celestial king. Since Duan Ling Tian had temporarily possessed strength comparable to ordinary celestial lords and celestial kings with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had a certain understanding of the auras of celestial kings. I can't believe Huang Yuanfei isn't the strongest person in Passage City. There's actually a 1 basic celestial king above him. Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue inwardly. Little Tian, let's get on Elder Mo's back. Elder Mo will lead the way to the solitary nation. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei stepped into the air and landed on Elder Mo's back. Then, he turned to call out to Duan Ling Tian. Huang Jialong followed behind Duan Ling Tian and said, Brother Duan, with Elder Mo's speed, we'll arrive at the capital of the solitary nation in 10 days at most. 10 days? It seems like the supporting Fall Nation is still quite a distance away from the capital of the solitary nation. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Although 10 days was not a long time, a 1 basic celestial king was a 1 basic celestial king. However, the person who brought them there was a 1 basic celestial king. Moreover, it was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast. After all, bird-type celestial beasts were known for their speed. After all, we're traveling across borders. It's normal for there to be some distance. Huang Jialong smiled. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian, Huang Jialong, and Lu Guanglin landed on Elder Mo's back after Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang. When he descended onto the back of Old Mo's main body, Duan Ling Tian only felt that his feet landed steadily as if he was walking on flat ground, and there wasn't the slightest bit of bumpiness. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that Duan Ling Tian steadied himself, Elder Mo flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky and shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, a translucent black light suddenly rose from Elder Mo's body and transformed into a light shield that shrouded the group on his back. The translucent light barrier that was formed by the black light completely blocked the incoming astral wind as Old Mo swiftly flew forward. That's fast. Duan Ling Tian looked to his left and right. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. The speed of a 1 basic celestial king was so fast that he could not even see his surroundings with his naked eye. For a time, he could only look away. Jialong, is Uncle by a celestial beast as well? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huh? How did you know? Huang Jialong was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Based on Duan Ling Tian's question, it was clear he had only guessed that Bai Gang was a celestial beast. However, even though it was just a guess, Huang Jialong was still shocked. It's true? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, he was puzzled as to why he was able to sense the aura of a celestial beast in human form. In the Devata realms, if one's strength was stronger than a celestial beast in human form, it would be easy for one to tell the other was a celestial beast. However, if one's strength was weaker than a celestial beast in human form, one would not be able to tell the other was a celestial beast. Yes, Huang Jialong replied. Brother Duan, how did you know? Huang Jialong asked curiously. I think so. Huang Jialong was looking forward to Duan Ling Tian's next words. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next rendered him speechless. Intuition. These were Duan Ling Tian's exact words. Intuition. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the feeling he had earlier was no different from intuition. Humph! When Duan Ling Tian said it was intuition, the profound divine metal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kid, that's not your intuition. It's because the aura on my body is constantly affecting your soul, causing your soul to have a sharper perception. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Aren't you in a deep sleep? Why are you awake?
Duan Lingtian was puzzled. I sensed the little black eagle's aura and was afraid it would eat you. However, it seems like it's an enemy and not a friend.
Chapter 2954. Little Black Eagle?
The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, had become a little black eagle in the profound divine metal's eyes?
Senior, you don't have to worry. If he really does something to me, you'll just have a new host.
I'm sure he'll be more than happy to accept you, Senior.
Duan Lingtian said to the profound divine metal. In his opinion, even if he was killed by the green-eyed black eagle, the profound divine metal could still make the green-eyed black eagle its new host. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than the current me. Duan Lingtian continued to say.
Humph.
You said the little black eagle is only stronger than you. If I'm not mistaken, he'll only be a one basic celestial king at most. His celestial beast bloodline is ordinary. The profound divine metal snorted. Naturally, with my guidance, it's not impossible for him to progress further. However, due to his bloodline, it'll be difficult. It'll be even more difficult for him to become a celestial lord. As for becoming a celestial emperor,
unless he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, he won't be able to become a celestial emperor.
The profound divine metal continued to say. You, on the other hand, are different. With your innate talent, you're considered one of the best among humans. If you have a fortuitous encounter, you'll definitely soar to the top. The difference between your innate talent and the little black eagle's innate talent is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it kills you, I can only temporarily live in its body and let it be my temporary host while I wait for the next host. It's not worthy of being my host. The profound divine metal's words revealed its disdain for the green-eyed black feather eagle's innate talent. It was clear that it looked down on the green-eyed black feather eagle. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words.
The green-eyed black feather eagle was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast, yet it was so weak in the eyes of the profound divine metal.
On the other hand, although this little tiger's bloodline is ordinary, because it has a trace of the divine beast white tiger's bloodline, its potential is stronger than this little black eagle's. As long as he's given enough time, breaking through to become a two-form celestial king wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he might even have a chance to become a three-talent celestial king. As for how far it can go, that will depend on its luck. Otherwise, it will stop at the three-talent celestial king realm. The profound divine metal said. Little tiger? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the profound divine gold's words. Then, he realized the profound divine gold was referring to the white-clad middle-aged man, Bai Gang. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Not only is your innate talent monstrous, even your intuition is so accurate. At the same time, Huang Jialong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. That's right. Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. Moreover, he's a peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Elder Mo said Uncle Bai will become a three-talent celestial king in the future. Huang Jialong's words matched the profound divine metal's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the profound divine metal was. Senior, you and the Chaos Divine Flame are two of the 5 divine elements. Who are the other 3? Duan Lingtian wanted to ask the profound divine metal some questions, but he did not receive any response. The profound divine metal did not respond no matter how many times he called out to it. It fell asleep again? Duan Lingtian's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, why do I feel like the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are more like pigs instead of the 5 divine elements? They're so good at sleeping. A peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Jialong, what kind of celestial beast is Uncle Bai? Duan Lingtian asked curiously through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. Uncle Bai is a copper flying tiger, Huang Jialong replied. Huang Jialong replied telepathically, according to Uncle Bai, a copper-patterned flying tiger like him can only be considered the weakest in the flying tiger clan. Above the copper flying tiger is the silver flying tiger. It's a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, it's possible for it to become a 6-combo celestial king in the future. Above the silver flying tiger is the golden flying tiger. It's a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Without a fortuitous encounter, a golden flying tiger will remain a 9 palaces celestial king for the rest of its life. It's difficult for it to become a 10 directions celestial king, let alone a celestial lord. In the flying tiger clan, only the dark golden flying tiger has the potential to break through and become a celestial lord. However, it's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Huang Jialong said. The dark golden flying tiger? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes, the dark golden flying tiger. Huang Jialong nodded. I heard from Uncle Bai that the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the flying tiger clan. It's considered the royal bloodline of the flying tiger clan. If there's no accident, a dark golden flying tiger will be able to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. Naturally, they'll only become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to become a celestial lord or a titled celestial lord, they'll need a lot of fortuitous encounters. Huang Jialong continued to say. Based on your words, the dark golden flying tiger is most likely a peak king-grade celestial beast. Based on my knowledge, most peak king-grade celestial beasts stop at becoming a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the green-eyed black feather eagle to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He knew Bai Gang was a peak king-grade celestial beast, a copper flying tiger. Jialong, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Huang Jialong. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, right? Old Mo, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory as well, right? Based on his knowledge, most intelligent celestial beasts lived in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Coiling Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. In these Devata realms, more than 80% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts while the rest were humans. Among the 81 Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the only Devata realm where more than 99% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts. This was because if non-celestial beasts were discovered in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they would be attacked. It was not impossible for non-celestial beasts to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, as long as one was strong enough to deal with all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the other Devata realms where celestial beasts lived, they were not as extreme. The celestial beasts there could coexist peacefully with humans and other living beings. Naturally, the celestial beasts in the Devata realms were very united. If humans or other living beings tried to kill the celestial beasts, the celestial beasts would join forces and attack them. Celestial beasts, especially powerful celestial beasts, were valuable materials. Some could be used to refine pills, some could be used to forge weapons, and some could be used to set up formations. Under such circumstances, if a celestial beast was not strong enough to protect itself, it was destined to become meat on a chopping board. For example, the wings of the green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, under Duan Lingtian's feet, could be used as the main material to forge a duke-grade celestial weapon. If the wings were removed and melted by a king-grade celestial weapon craftsman, it could be forged into a few king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the wings were the least valuable part of the green-eyed black eagle. The green-eyed black eagle had many treasures that were coveted by powerful celestial kings. If one did not have a powerful backer, one would definitely be hunted down by powerful celestial kings if one appeared in public. However, Old Mo and Bai Gang had appeared in the supporting Fall Nation openly. Moreover, it seemed like they had been in the supporting Fall Nation for many years. Duan Lingtian did not believe they would reveal themselves so easily if they did not have a powerful backer. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that both Old Mo and Bai Gang had clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also because they were afraid of the celestial beast clans that no powerful celestial beasts dared to attack them. Of course. Huang Jialong was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's deduction. In his opinion, it was common knowledge that celestial beasts who dared to appear in public in the Devata realms ruled by humans had clans to rely on. In the Southern Heaven Territory, the Flying Tiger clan is one of the largest clans among celestial beasts. According to Uncle Bai,
There are at least 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main clan of the Flying Tiger clan. There are many branch clans under the main clan. In the profound Nether Mansions district, there's a branch of the Flying Tiger clan. Uncle Bai is from there. Although the branch of the Flying Tiger clan doesn't have a dark golden flying tiger, there are at least 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers are 10 direction celestial kings. It's also because of this branch of the Flying Tiger clan backing Uncle Bai that he dares to swagger around the streets. King-grade celestial beasts have the ability to leave a soul imprint on the body of their murderer the moment they're killed. Even celestial lords won't be able to remove the soul imprint from their bodies without a period of time. In other words, if Uncle White was killed outside, the murderer would also leave a soul imprint on him. And the clan behind Uncle White would be able to find the murderer through the soul imprint Uncle White left on the murderer and avenge Uncle White. In the Devata realms ruled by humans, due to the low number of celestial beasts, the celestial beasts are very united. Chapter 2955. As for the Celestial Beast clan that Old Mo belongs to, it's not simple as well. The Celestial Beast clan behind Old Mo is the Black Feather Eagle clan. The Ink Feather Eagle clan is the same as the Flying Tiger clan. The clansmen are divided into many levels based on their talent. Elder Mo is the green-eyed Dark Feather Eagle of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. The Dark Feather Eagle clan also has the red-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, the orange-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, and the yellow-eyed Dark Feather Eagle that are weaker than Elder Mo. The celestial beasts with higher innate talents than Old Mo include the green-eyed Black Feather Eagle, the blue-eyed Black Feather Eagle, and the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle. They're mediocre, advanced, and top king-grade celestial beasts respectively. As for the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagles, their status in the Dark Feather Eagle clan is equivalent to the status of the Dark Gold Flying Tiger clan in the Flying Tiger clan. They are the royal family of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. However, due to the fact that the purple-eyed Dark Eagle is only a peak king-grade immortal beast while the Dark Golden Flying Tiger is a peak king-grade immortal beast, the purple-eyed Dark Eagle's potential is far inferior to the Dark Golden Flying Tigers. It's rare for a purple-eyed Dark Eagle to produce an immortal emperor. At the very least, the current patriarch of the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle clan is only a 10-direction celestial king in the Southern Heaven territory. It's too difficult for an ordinary top king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. Currently, there's only one purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle in the Southern Heaven territory who has successfully broken through and become a celestial lord. Naturally, the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle isn't part of the Black Feather Eagle clan. The reason the Black Feather Eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven territory without a celestial lord is mostly because of the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle. Huang Jialong paused for a moment after he finished speaking. The Black Feather Eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven territory because of a purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle who's not a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. In his opinion, it was impossible. How could the Dark Feather Eagle clan prosper in the Southern Heaven territory when a mere immortal emperor purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle was not even part of their clan? How did the Ink Feather Eagle clan do it? Could it be that the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle had a heaven-defying encounter that allowed it to become one of the strongest celestial emperors? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility. No. However, Huang Jialong refuted Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The purple-eyed Dark Eagle is only an ordinary one basic celestial lord. With its strength, it's not enough to protect the Dark Eagle clan in the Southern Heaven territory. Why is that? Duan Lingtian felt that there must be some other reason behind this. It's because the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle is the mount of the Southern Heaven territory's Southern Heaven celestial lord. Huang Jialong enunciated each word clearly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As soon as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though a heavy bomb had been dropped on him. It took him a long time to regain his senses. The one basic celestial lord purple-eyed Dark Eagle was the mount of the Southern Heaven celestial lord? Who was the Southern Heaven celestial lord? He was the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory. He was the only titled celestial lord in the Southern Heaven territory. In the Southern Heaven territory, he only needed to give an order to turn the place into a river of blood and millions of corpses. Even if a celestial lord was guarding the place, they would not be able to withstand his order.
No wonder. No wonder. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. If the purple-eyed Dark Eagle is the mount of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, no one in the Dark Feather Eagle clan would dare to make a move against the purple-eyed Dark Eagle clan. In fact, even if the Flying Tiger clan is stronger than the Dark Feather Eagle clan, no one would dare to make a move on the Dark Feather Eagle clan. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian finally understood that both Bai Gang and Old Mo had powerful clans of celestial beasts backing them up. It was also because of this that even those powerful people had to consider the Flying Tiger clan and the Dark Feather Eagle clan behind them if they wanted to attack them. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed. He took out the prominent celestial cauldron and continued to refine pills. Brother Duan, you know how to refine pills? Huang Jialong was stunned when Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed and took out the celestial cauldron. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Bai Gang, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Lu Guanglin had long known that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was not surprised. However, he could understand why Huang Jialong and the others were surprised. After all, when he found out that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as easily as drinking water, he was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian took out a pile of herbs and began to refine pills. It only took him half an hour to heat up the cauldron. It did not take him long to refine pills. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang widened their eyes in shock when they saw the pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Overarching heaven pills. As for Old Mo, who was hurrying on his journey, his huge eyes were filled with disbelief as he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. This was the first time he had seen someone who could refine so many overarching heaven pills in such a short time. Even the supreme celestial alchemists he had met in the past could not refine overarching heaven pills at this rate. So many overarching heaven pills? This brat. He's amazing. Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses one after another. They exchanged a look and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan, you're not planning to refine the profound golden pill yourself, right? Huang Jialong gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's ability to refine overarching heaven pills, there might not even be a supreme celestial alchemist who could compare to him. Perhaps, only a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above would be able to refine overarching heaven pills as fast as him. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Huang Jialong had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to refine the profound golden pill himself, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian admit it. Huang Yuanfei's pupils constricted at this moment. Previously, when the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation told him that Duan Lingtian was able to contact a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, he had thought Duan Lingtian had found a king-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. However, Duan Lingtian had just said he planned to refine the profound golden pill himself. After all, it was not easy to refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade or above were confident they could refine the profound golden pill. Brat, do you really plan to refine the profound golden pill yourself? You're not joking. Bai Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You should know that the auction for the golden nematode in the solitary nation will cost a lot of celestial crystals. If the golden nematode is destroyed because of your failure, all the celestial crystals will go to waste." I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Bai Gang was about to say something when Huang Yuanfei interjected. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently and asked, "Little Tian, how confident are you that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill?" More than 90%. Duan Lingtian did not even blink when he said these words. Clearly, he was extremely confident. More than 90%? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Gang, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. Brat, you can't joke about this. Now is not the time to brag. Uncle Bai, I won't say things that I'm not confident about.
Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Gang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing.
Good, very good. I'll wait and see. Bai Gang was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian's confident expression. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the one who had consumed the profound golden pill. If he failed to refine the pill, it would be Duan Lingtian's loss. Little Tian, if you're really confident that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill, when we obtain the 2 golden nematodes, you can refine another profound golden pill for yourself. We'll let the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation bid for it and sell it to the highest bidder at a sky-high price. Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Huang Yuanfei was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a special prominent celestial pill. Even if it was successfully refined, only one pill could be refined in one cauldron. Even if an emperor-grade celestial alchemist refined the profound golden pill, only one pill could be refined. Huang Cheng, Duan Lingtian was about to address Huang Yuanfei as City Governor Huang when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. He quickly changed his words and said, Uncle Huang, although 1 golden nematode is enough to refine a profound golden pill, I only have 1 profound spirit flower, and it was given to me by His Majesty. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll need another profound spirit flower to refine another profound golden pill. The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were the rarest ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The other ingredients could be purchased at a reasonable price. Of course, I've thought of that. Chapter 2956. 10 days later. A gigantic city that was comparable to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, this was also because Elder Mo had slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, under the circumstances that Elder Mo didn't slow down, it would be utterly impossible for him to clearly see the surroundings. The capital of the solitary nation is right in front of us. The imperial auction will be held in 5 days. During this time, the imperial family of the solitary nation has arranged a place for us to stay in the imperial palace. Huang Yuanfei explained when he saw the city was getting closer and closer to them. After a short while, the group entered the city in front of them, which was the capital of the solitary nation. The capital of the solitary nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. The capital was vast, and the roads in the capital extended in all directions. Before entering the city, Elder Mo had already retracted his original body and transformed back into his human form. The skinny old man in a black robe reappeared. Under Huang Yuanfei's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the continents of the supporting Fall Nation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. I'm here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days. Huang Yuanfei did not hesitate to reveal his identity to the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace. Soon after, someone came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others. City Governor Huang. It's really you. The last time we met was 10 years ago, right? The person who came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others was a middle-aged man dressed in light silver armor. He was tall and sturdy, almost as tall as Bai Gang. Commander He, I'm flattered that you've personally come out to greet me. Huang Yuanfei cupped his hands together and greeted the middle-aged man. Elder Mo is here as well? When the person returned Huang Yuanfei's smile, he also saw Elder Mo standing behind Huang Yuanfei and hurriedly bowed respectfully. He knew Elder Mo was not only a powerful one basic celestial king, but Elder Mo was also a powerful one basic celestial king. He Feng, we fought to a draw 10 years ago. No matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content again. Bai Gang, who was standing beside Elder Mo, clearly recognized this person as he grinned and said, Based on how Bai Gang addressed this person, it was obvious that this person was called He Feng. Bai Gang, even though we fought to a draw back then, it was only an exchange of pointers and not a battle to the death. If it had been a battle to the death, I would have been no match for you in your true form. Hearing Bai Gang's words, He Feng looked at him and said with a wry smile, "At least you know your limits. Now that 10 years have passed, I'm sure you've improved a lot. It's rare for me to come here, so you have to find some time to fight with me." As Bai Gang looked at He Feng, he rubbed his palms together. His fighting spirit was rising, and he could not control it. "If you really want to fight, then after the royal auction, I'll let you fight outside the city. At that time, you don't have to hold back. Just transform into your true form and fight with me." Hearing Bai Gang's words and sensing Bai Gang's battle intent, He Feng's eyes flashed. Clearly, he was eager to give it a try. "Haha, good. It seems like you've improved a lot over the years. If it was 10 years ago, I'm sure you wouldn't have dared to ask me to transform into my true form and fight with you." Bai Gang laughed. He was not afraid of He Feng's domineering attitude at all. Instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. "If both of you want to fight, wait until after the auction." "Commander He, this is my fourth son, Huang Jialong. You've met him before." Huang Yuanfei quickly changed the topic when he saw Bai Gang and He Feng were itching to fight. First, he looked at his son, Huang Jialong, and then at Duan Lingtian. Then he said, "This is my son's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent me here to bid for the golden nematode to help my son break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Huang Yuanfei said. He Feng was about to greet Huang Jialong when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He instinctively shifted his gaze away from Huang Jialong and looked at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. "Why you're Duan Lingtian?" He Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe as though he was trying to figure out what was so special about Duan Lingtian. Due to the supporting Fall Nation's neighboring nation, the solitary nation had also heard about the appearance of a genius from the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor of Passage City, with just one move. Others might not know about Huang Jialong's innate talent and strength, but he knew. For this reason, he was shocked by the strength of the person who had defeated Huang Jialong. He was even more shocked when he found out that the person who had defeated Huang Jialong was a young man who was not even 100 years old. "Wait a minute," before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, "City Governor Huang, why you said you're here to bid for the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? You mean he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial?" When He Feng's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was another genius who had comprehended the power of the law like the genius from the East Ming nation? A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had defeated Huang Jialong, who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just one move. In his opinion, unless one had comprehended the power of the law, it was impossible for one to achieve such a feat. "He Feng, are you scared out of your wits?" Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. "I don't think there's such a freak among the 9 participants from the Southern Heaven combat in the solitary nation, right?" "Humph." He Feng glanced at Bai Gang indifferently and snorted. "Bai Gang, I was scared by little brother Duan, not you. Why are you acting so smug?" After He Feng finished speaking, he ignored Bai Gang and looked at Huang Yuanfei with a wry smile on his face. "I was wondering why City Governor Huang would personally lead a team here." As it turns out, the supporting Fall Nation has also found a freak who's on par with the genius from the East Ming nation. At the same time, He Feng realized he could not let Duan Lingtian and the others stand at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Therefore, he quickly gestured for them to enter. "City Governor Huang, Old Mo, little brother Duan, and nephew Jialong, please come in." He Feng called out to Duan Lingtian and the others, but he ignored Bai Gang. However, Bai Gang did not mind. He swaggered into the Imperial Palace with Duan Lingtian and the others. The imperial palace of the solitary nation was similar to the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. However, the architectural features, layout of the imperial palace of the solitary nation were completely different. The supporting Fall nation's imperial palace was majestic, simple, and unadorned. On the other hand, the solitary nation's imperial palace was resplendent and dazzling. Gold decorations and all kinds of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the imperial guards of the solitary nation. He's also a powerful 10-direction celestial duke.
10 years ago, he was ordered by the emperor of the solitary nation to handle some matters in the supporting Fall nation.
He went to Passage City, and that's how he met my father and Uncle Bai. Don't think that Uncle Bai is competing with him. That's just on the surface. His relationship with Uncle Bai is much deeper than his relationship with my father. After they entered the imperial palace, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian to introduce He Feng. Although Duan Ling Tian could tell that He Feng was a 10-direction celestial duke, he did not expect He Feng to be a 10-direction celestial duke.
He did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the imperial guards of the solitary nation. In the supporting Fall nation, there were only 2 people who could be considered as the emperor's right-hand men.
One of them was the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. The other was the elusive commander of the imperial guards in the supporting Fall nation's imperial palace.
Since He Feng was the commander of the imperial guards of the solitary nation, it was obvious he was close to the emperor of the solitary nation.
Before they arrived at the residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation had arranged for Duan Ling Tian and the others, He Feng would occasionally look at Duan Ling Tian with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Although Duan Ling Tian sensed He Feng's gaze, he did not pay it any mind.
It did not take long before they arrived at the residence that the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation had arranged for Duan Ling Tian and the others.
The residence was spacious and had 6 courtyards that faced each other. There was a path in the middle, and there were 3 courtyards on each side. City Governor Huang, all of you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you take a rest? I'll look for all of you in 5 days and bring all of you to the auction. After making arrangements for Duan Ling Tian and the others, He Feng bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and left.
Father!
However, Huang Jialong did not intend to rest. He looked at Huang Yuanfei and said with a smile, I'd like to go to West Lane City with Brother Duan. Do you think it's possible for Grandfather Mo or Uncle Bai to come with us? Huang Jialong was not stupid.
He knew they were not in the supporting Fall nation, and it would be dangerous if they did not have the protection of a powerhouse.
West Lane City? Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully. As far as I know, West Lane City in the capital of the solitary nation is famous for stone gambling. You want to bring little Tian there for stone gambling, right? Hee hee. Huang Jialong chuckled. He did not deny it since he knew there was no point in denying it. After all, his father was not someone to be trifled with. Stone gambling. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Stone gambling in the Devata realms? In his past life, when he was on Earth, he had heard of stone gambling. Generally, one would have to rely on one's eyesight to determine whether a stone was cut open or not. If not, one would suffer a loss. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realms and stone gambling on Earth? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Yuan Fei, I'll go with them. Chapter 2957. West Lane City, the capital of the solitary nation, was famous among the neighboring nations for its stone gambling.
Even the neighboring nations such as the supporting Fall nation and the other nations also had their stone gambling.
However, compared to the stone gambling in West Lane City in the solitary nation, the stone gambling in those places could only be considered small. Brother Duan, the origin stones in the stone gambling establishments in the supporting Fall nation are bought from West Lane City in the capital of the solitary nation. West Lane City in the capital of the solitary nation is one of the biggest stone gambling establishments in the southern part of the profound Nether Mansion's territory. After leaving the imperial palace of the solitary nation, Huang Jialong explained to Duan Ling Tian as they made their way to West Lane City. Origin stones? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice. As far as he knew, there was also the term raw stone on earth. But the raw stone on earth generally referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. Origin stones are formed when a certain amount of dust accumulates over time. When the dust accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes an origin stone. It's said that even the divine consciousness of the most powerful 10 directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms and the mysterious tidal temple's divine consciousness can't penetrate the origin stone and see what's inside, Duanling Tian explained. Of course, it's only the divine sense that can't penetrate the origin stone. The surface of the origin stone is very fragile. Even the weakest great overarching golden immortal can destroy the origin stone and take out the item inside as long as he uses his full strength. Due to this reason, nobody knows what's inside the origin stones before they're opened. Due to this, the stone gambling market was created in the Devata realms. Huang Jialong explained slowly. Duanling Tian nodded inwardly when he heard Huang Jialong's words. The origin stones in the Devata realms were indeed very different from the origin stones he had heard about on Earth in his past life. The raw stones on Earth referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. On the other hand, the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the uncut stones on Earth. The so-called uncut stones in stone gambling on Earth referred to some broken stones that looked very rough and inconspicuous, but in fact, there may be very precious jade in them. Of course, there were also some uncut stones that had a touch of jade color on them, so they would be sold at a very high price. This was because the uncut stones contained a large amount of jade stones. There are different sizes of origin stones. Some origin stones may be damaged due to some external interference, revealing a corner of the contents inside. Under such circumstances, it also means that the contents of this kind of raw stone are basically completely exposed, so this kind of raw stone can no longer be used for stone gambling. The most important part of stone gambling lies in the word, gamble. If the contents of the raw stone have been exposed, there's naturally no need to gamble. Huang Jialong's words made Duanling Tian's origin stones. Although the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the raw stones used in stone gambling on Earth in his past life, there were still some differences. For example, in his previous life on Earth, once a green color appeared on the surface of a raw stone, and that green color was a very precious jade, then the value of that raw stone would be raised by a lot. This was because there might be a large piece of jade in the uncut stones. Once it was opened, it would be a huge profit. Naturally, there was also a possibility that there was only a green color on the surface of the uncut stones. If there was no jade in the uncut stones, it would be a huge loss. The reason for this was that on Earth where he lived in his previous life, the people who gambled on stones did not have divine sense. They were unable to detect whether there was an even bigger piece of jade inside through that patch of green. In the Devata realms, the origin stones on Earth were similar to the origin stones on Earth. Unless they were completely covered and could block divine consciousness, once the contents of the uncut stones were exposed, the divine consciousness would be able to detect the whole thing. Jialong, what's in the origin stones? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Based on Huang Jialong's words, Duanling Tian knew there must be something precious in the origin stones. However, he did not know what it was. However, based on Huang Jialong's interest in stone gambling, it was clear that Huang Jialong was interested in the origin stones. There must be something in the origin stones that Huang Jialong was interested in. Brother Duan, do you know where the origin stones come from? However, Huang Jialong did not answer Duanling Tian's question. Instead, he asked another question. Based on what you said, the origin stones must have been passed down a long time ago. After all, the surface of the origin stones need time to settle. Duanling Tian said. That's right. Then, do you know there are many little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms? Huang Jialong asked again. Duanling Tian nodded. It's common knowledge that the stronger a person is, the more stable the little world is. For example, a little world created by a celestial king is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial lord. Similarly, a little world created by a celestial lord is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial emperor. Huang Jialong continued to explain. A little world isn't permanent. For example, the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Southern Heaven territory is a little world created by a celestial lord to a certain extent. However, The little world was created by a titled celestial lord. However, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm requires the efforts of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven territory to stabilize it. Due to the uniqueness of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven territory would also add valuable items such as celestial weapons, medicinal pills, and celestial talismans. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would also set up tests in the Upper Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the only places where the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would personally add treasures and set tests are the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would order some Celestial Lords to add treasures and set tests in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory would add treasures and set tests. For example, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that we're going to in 4 months is filled with treasures and tests from the profound Nether Mansion. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is divided into 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. The profound Nether Mansion is only one of the 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he reached the end of his sentence. It seems like we've strayed too far from the topic. It's all right. I didn't know about this before. Now that I heard about it, there are 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions like the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were calm on the surface, a storm was raging in his heart. As far as he knew, the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation were only 2 of the 1,000 nations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. In fact, there were more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. There are more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound Nether Mansion. Doesn't that mean there are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the 108 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized how insignificant he was. There are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the Southern Heaven territory that's ruled by a titled Celestial Lord. I'm sure there are many more places like the Southern Heaven territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are celestial emperors above titled Celestial Lords, and there are even more powerful titled Celestial Emperors. Above titled Celestial Emperors are the heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms. As for the Devata realms, there are 81 Devata realms. When he thought up to here, the surging emotions in Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Huang Jialong continued to say, when I mentioned the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords had to spend a lot of effort to stabilize the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I meant to say that even a little world created by a Celestial Lord would crumble over time unless a Celestial Lord spent a lot of effort to stabilize it. However, how many small worlds would be stabilized at the cost of a great deal of effort? Moreover, there are some little worlds that nobody knows where they are. As time goes by, those small worlds will collapse when the time is up. Since little worlds are built in Devata realms, once a little world collapses, everything in it will be swept into the turbulent flow of space in the Devata realms and scattered everywhere. Some of the items in a crumbling little world would be picked up by a lucky person. However, most of the items would be covered by a layer of origin stones as time passes. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, origin stones are often found in Devata realms. For this reason, it's very likely that the items in the origin stones are treasures left behind by powerhouses in Devata realms after a little world collapses. Of course, most of the origin stones are just some useless stones in the long river of time, as well as some worthless things that have been abandoned by people and sealed to form origin stones. Chapter 2958. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the stone gambling in the Devata realms. The stone gambling in the Devata realms was not much different from the stone gambling on Earth where Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life. Out of 10 bets, 9 out of 10 would lose. Naturally, that was only a metaphor. Most of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are useless. It's very difficult to find an origin stone that contains a treasure. For this reason, Although the stone gambling market is very popular in the Devata realms, there are very few people who can make a fortune by gambling on origin stones. Naturally, there are also some people who secretly obtain the treasures inside the origin stones without revealing it to the public. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As Huang Jialong spoke to Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian into West Lane City in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the West Lane City of the supporting Fall Nation. He saw that in Shifang City, there were many stores of various sizes. Moreover, the things they sold were all pieces of strangely shaped stones. These stones looked very crude. At first glance, there was nothing special about them at all. Are these the origin stones in these shops? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong as he looked at the shops by the side of the road. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then, he beckoned Duan Lingtian over. Both of them walked into the biggest shop they had seen so far. The number of origin stones in this shop far exceeded the number of the shops they had passed before. Although Bai Gang had followed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian out of the shop, he hid in the dark since Huang Jialong did not like having any elders by his side. However, his attention was always on Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately appear to protect Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian were in danger and had to abandon one of them, he would not hesitate to abandon Duan Lingtian. He would not consider how much the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation valued Duan Lingtian. All he knew was that the other person was his brother's son. His brother had saved his life more than once in the past. For the sake of his brother's son, even if he had to give up his life, he wouldn't even frown. Are both of you here to buy origin stones? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong entered the shop, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a medium build walked up to them with a bright smile on his face. You have a lot of origin stones here. Moreover, it seems like they've been categorized. Please introduce them to me, Huang Jialong said. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. When the middle-aged man said respectfully, he brought Duan Lingtian and the other person to the table at the outermost part of the store where the origin stones were placed. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a few other groups of people choosing origin stones in the store. There were also people wearing the same clothes as the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong, introducing them to each other. It was obvious these people were shop assistants like the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong. Dear customers, this is table number 36 in our shop. The origin stones here are the cheapest in our shop. They're cheap because they're small, so it's impossible to store large items in them. The middle-aged man explained to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong as he looked at the thousands of origin stones on the table. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that among the thousands of origin stones on the 36th platform, the largest one was only the size of a newborn baby's fist. As for the smallest one, it was only slightly bigger than a spatial ring. Although they're cheap and it's impossible to store large items in them, there's a high chance there's a spatial ring or some extremely precious items in them. The middle-aged man continued to speak. As he finished speaking, there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. If we can obtain spatial rings from these origin stones, it's very likely that they were used by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperors. Why don't you say that even if you can obtain a spatial ring from one of these origin stones, it's likely to be a low-grade spatial ring abandoned by ordinary people. Many abandoned spatial rings are empty. Even if there's something in them, it's likely to be worthless. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully before he said indifferently, Moreover, out of 100 origin stones, there might not be a single spatial ring that contains a valuable item. I didn't know you're so knowledgeable about origin stones. I've misbehaved. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, the awkwardness quickly disappeared. This was because he had always treated customers as if they did not know anything about stone gambling. If they did not know anything about stone gambling, he could easily trick them into buying more origin stones. That way, he would be able to earn a lot of commission. However, if they did, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of them. Brother Duan, do you want to buy a few of the origin stones on this table to play with? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. Let's take a look first. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had just calculated that there were a total of 36 tables in this shop with raw stones. Now, they were looking at the table closest to the entrance of the shop. The raw stones on it were also the smallest batch. Obviously, it was the worst batch of raw stones in this shop. How amazing! These origin stones really can block out divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had heard about the origin stones being able to block out divine consciousness, he was still surprised when he saw it for himself. After all, origin stones were formed by the dust in the river of time. Even the dust in the Devata realm is so extraordinary. These origin stones are amazing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Huang Jialong and shook his head. I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's continue looking at the other origin stones. All right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said, You, continue to introduce the other origin stones to us. Through the middle-aged man's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the origin stones in the store, and even the entire origin stones in the stone gambling market. The larger the origin stones, the more valuable they were. Some of the origin stones were in the shape of weapons. However, due to the layer of origin stones, one's divine consciousness could not penetrate the origin stones to determine the weapon's grade. These origin stones that were in the shape of weapons were usually more valuable. I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones. A faint voice rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. A young man dressed in a brocade robe with an arrogant expression on his face casually took out a large number of prominent celestial crystals and bought more than 30 sword-shaped origin stones. He had bought almost all of the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop. There were only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. It was obvious they were the origin stones that contained swords that were as tall as a grown man. How generous! These sword-shaped origin stones must be worth at least 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? I'm afraid this person is not an ordinary person. Huang Jialong noticed the young man dressed in a brocade robe and the old man standing behind him. Sir. He's the only son of the city governor of Covered Sword City in the Solitary Nation. He's the young master of Covered Sword City, Han Yun He. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said in a low voice, The young master of Covered Sword City? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, No wonder he only bought sword-shaped origin stones. As it turns out, he's a direct descendant of the city governor of Covered Sword City. As far as I know, the direct descendants of the city governor of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Crack. Just as Huang Jialong's words landed, the young city lord of Covered Sword City, Han Yun He, raised his hand and destroyed a sword-shaped ore. As the origin stone cracked open, it turned into rubble and fell to the ground. A completely black sword also appeared before everyone's eyes. A prominent celestial sword. What a loss! The middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone is worth more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let alone a prominent celestial sword, even a Duke-grade celestial sword would still be a loss. After all, a Duke-grade celestial sword is usually only worth 10 prominent celestial crystals. The better ones can only be sold for 20 to 30 prominent celestial crystals at most. Huang Jialong said. Crack, 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 crack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yun He, the young governor of Covered Sword City, shattered more than 20 sword-shaped origin stones in just a blink of an eye. The lowest grade among the sword-shaped origin stones was mediocre while the highest grade was Duke-grade celestial swords. Moreover, there were only 2 Duke-grade celestial swords. What a loss! What a loss! In just a blink of an eye, more than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone. Stone gambling is indeed a game of the heart. More than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone just like that. Ordinary people won't be able to gamble so much. Young Governor Han's expression hasn't changed at all. His composure is truly shocking. As expected of the son of the city governor of Covered Sword City. Like father like son. The other people who were watching Han Yun, he opened the sword-shaped origin stone side. Based on their words, they were impressed by Han Yun He's courage and were envious of his family background. Crack. A moment later, Another sword-shaped or stone was opened by Han Yunhe.
The sword inside it emitted a faint green light that was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes.
A king-grade celestial sword. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a king-grade celestial sword. He did not expect Han Yunhe would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. Chapter 2959. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the more valuable it was. This was common knowledge to all. Although there was a huge difference in value between king-grade celestial weapons, the difference in value between two celestial weapons of similar grades would not be more than 10,000 times. For example, a duke-grade celestial weapon was usually worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals. On the other hand, a prominent celestial weapon was usually worth 10 mediocre celestial crystals, which was 100 times more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. There was a huge difference between a king-grade celestial weapon and a duke-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. 10,000 times. What did that mean? In other words, the value of a king-grade celestial weapon was equivalent to 10,000 duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was only based on celestial crystals. Unless a person who owned 10,000 duke-grade celestial weapons sold all 10,000 mediocre celestial weapons for celestial crystals, no one would be willing to exchange a king-grade celestial weapon for a duke-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han actually obtained a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals if it's in good condition. Young Master Han really struck it rich this time. Earlier, we were still talking about how young Master Han wasted tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he's going to earn at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yunhe's discovery of a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. Even some passers-by in front of the shop noticed the commotion and stopped to watch. As the onlookers started to discuss among themselves, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the shop and looked at Han Yunhe with envy in their eyes. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. Han Yunhe's salesperson quickly thanked Han Yunhe when he regained his senses. There's nothing to congratulate me for. I spent at least 150,000 prominent celestial crystals on the sword-shaped origin stone for this king-grade celestial sword. Based on the quality of the sword, it's worth about 30,000 to 40,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. Come to think of it, I've lost more than 10,000 prominent immortal crystals. In the face of the salesperson's congratulations, Han Yunhe said indifferently, I'll return the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones to you. This way, I won't lose anything by getting this sword. After saying that, Han Yunhe placed the remaining sword-shaped origin stone back on the table. And this was also permitted. As long as the origin stones were unopened, they could return them before they left the shop. This was the rule of the stone gambling market in the At realms. After putting away the king-grade celestial sword, Han Yunhe led the people behind him out of the shop under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The group of people outside the shop consciously made way for them. After Han Yunhe's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, many people couldn't help but discuss among themselves. I didn't expect Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, to be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword here. The direct descendants of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Although the city governor of Covered Sword City has several king-grade celestial weapons, there are only 2 king-grade celestial swords. One of them is in the hands of the city governor of Covered Sword City, and the other is in the hands of the Grand Commander of Covered Sword City. For this reason, young Master Han doesn't have a king-grade celestial sword. Although king-grade celestial swords occasionally appear in the black market, they are usually bought as soon as they appear. In the At realms, swords are very popular. For this reason, even if young Master Han has enough celestial crystals, it's difficult for him to buy a king-grade celestial sword.
Spending 30,000 to 40,000 immortal crystals on a sword-shaped origin stone to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value doesn't sound like a loss. But in fact, young Master Han still made a profit. Even if he made a profit, he should be the one making a profit. Ordinary people aren't as bold as him. As far as I know, the city governor of Covered Sword City only gave him 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise Han Yunhe, the young city governor of Covered Sword City, for his courage and boldness. After all, not everyone who had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals would be bold enough to gamble on a king-grade celestial sword. Since the young master of Covered Sword City is so bold, I'm sure his future achievements won't be inferior to his father's. Huang Jialong sighed emotionally. Among the cities under the solitary country, Covered Sword City was one of the top cities. The city governor of Covered Sword City was one of the strongest celestial dukes in the solitary nation. Following Han Yunhe's departure, the onlookers outside the store also dispersed one after another, and the store regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were led by the middle-aged salesman to look at many origin stones. During this time, Huang Jialong was itching to buy some origin stones as well. However, they were all worthless. Since you're buying blindly, why don't you buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City? Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw the origin stones in Huang Jialong's hands had cracked and revealed worthless items. At the very least, if the young master of Covered Sword City finds out about this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit 3 liters of blood. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only joking when he said this. He did not expect Huang Jialong would actually do as he said. After all, anyone with a good ear could tell he was joking. At the very least, the middle-aged salesman next to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan, you have a point. In that case, I'll buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City. There are 13 of them, right? I'll take all of them. Huang Jialong had seen Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, return the sword-shaped origin stones. Therefore, with just a glance, he could tell there were 13 sword-shaped origin stones returned by Han Yunhe. Jialong, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect Huang Jialong to take his joke seriously. 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I'm just playing around with the stone gambling anyway. To me, Huang Jialong, no matter what I do, it's all about being casual. Huang Jialong smiled faintly. He had no intention of buying the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in here. You can count them. If there's no problem, give me the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. Huang Jialong raised his hand and placed 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in a spatial ring. Then, he tossed the spatial ring to the salesman and Duan Lingtian. This. The salesman was taken aback. He only regained his senses when Huang Jialong tossed the spatial ring to him. His expression was one of excitement. He did not expect the stranger he had casually picked up would be a wealthy man. He did not even bat an eyelid when he spent 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's right. Sir, I'll bring the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to you now. After the salesman finished counting the celestial crystals in the spatial ring, he immediately brought the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to Huang Jialong. During this time, the other salesman looked at the salesman enviously. It should be noted that the salesman who served the young master of Covered Sword City was the only one who received the young master of Covered Sword City. Jialong, you're really... That's 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Huang Jialong opening the sword-shaped origin stones one by one. He felt Huang Jialong was being too willful. It's fine. I'm just playing around. It's a surprise if I win, and it's entertainment if I lose. Huang Jialong smiled nonchalantly. At this time, he had already opened 5 sword-shaped origin stones in a row. The best sword he obtained was a Duke-grade celestial sword. He's really rich. Under normal circumstances,
It's already considered lucky for a shop like this to have a king-grade celestial sword among all the sword-shaped origin stones. I wonder who this young man is. He's actually able to take out 10,000 prominent celestial crystals so easily. I've never heard of such a person in the solitary nation. However, the Imperial Court's auction is about to begin in a few days. Currently, there are many people from neighboring countries in the capital of the solitary nation. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a neighboring country's aristocratic family. That's possible. There aren't many young people in the solitary nation who are so rich. When Huang Jialong destroyed another 5 sword-shaped origin stones, the customers in the store shifted their attention to Huang Jialong and started whispering to each other. My luck doesn't seem to be that good. There are only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. Brother Duan, help me open them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong said as he passed the remaining 3 sword-shaped origin stones to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw Huang Jialong looking at him expectantly, he did not hesitate and accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Jialong, don't blame me if I lose. My luck isn't as good as yours. Duan Ling Tian joked after he accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Brother Duan, if you can get a primitive celestial sword from these, I'll give it to you. Huang Jialong naturally could tell Duan Ling Tian was joking, so he followed suit. So far, among all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop, whether it was opened by the young master of Covered Sword City or Huang Jialong, the worst one was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Maybe I can get a primitive celestial sword. It's a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, the smile on Huang Jialong's face widened when he saw the mediocre-grade origin stone was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Crack! Duan Ling Tian continued to open the second sword-shaped origin stone. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian opened the second sword-shaped origin stone, a mysterious light shone from it. At the same time, a sharp aura filled the entire shop. This commotion caused everyone in the store to be dumbfounded. This is a royal-grade celestial sword. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.